Beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the Open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
Welcome back to round 2 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, live from Budapest in Hungary. Welcome one and all to our live coverage of today's games. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic ride if round number 1 was anything to go by. 193 countries are in the playing hall that you see now, and over 370 teams are going to be competing and adding to their bid for glory. I'm John Sargent. With me is Robert Hess, GM. Thank you so much for joining our coverage this afternoon. Robert, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I have a red shirt, a red background. Are teams out for blood? That's the big question, John, because yesterday some of that blood was spilled from the higher rated players. We saw upsets galore, but ultimately the higher ranked teams, they got the job done when they needed to. But it just goes to show this will be a bloody Olympiad.
Yeah, they got the job done, but I feel like sometimes it was a really circuitous route. We're going to be reviewing some of those results and some of those interesting games for you in just a sec. I also have to say, I didn't realize we had the Darth Jaro, Darth Hess thing going on here, but we genuinely didn't coordinate our outfits before we showed up on camera today. So yesterday we had the black and white theme going. Today we've got a red theme going. This is looking good. I've got no idea what's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm deliberately not gonna discuss this with you, and we're just gonna see what shows up on camera. It's worked out great so far.
Yeah, we're having fun. R.I.P. to the legendary James Earl Jones, Darth Vader. And,
right.
We didn't plan it, but what we do know that we'll have in store is another awesome round here in the Olympiad. John, we can say it each and every day, but it promises to be fantastic, fun chess from all of these teams who are giving it their all.
Exactly right. So round number 1, of course, at the start of the event, the way it works is that the top half of the pairings play the bottom half of the pairings, and as a result, you get big rating discrepancies against many players on loads of the board. So we were following loads of them. There were sacrifices galore. Let's take a look at some of those notable results. So some of the scalps that we saw from the playing hall yesterday. This in particular is in the open section. So, wow, we do have a sub 2000 rated player taking down 2553, super strong as well, but actually everything on this screen is a very beautiful upset. This is going to be a source of national pride for the rest of the tournament for these teams.
And for those higher rated players, while their team won, they may have suffered defeat. This could set a sour note for the rest of the Olympiad. You do not want to get out to a bad start, but credit where it's due. These players, some of them under 2,000 as we see here. We have a player rated 1678. John, I'm going to guess that player, Lord Farquhar, is well underrated, and that's a monster upset.
Yeah, just a little bit. It really scares me as well, especially, I actually don't know how old Farquhar is. Congratulations on that fantastic scalp, by the way. But some of the most nerves I've ever felt on a chessboard ever is when I'm sat across from like a 1400 rated player, which is completely fine, who's about 7 years old. And then the cold sweats come and you go, oh no, what am I in for this afternoon, this evening? But that's an absolutely tremendous upset. It's not just the victories as well. We do have a number of notable draws. We were actually watching some of these live on broadcast yesterday. Let's take a quick look at some of the games that ended in draws, but honestly would be considered notable scalps as well. We followed, I think, the game of Mamedyarov with great interest. I genuinely think that coulda, shoulda, woulda been a victory for Anas as well. That was an incredible game to watch, but some very, very impressive results all the way up and down the draw.
And I want to give a special shout out to the third result you see there, Alan Ormsby, perhaps better known in the chess world as the organizer of the Grand Swiss of the Isle of Man, represents the Isle proudly, drawing the veteran, the superb Grandmaster Ruben Felgeyer from Argentina. And you see the rating difference is 650 points, and in fact Alan was the one in charge throughout that game. So Alan's great. For those of these top players, they must be surprised seeing him across from them rather than helping orchestrate one of the best events in the chess world.
So that was everything in the open section. We saw some upsets. We saw some draws as well. We should also take a look at some notable upsets from the women's section. 181 teams are competing for those top 3 spots on the medals table. And so, oh wow, some really, really great victories here. 2 players rated under 1600 scoring scalps against players rated over 2100. That is massive.
It is indeed, and it's cool to see that, you know, these 1500s, they can punch up. That's the thing about chess. We know one side may win in long matches. You give them 100 games, sure, the higher rated player will come out on top. But in these individual moments on this big stage, upsets abound, John. We will see more of that in the days to come.
Dare I ask, Robert, did you recognize all of the flags that we saw on the previous screen? Lucky they're not live on camera anymore, but I was going to get you to go through all 6. I think we can be nice.
Well, it's quite small on my monitor, so not that easy to see. That's the excuse I'm going to use. But in all seriousness, chess players, they tend to be quite good at identifying various countries because they played in these international events, so they see a flag and they can recognize it. John, how is your flag recognition here?
So I host a trivia night, an online quiz once a month. So my flag knowledge has to be quite good, but I'm going to confess, I'm not 100% certain I've nailed all of these. I think from top left to top right, though, we've got Austria, and then Ethiopia, Hungary, and I think that's Kuwait. I sometimes, with apologies, I used to at least get that confused with Jordan a fair bit. Bottom left, I'm struggling with because it's so similar to the flag of Malaysia that I can't get Malaysia out of my mind, even though I know that's not the correct answer. And of course, we've got Brazil in the bottom right. It'll come to me in a couple of moments. But hopefully I got most of what I actually said right. I actually don't know. Chat's about to roast me, and I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine.
From my knowledge bank, you are correct. That was the Ethiopian and the Kuwaiti flag. I also at first thought it was Malaysia. I am being honest with you. It was quite small on the screen, but I could see the difference in the upper left of the flag. So I'm curious to know where that player is from. But John,
Liberia.
Liberia. Okay.
There we go.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't catch that one, but John,
that was hard.
It's just flags from all over the world. So many countries represented, as you said. So it's hard to keep track of them all.
Well, and the reason why we're looking at flags rather than individual player names for quite a lot of this event is because if you haven't been watching chess before at the Olympiad level, it's a little bit different. We're used to seeing chess as a one-on-one sport, right? The World Championship, the Speed Chess Championships that just concluded in Paris and stuff like that. The Olympiad presents a little bit differently. It's teams of 4 players plus a 5th from 193 different countries in one playing hall. And individual board results do matter, but it's the match result that matters. You need to get 2.5, 1.5 or more for your country to take home the full 2 match points. Don't hear about it from me, though. We've got a wonderful explainer video just to give you the lowdown on how the Olympiad works differently from chess events that you might have seen before.
The Olympiad. It is the ultimate celebration of chess as an international game. Every 2 years, players from all over the world come to one city to answer one question. Which is the best chess country? This year, the Olympiad is being held in my hometown of Budapest, Hungary. It is a storied event first held officially in 1927. Who won that event? Hungary, this year's hosts. In 1957, the first Women's Olympiad was held. The Soviets won every one they played until 1988, for 30 years. But that year, Ildikó model, my sisters Susan and Sofia, and I won gold medal for Hungary. So, how does the Olympiad work? Countries send a team of at least 4 players and possibly one alternate. Each round, every country's team will be matched with one opposing country's team, and they will play 4 games. The top boards play each other, the second boards play each other, and so on. If a team scores 2.5 points, they won the match and claim 2 match points. In the event of a tie with 2 points apiece, each team gets 1 match point. The tournament lasts 11 grueling rounds, and at the end, the team with the most match points wins. This year, there are 193 countries from the United States with the highest average rating. The smaller nations like Nigeria, Belize, or Vanuatu. It doesn't matter where you are from, the Olympiad can be for you. It was at the Olympiad where I chose to play my last competitive chess game. Players from all over the world will cherish the memories they make here. But only 2 nations will claim gold. Who will write their name into chess history?
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully that gives you a nice flavor of what the Olympiad is all about. Yes, individual board results matter. We love seeing that fighting chess over the board, but ultimately there's a bigger picture here. There's your country's pride, the match result, and of course, the medals at the end of the day. And we saw a ridiculous amount of fighting chess yesterday, Robert. It would be remiss not to talk about how I felt like for the first 2.5 hours of the broadcast, all we were doing was talking about sacks.
Well, they like to say, sack, sack, mate, at least when it works out for you. But some of the sacrifices were not good. I'm talking about Arjun Erigaisi's piece sacrifice for just a couple of pawns. But others worked with that tactical flavor going after the enemy king like Johann Sebastian Christensen from Norway.
Yeah, that's right. There were 2 names there that maybe didn't make it to the notable upsets or notable draws page. You mentioned one of them, Arjun, really surviving that early scare to come out with victory. But we also focused a little bit on Levon Aronian as well, who frankly didn't just look like he was in a little bit of trouble. It looked like he was on the brink of collapse and then somehow magicked up some incredible tactics seemingly out of nowhere with so many pieces, I thought, locked down to their positions on the board, suddenly becoming free, and he walked away with the win in his game.
Yeah, that was not a sacrifice in the early stages. That was a blunder. He lost a knight for just a mere pawn, but as you noted, that tactic where he was going to open up his queen's diagonal to try to deliver checkmate, and that's what allowed him to restore the material balance. That was a close one, John. That's not something that Team USA wants to see from Levon, especially after his subpar performance by his lofty standards in the 2022 Olympiad in Chennai.
It is weird hearing the word subpar performance and Levon Aronian in the same sentence, but when you're the world number 2, it's almost like everything below you is subpar at that point, right? So he is one of the greats of the game, and he will be holding himself to even higher standards than we are, for sure. We're looking forward to seeing how he performs later on in the tournament. For now, though, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the matchups that you can expect to watch us covering today. So we start off on some of the top boards. The United States take on Singapore. Hungary are battling against Peru. Iceland play India. We then have China and Chile. Egypt plays Uzbekistan, who survived not 1, but 2 very, very big scares yesterday. That could easily have been a match draw. The Netherlands play Belgium, so very close neighbors there. We then have Canada and Norway, the battle of the coastlines. Germany play the Philippines. Mexico versus England. That's interesting on the chessboard and in football. And then we have Portugal versus Iran. To be fair, that would be a great matchup either way as well. Really, really cool stuff. Is there anything in particular you're looking forward to today, Robert? What do you think?
Well, I'm glad that we see this matchup, and the reason why is because of the board one match between Anish Giri and Daniel Darda. This is Netherlands versus Belgium. They share a border, but what's important in this particular dynamic is Anish has a very strong opponent, the talented junior Daniel Darda. He's still a teenager, 2,600 plus, and if Anish can beat him, it's not just about the individual rating points, John. It's about that confidence, building it back up, because Anish, he's been suffering from a rough patch. He lost a number of classical rating. He tumbled out of the world top 20, if I'm not mistaken. So for Anish to get this Olympiad going on the right foot against a very strong opponent, this would be huge for the Netherlands.
It's also worth pointing out that Anish Giri was the last game to finish last night as well. And you know from experience, but maybe can explain better than I can to chat here. Even if you grind out the win and you manage to get that full point, that's all well and good. Your opponents had more rest time. Maybe they've like gone out to have a nice meal or something, and you're forced to like grab a quick sandwich and, you know, have a shower and go straight to bed or something. It's nice to get the point, but that extra time really does make a difference in a tournament environment.
Yeah, fatigue can get any player. I do know Anish quite well. We're friends, and I think he actually loves playing these long games. You know, he doesn't want to play a long game every single round, but it can help you get in the rhythm of the tournament. If you play a very quick game, you win a miniature, you're just kind of like, well, did I really have to suffer? Did I get challenged at all? He did overcome stiff opposition yesterday, John. That was actually an impressive win in that endgame, and that actually can set a player out into the rest of the tournament feeling quite good about their chess level.
Let's now take a look at the 181 teams in the women's section who will be competing today. Some really interesting matchups here as well. India play the Czech Republic on board, well, I guess team board number one. We then have Ecuador taking on Hungary, Montenegro taking on Georgia. Poland will face off against Brazil, and Colombia and China will do battle down there. We've then got on the right hand side of your screens Ukraine and Lithuania, Australia, Azerbaijan, that is a long flight. The US take on the Philippines, likewise. Belgium play Germany, someone's rotated that flag 90 degrees, and Spain will take on Hungary C, if I'm reading that correctly. So a couple of questions maybe for Hungary B, but also at the same time, Hungary, 2 mentions in the top 10, pretty nice.
It is good to be the host nation, that's for sure. You mentioned the rotation of the flag. We see many of those flags standing up in the rafters. They're hanging there. Players will look up at them for some inspiration, not Beth Harmon style, but just, you know, channeling their roots, their compatriots, their national pride. And we see the board right now, and the players, one is seated. We're going to get the next soon. And if I'm seeing this correctly, it's a certain world champion getting ready to make that pawn push.
That's right. We didn't see him in action yesterday, but we will see him in action today. Ding Liren, ladies and gentlemen, has just made his first move. So we're looking forward to seeing what he can do for Team China today. It's his first trip back to the Olympiad in a little while. Obviously, he's been focusing a lot on the upcoming World Championship match that he's going to be involved in. One question I do feel like we should be asking ourselves is, how long in advance are people really preparing for a match like that, Robert? Like, is it really the case that his performances and his games 6 months, 12 months, 18 months out, like before, from a World Championship match, is that something that everyone's looking at so closely that he needs to be keeping secrets and watching how much he plays and stuff like that? Or is he just free to play his normal game here?
Well, we have on screen Rich Report, who was a second for Ding Liren. Unclear if they'll continue their collaboration, but your question's a great one, John. And I think when you prepare for Ding Liren and Gukesh, in some ways, you look at the database of games and you throw it out the window because they're hiding their main preparation for their upcoming match. So will they just trot out just the London system, something sort of just bland? No offense to all of our chat who loves playing that system, but something that you can just get just without thinking too much about, and you avoid opening preparation altogether. And I mean, we talk about Richard Report representing the host nation on board one. He just scoots Peter Leko down a board, which Leko is thrilled about. Trust me, he is happy to see Richie back on that top board. But this is a player who does not like opening theory. He eschews it, just goes for anything under the sun. He plays that fiery brand of chess where it's almost like a Fisher random game at times. That can be his curse, where if he gets in a position that's actually quite dubious, it can be harmful. But I think it's actually his blessing for the most part, John, because when he plays somebody lower rated than he is, he can outclass them just by his pure strength.
So it's almost as though and I don't want to read too much into this because you'd have to play dozens and dozens and dozens of games, right, to build up a picture of the opening repertoire. But you almost want to be looking at what openings Ding and Gukesh aren't playing in the run-up to their World Championship match to maybe get a glimpse of what they have in the bag. But it doesn't sound like it's going to be a big difference maker in an event like this. Sure, they might not be playing what they prepared and what they favored, but you don't get to Super GM level fighting for a world championship without having a versatile repertoire and basically being able to play anything.
Yes, although some players, they do prefer their standard openings, and that can make them more predictable. The Maxime Vacher-Legravs of the world, though he's been mixing it up in recent games and tournaments, so you don't know what to expect, as you're saying, against the best players. And as I look at our bird's eye view here, the bottom left, Ding Liren's opponent has yet to make a move. If I'm not mistaken, there's a zero tolerance rule in place at the Olympiad, and I don't see an opponent. So we're going to have to get confirmation on that. I did believe that players had to be there before the clocks were pressed. This could be a transportation issue. I am really not sure. I don't want to speculate too much, but that is noteworthy that for Team China, for Ding Liren, he wants to get some dubs on the board, John. You don't want anything to happen to your opponent where you're getting free points, even if it is good for your nation.
I think you might be onto something there. On the previews, it looks like, as it currently stands, the entire Chilean team hasn't made a move yet. So I suspect that might be logistical. I won't speculate as to what the reason for that will be or what's going to happen, but we will keep an eye on that. Obviously, we want to see as much chess played as possible. And even Team China, they don't want to win by default. They want, they're here to play chess. They're here to gain rating points. They're here to represent their country. So I think everyone wants to see the chess get played. So we'll wait a couple minutes and see if there is an update there. But plenty more of our top games and a lot of action up and down. We've started to see the first couple of moves on the board now from a lot of the games that we will be covering throughout the course of the day. Is there anything in particular that you can see on the preview that looks enticing? I know we've got Anish Giri there as well. What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the variety. That's the spice of life. And we do have Nodirbek Abdusattarov on camera against Adam Fawzi, a grandmaster from Egypt. So a really tough matchup in the second round of the overall Olympiad. But if I look at these boards here, I'm looking actually at the bottom right board. Johann Sebastian Christensen had an electric game yesterday, John, where he sacrificed his queen, then at the end played this knight e6 move that we discussed, giving up more material but going after the opposition's king. So it looks like he's going in for another full-fledged fight.
It does indeed, and from what I see there, a black pawn already on d4 out of the opening. I don't know much theory about queens outside your pawn chain on move, goodness knows whatever they are, but this looks unusual to my untrained eye. This is after move a4 on move 8. What on earth happened here? Like, is this still comfortably in theory, or is this some weird stuff where we can expect fireworks?
based on time usage, we are within the realm of theory for both of these players. That's the good news. But for the audience, and what is there? A queen doing all the way on a6? It's moved again. So this was a French defense. You can tell that by the bishop here on c8, stuck in behind a pawn on e6. So it started as a French. And I mean, is there a universe where after bishop g2, I don't think so, but some of these weird lines is like some, oh no. Are we going to get a repetition of moves? Like, is this some weird early draw where the best decision for black is just to move the queen back and forth?
This is unreal. I don't even have jokes to make about the French exchange at this point because I want to see some more chess get played, to be honest. But yeah, that was bizarre. Are we actually just going to see, like, the repetition offer, I suppose, is there? It looks like the players are still sat waiting. So maybe it's just to inch yourself a move closer to move 40 and we're not actually going to see repetition here?
Well, I think that white is a little bit more forced than black is at this early stage because, you know, we see Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, young grandmaster from Canada, recently obtained that title. He goes with his bishop back to g2. I mean, black is up a pawn. This is an extra pawn here on d4. White does have a lead in development. We see that there are 3 minor pieces out for white here. You do have to face this extra pawn on d4, and white has now gotten ready to castle. So queen a6, for those of you at home, you can't castle through check, and that's what that queen is doing back there. But I think at this moment for black, you can also consider the move e5, but John, it gets very sharp. You continue to move pawns as black. White's king will castle. The rook will then replace the king on e1 on an open file, staring towards the black king. So you do have to be well prepared and ready for an intense battle where black temporarily is a pawn to the good, but white has that lead in development and will get active quite quickly.
So instead of playing e5, does black have options such as knight f6 or the dark squared bishop moving to prepare castling himself to try and minimize that lead in development that white has and hopefully hold on to the pawn in the center of the board? Is that what Christensen might be trying to accomplish here, do we think?
Well, without e5, you're not going to hold on to that pawn for long, because once white castles, knight b3 will be a double attack against the queen and the pawn, and suddenly we'll see a queen, one knight, second knight, all staring at that d4 pawn, and it's going to be gobbled up. And then white's bishop, the fianchetted one, is going to be on a really strong, lengthy diagonal. The light squared bishop for black, as is typical in the French, is going to be a bit bottled in. So white's lead in development will be felt. So that's why e5, if you are going to try to hold on to that pawn for dear life, you continue to sacrifice your development. It's going to be delayed. And John, that's a really risky decision in a team event. If they were just playing in some open, they are playing against one another, you could say, let's go for it. Let's see what happens here. But if Canada gets a win on board 1, John, yes, Canada is heavily outrated on each board, but these are IMs and GMs we're talking about. They can land those individual board upsets.
Exactly right, and that's what I find interesting here. Obviously, they're fighting for every board point they can get. There's about a 150 rating point difference between these two players. I'm sure they have enormous respect for each other, but I feel like it would be unusual for a player like Christensen, especially after we saw the fireworks on the board yesterday, for him to want to say, yes, I'm happy to settle for a board and a draw on board 1 and finish my game early. In a team event like this, that's really risky. And Sean would be incredibly happy with that, of course, if Christensen decides to play queen a6 and go for the threefold repetition this early on in the game. I get the impression this is not what Christensen wanted, and maybe this is some sort of really interesting prep from the Canadian player, but that's just speculation on my part. This doesn't look like an easy decision to make.
It's not, and I think when you are making this decision, you look at your teammates' boards, because we have all 4 boards in this matchup between Canada and Norway on our screen. So if you're thinking about this from Norway's perspective, a draw with black leaves you with 2 white pieces in the remaining 3 games. And you're happy about that, but then you look at the dynamics there. On board 4, we've got Nikolai Noritsyn, a 2450 IM, a very strong player, taking on a player 100 points high rated, a Grandmaster in Frode Erkedal, who's been a mainstay of Team Norway, played very well in the 2016 Olympiad, where Norway finished in the top 5, if I'm citing the correct year. But you look at that position, John, all the way on the right-hand side over there, queens are off. Temporarily, black is a pawn ahead, so white will likely regain that pawn. But you look at that position like, okay, is that a real advantage? Is it a little bit too simplified? Will Noritsyn continue to play well, hold the balance there? And then we have boards 2 and 3, where you get 1 white per country over there, and it's kind of anyone's contest. So I think this is a really difficult decision for Johann Sebastian Christensen, one of the best players in the world, one of the best players of day 1, where we saw some tactical flair from him. So John, if I'm not going to make you a betting man right now, but as you look at this matchup and you look at board 1 where you can make this draw by repetition, do you think he's going to go for it?
I want to say no. I feel like in an individual tournament, you can get away with just accepting that maybe this, played into your opponent's prep a little bit and you weren't necessarily prepared for what I feel like I now want to call the French-Canadian opening. Unfortunately, in a team environment, it just feels way too risky. You outrate your opponent by 150 points on board 1. You're supposed to be able to find a way not only to neutralize that, but to try and win as well and make the jobs of the rest of your team easier. And I think sometimes there's even a sense of guilt where you're thinking, well, I could just accept the draw, but I feel like that's putting extra pressure on my teammates. And I don't think that's something that Johann Sebastian Christensen wants right now. And that's why he's just spending that much longer thinking in this position. It seems pretty clear to me that even though he's comfortable with the position, it's not what he wanted or not what he foresaw. So I don't think he's going to take the draw.
Okay, so this is the big question mark for Team Norway. Will Johann Sebastian Christensen play on, potentially work his way into a position where he's with a material advantage, but a slow development and a king still in the center? It's all the way to the left-hand side of our screens here, that board all the way on the left. So why don't we maybe venture on to a different matchup? This is going to be interesting between Norway and Canada. Norway without Magnus Carlsen yet. Let's remind everybody that the heaviest hitter, the star, is waiting in the wings for a future match.
How do we feel about maybe checking in briefly on one of the matches that we were taking a look at before the game started, where we were taking a look at Giri versus Darda, which already has a couple of imbalances in the position. Nothing very tactical and nothing particularly decisive just yet, but maybe we can help set the stage there for what we might see later on in the middle game.
Let's do that, because it's a position that I have played from the white side, so it's familiar to my eyes. And for Anish Giri, as I mentioned earlier, he wants to get off to a hot start. His team is favored. The Dutch against the Belgians. This isn't a football match in the World Cup. No, this is a chess match in the Olympiad. And you mentioned imbalances, John. We see double c-pawns for black. We see more rapid development from white. So by your tone, I feel like you like this position from the white side.
This is some of the pawn structure. I'm one of the very few pawn structures where I'm like, oh, I kind of recognize this. I play the Rossalimo personally as white, and you tend to have a pawn on b7 rather than d7 sometimes in this position. But I'm immediately seeing the themes of knight a4, c4, b3, thinking about pushing a bishop out to a3, trying to lock that white's pawn in place on d7, so that it always has to be defending that really frustrated backward pawn on c6, and just constantly putting a lot of pressure onto those doubled pawns, which is, I don't want to say boring, but it's like, okay, it's a very principled approach to what kind of weaknesses you want to target in the long run. Whether or not that's going to happen in this game, I don't know. That's what my eye is naturally drawn to, I'm sure, but I'm sure there's plenty of other play as well, and white has other options if he wants to target other avenues of attack.
Yeah, you're right. These double C pawns, they will require black to keep a close eye on them. And bishop e7, just a slow move from black, but I think an important one, because one of the ideas in this position is to go pawn f2 to f4. I know that's not legal. There's a knight in the way, and where should this knight go? Often it wants to go to a square like h4. So bishop e7, you are typically taught to develop your knights before your bishops, but here it does take away an important square from the knight as it wanted to reroute into this juicy f5 square. So that's step one. Knight d2, I think you can bring this knight in the other direction to get ready to push this pawn to f4, but then it takes a couple turns. So I just want to shout out Daniel Darda for this move, bishop e7. It's one of these moves that when you're quickly pressing the next arrow, you don't think about it very much, but it's a precise opening move order, and I just want to show you that, like, if you'd played, say, knight f6, for example, I do believe that Anish was going to go knight to h4. If the bishop now goes to e7, in comes that knight to f5, hitting both your bishop and that pawn on g7. And if you say, I'm going to stop you from getting your knight to f5, you see white get this move f4 in a hurry. The rook has developed on its castled square. The bishop will come out if you ever take this pawn. If you don't take it, I'm going to take here and leave you with these doubled, gross, isolated pawns over here. So you're really in a tough position for black. So shout out to Daniel Darda, recognizing that move order is essential, playing bishop to e7, not allowing this knight to hop to h4, and I do think we will see knight d2, knight c4, pawn to f4. It's going to be more of a positional struggle in the near future, but that's the key plan for white, is to get this pawn to f4, break open some of these squares for the pieces, and claim that these double pawns are not going anywhere. That's a long-term advantage from the white side, despite giving black the pair of bishops. It's not an open board yet, John, so that's why those bishops, they cannot flex their might.
This is one of those absolutely delightful topics of conversation where if you're like a club level or even a beginner chess player and you're saying, okay, I understand the concept of an opening. I get that we eventually want to get our pieces to these squares. That's all great. What's next? Why is this so complicated? This seems pretty straightforward to me. You get to throw in a chat about why move order is so important and how, depending on what your opponent does, you can steer your game in different directions, often against their will, if they're not super careful with exactly what order in which they play the moves. So this is a great example of how chess can be well understood, but also super subtle at the same time. So that's the Netherlands and Belgium. We have got the Chilean team at the board, and I believe that match has started versus China. So we will have an opportunity to head over now and do a quick check-in on Ding Liren, who I believe has had moves on the board. Yes, indeed. Excellent stuff. So again, not going to speculate, probably just a logistical issue for the Chilean athletes getting to the venue. In fact, if anything, when you arrive at the venue and have to get to your board and start your game straight away, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to settle and to find your rhythm a bit and just kind of, take a moment and chill out. So they'll need to use a little bit more time. It's okay to play the opening a bit more slowly. Just get relaxed, make sure you don't do anything rash. If you had issues getting to the venue or whatever, that's all behind us now. The game is all that matters.
It is, and for Ding Liren, this could be an important game because he has been struggling. By his own admission, he has not dealt with the World Championship win in the easiest way. It just has not been a simple path forward for Ding, and he is a beloved figure in the chess world, not just from Chinese fans, from all over the globe. He's so kind. He just always gives it his all, and in every single interview you hear from him, you learn something new about his love of poetry, about how he just really likes the beauty of nature and just taking walks and just having a nice stroll. But it has not been a lovely walk in the park for him since that World Championship win. His rating has plummeted. We've seen him play in some of the more prestigious events outside of the World Championship, and he's lost a number of rating points. So it has not been easy for him. And as we see him holding down board one for China, he has a really important role here. Wei Yi, who is not playing in this particular match, is actually higher rated than Ding Liren, but he will be on board two in their most important matchups. And in the early going, we see on the bottom left-hand side of our screen, John, that Ding Liren, he broke one of those opening principles. He brought his queen out early, so he's in for a fun game, it would seem.
It certainly looks like it. I see queen to d3, and one of the first things I think is, are we getting an early queenside castles? Are we going to start to see kings on opposite sides of the board and pawn storms and all of that good stuff that makes me think that we could easily cover the game for a number of hours and enjoy all of the fireworks? One move, of course, you probably have to watch out for straight away is a knight into b4, hitting the queen and threatening to fork the king and rook by taking on c2. But I'm sure this is something that Ding has comfortably calculated prior to making this move. I think this move is very much a, if I threaten to do this, what are you going to do about it sort of statement.
Yeah, he's blocking in his own light square bishop, so that would seem unusual. The bishop on f1 doesn't get developed. White is not planning to castle kingside. It would appear that white wants to castle to the queen side, and then a rook will land on d1. And in many of these Sicilians, in these structures, the d6 pawn can be tender. So I'm just going to show a very quick little line here just to sort of emphasize how quickly that pawn can be targeted. Let's say you make a move like bishop to d7. Just normal development, protecting your knight over here on c6. And whether I flick in the bishop capture on f6, I don't think is super relevant. But if I go my knight to b5, I'm threatening a fork over here and this pawn on d6. So if you bring your queen back to stop the fork, or let's say you develop your rook to c8, well, thank you very much. Knight takes pawn is already on the docket. My queen will take back once the bishop captures, and that is a simple extra pawn for white. So be very, very careful in these setups not to lose sight of your d6 pawn. As I return to the game position, castle queenside will be played soon. A rook will add firepower down the d file, so black does have many things to consider at this moment. You know what direction the white king wants to go to. I don't think there's an easy way for black to prevent that, and I will just add one tiny little note, John. The queen on d3, it can slide over to g3 in many positions. So if the black king thinks it's castling in the very near future, you have to time it right, because white could launch a kingside attack.
Yeah, there's plenty of implied threats with the queen out early enough, especially because you're in front of your pawns, right? You have that space to slide across to the g file, potentially to move to b5 to give a check, either as an intermezzo or as a more direct threat. There's a lot of hidden implications behind such a direct move, but I love the statement of intent. I'm here to play fiery attacking chess. What do you want to do about that? Is there anything you're going to do about that? And can I tempt you into playing something that maybe I'm going to be a bit more familiar with than you are? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to catch up with this game later on this afternoon. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's if Cristobal can find some moves here. He did actually just make a move as soon as I said that, but he's down 15 plus minutes on the clock against the world champion. So whether it's Ding Liren bringing attacking chess back, he mostly plays in the Super Grandmaster tournaments where perhaps it's better that he play a bit quieter chess, some solid chess. We will not see that, and we do see bishop d7. So I mentioned these ideas with knight coming to b5. Whether or not that's the optimal play is really a matter of discussion. It's a matter of debate. But at some moment, black has to be really, really careful about a knight hopping to b5, going right after this d6 pawn. So I'm curious to see in what direction this game continues.
So now we will move from the world champion to the world championship challenger. Gukesh is also in action today for India. And I believe India are playing Iceland, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be able to go and check in with him on board one in that matchup as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how these two players compete in the Olympiad. We don't know if they're going to end up playing against each other, but there will no doubt be comparisons between them no matter what in their chess leading up to their world championship showdown. So here's board number 1 of India-Iceland, and we're joining the position after move 12, knight d2.
And I just want to point out that the Grandmaster from Iceland, born in 2003, compared to his opponent, he's a veteran of the game. He's been playing forever, but this is a young Grandmaster in his own right. And so in this position, the last move played, as you noted, knight back to d2, retreating. one step backwards, at least one rank backwards, trying to go 2 ranks forward to win this pawn over there on c4. So this is a moment where I would say that white actually has the clear pluses in the position. This is an extra pawn for black. Normally you'd protect it or try to with a move like b5, but this bishop would simply win a pawn on c6. You can't get away with that. And if you make a move like knight to b6, extra greedy chess, white is just pushing forward in the center with moves like pawn to e4. And I just want to put that on the board because knight b6 does save your pawn. And after e4, if you get extra greedy as black and take a second pawn, this pawn d4, you already see the evaluation go sky high, and the reason is loose pieces drop off. In this case, the queen is in the line of fire. I move my knight out to f3. Your queen has only one safe square, back to c5, and then I believe I can retreat my bishop to e3, a simple move, a retreating move, and your queen, if it goes over to the king side, you simply lose a knight on b6. If you try to stay in connection with that knight with a move like queen to b4, I have one more move to attack your queen. Your queen can go up, we trade queens, and once more, your knight drops on b6. So, John, I would say the lesson here from the black side is you've grabbed one pawn, you can try to cling on to it with a move like knight b6, but white will get just entire control over the key central squares.
It's funny, Robert, because I play maybe a little bit too much 3-minute chess for my own good, and I feel like that's a lesson I learn every day, forget every night, and learn again the next day. It is certainly a pattern that I'm very, very familiar with. This is going to be entertaining to watch as well heading into the latter stages. Crucially, though, Gukesh is holding on to that advantage at the moment, tempting. I don't know if it's possible, maybe, trying to tempt his opponent into making a mistake like that, but right now, this looks like a fairly promising position to be in. Let's take a look at how the entire team are doing for Team India versus Iceland at the moment, and where the team is currently sat. It is, of course, early days. For those of you who weren't here for the explainer video, we're playing a 90-minute time control for up to 40 moves, and then the players get an additional 30 minutes after the 40th move is completed, with 30 seconds added per move from move 1. So this is what the playing field currently looks like. Maybe some mismatches here in imbalances in position. Board 2 certainly looks fun. Board 3, Vidit and Hymason, looks like white has a very solid edge that is starting to crystallize into something a bit more concrete. What's your view on the match situation, Robert?
It's just very early, and India has 4 super grandmasters. I know Pentala Harikrishna's rating has dipped below 2,700, which is considered the Super Grandmaster threshold, but come on, he was 2,760 plus. He is an absolute beast. So they're the higher rated players, but Iceland trots out a lineup with 3 Grandmasters and Hymason, the international master. So these are players who are more than capable of holding their own, and so I feel like as I look across the boards, I'm looking at second from the left, Arjun Erigaisi. He did not play to his best standard yesterday. He did win the game,
right,
but we know that he went for a dubious sacrifice. I'm liking his position right now, second from the left there. I think it's got that London system vibe where white controls space, will have some kingside pressure, and it's very much up Arjun's alley, the world number 4 rated player.
Now, you've mentioned the London system there. I'm going to give it just a little bit of love, or just these kind of positions, a little bit of love, because we say this is right up Arjun's alley. He's feeling pretty good about chances here, but at the same time, I feel like, especially in club circles, it almost gets a little bit of a bad rap, where it feels like, oh, things are really slow, we're not looking for fireworks in the beginning. Like, what are some of the longer term high-level advantages that you're looking to squeeze out of positions like this? Why is it so favored among a lot of top players?
Well, I think that it's the ease of development. The London system doesn't have the best reputation at the highest level just because it's not seen as having much bite to it. If people feel that black can actually equalize with a proper sequence of moves, the difficult part is finding that proper sequence. So in this particular game, I do like what Stefansson is doing from the black side. He has spent quite a bit of time thus far. He's down on the clock, but he is trying, this is second from the left, everybody. He is trying to trade light square bishops. That bishop on d3 for white, staring towards the black king is what is the threatening piece. So if he does develop his bishop, not in terms of a fianchetto, but all the way out on the diagonal to a6 there, then those bishops will stare at one another, and that's maybe the direction that he's aiming for.
Yeah, and we should point out, by the way, there was no typo on your screens. Stefansson is not playing a simul here. We do have two players with the same surname at the boards for Team Iceland. So it's encouraging to see what they are doing so far. And we will be checking back in with them in a little bit. For now, what we're going to be doing is hopping to our first break of the day. We're going to make ourselves a nice cup of mid-afternoon tea, and we look forward to seeing you for the rest of the broadcast after this quick break. See you in a bit.
We are here at the Speed Chess Championship Finals. I'm here with Nolan Arbo.
What's up, man?
What's
How's
up,
it
man?
going?
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
It's been a lot of fun already.
Ah, of course. You've been enjoying yourself here?
Oh, man,
Bear?
I've had a great time.
Tell us about what you can do with this incredible setup you have here.
Yeah.
As he's moving the mouse, guys, with his brain. This is insane.
Yeah. If you don't know, I'm the first participant in the Neuralink trial. I got brain surgery, 8 months ago. It's a pretty amazing technology. Right now it lets me control a computer, but that's just the beginning.
I know you've done some puzzles, puzzle rush, stuff like that. So, yeah, what's your puzzle rating?
2600, something like that.
So you do your puzzles at home. So today we actually are going to get into some puzzle rush. A goal for you is to do 20 in 5-minute puzzle rush.
20.
But imagine you do this 5 times. How many is that?
100?
150. I'm kidding.
What? I was like, wait.
Everybody at home
do that math wrong?
No, it is. Let's go.
I can do.
Let's see what we get. 5-minute puzzle rush.
gosh.
Now, of course, when we're doing this, I mean, you already know puzzles, but for at home, guys, I always recommend, of course, is the method that I teach to my students, which is the CCT method. Checks, captures, threats, always in order and never out of order. So what we're doing here is that. Very simple. See what you get.
Probably not.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Check, exactly.
So queen is pinning.
Boom.
So
We got
that
2.5 minutes left. You're 14
Oh,
in.
no.
Yeah, you got time.
Oh, no.
You got time.
Here?
It always resets.
Probably.
Checks, captures, threats, reset every
Yeah.
move. That's correct.
And then queen
And we
takes
snatch
rook.
that at 15. And what's
then
next? Okay. Check. There
probably.
you go.
And then rook takes. to
Correct.
Deflect the king.
Deflection is correct. And take again.
Take.
18. Let's go, Nolan.
That makes sense.
This one's ridiculous. These are nice. When I'm teaching students, I always say, look, exactly, expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Calculate those first. Boom. And mate, he spotted that quickly, boys and girls. Come on, Nolan, you got 4 more. Go, go. There it is. Yep. Oh, wrong one. Yeah,
No.
they caught you there. That was a trick. That was a trick one.
I wasn't paying
That
attention.
was a trick one. Move, Nolan, move. You got 20 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Move, Nolan. Faster.
Here probably?
That is correct.
And then
Check.
There.
Combo for you, boy.
ooh.
Move, Nolan, move. Takes. Come on, check. Come on. Can y'all give him the puzzle? Dang. That was like 5 moves.
All right, 22.
That's not
I hit
bad.
20.
How did it feel today, and what did you learn?
I don't know. It was really cool. It was really cool being able to work with you.
What's
So
your biggest takeaway from today in the puzzles?
definitely the 5-minute puzzle rush.
How many times are you gonna do it a day?
5 times.
Okay, you
right?
hear that, Mom and Dad? 5 times a day.
times.
We need that. Okay, make sure we puzzle rush at home too as well.
Yeah, do it.
Do
Get
it.
good.
Hi everybody, I'm Grandmaster Yango Savzon and I welcome you to my course, an aggressive 1e4 repertoire, part 1. I believe this course is aimed at all levels, which of course is always an easy thing to say. Basically, the approach has been to be as aggressive as possible against the main lines, setting an emphasis on surprise value while still having some soundness in order to pose unique problems. Knight f6. We're going for the most aggressive. Knight to g5, d5, e takes d. Knight a5. Bishop b5 check. That's just the main line. dc, bc. And here I have a bunch of new ideas after queen to f3. And hopefully this will not only fix my chickenness of not being able to play 1e4 aggressively, but also give you a bunch of fresh ideas when we're done.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live in the thick of things with round 2 of the 45th Chess Olympiad, and we are getting back into the action now. Literally hundreds, over 1,000 games being played here across the open and women's sections, and this is looking very, very intense so far. Already with a couple of notable results, actually. We have a top board draw that's come in during the break. I believe it's the Azerbaijan top board has actually agreed a draw, I guess by repetition. So that was a little bit of a surprise early on.
Well, sometimes teams that are lower ranked, they decide to take a board out. Like if we have the white pieces and our opponent plays into a line that's just equal with proper play, let's just make that quick draw and force them to beat us on the other boards.
Exactly. So we've got, we don't just have that as a potential quick game, of course. Now that we've had round number 1 under our belt, we can show you some of the rather interesting statistics that occurred yesterday. We start off with some of the shortest games. In the open section, the shortest game was 10 moves. In the women's section, the shortest game was 6 moves. So very, very short games of chess indeed. And then the longest games in terms of number of moves, we had in the open section 85 moves, in the women's section 108, although it's worth noting that the 85 move at least was eclipsed by Anish Giri, who at least stayed in the playing hall longer, even if he didn't have the record for the number of moves. So some of these games really went on a very long time.
And that open section longest game was by Raja Panjwani from Canada. We were talking about that Canada-Norway matchup, so he might also be tired, but then again, it's the opening round of a tournament. This isn't anyone's first rodeo. Well, actually, exactly. I should take that back, because some of the players from countries that don't have a robust chess culture, it really could be one of their first chess events. So I say that, but then I think about it, and some games are ending quite quickly, and you could call it an experience, but it unfortunately didn't last so long for some of these competitors.
So I believe, I don't have her name off the top of my head, but I believe we have a first-time Olympiad participant who's playing for, I want to say Guernsey, and I think it's her Olympiad debut, someone who was born in the 1940s. And that makes me so happy. Like
That
we've
is
got
awesome.
we've got these really crazy, fantastic sort of young talent here, folks. Chess is a game for all ages, and to be sharp enough to be on your Olympiad team, much older than a lot of these people in the playing hall, is just absolutely delightful. Gives me hope still. Maybe one day in 10 years' time, you'll see me on board for somewhere. I suspect not, but you know, a boy can dream.
It is Pauline Woodward of Guernsey. It's her first Olympiad at age 84. What a story
Let's
that
go!
is. Yeah, that is really something incredible. And, you know, credit to the squad from Guernsey coming in, and we'll see if they can score some points. And that would be a fun story, would it not? So this, I think, is a little bit of a less fun story for Team India playing on the top boards, because the Czech Republic is actually quite a strong team. So we see the 4 boards thus far. It's only the second round of the entire Olympiad, and here we see names like Movsisyan and Radstein. These are players who are very strong in their own right. They also are married to grandmasters, so that's a funny bit of trivia for everyone out there.
I love this. I've just had word. We're not going to show you now, but maybe you'll get a sneak peek of this later. We managed to get an interview, or I should say Mike managed to get an interview with Pauline Woodward. So you will be able to hear from her directly a little bit later on in that broadcast. So that's fantastic stuff. And you're right, actually, taking a look at some of the competition here, this is maybe a much closer matchup than you would necessarily automatically expect for a round 2. You're thinking, okay, teams have won their round 1 games. There's still going to be a quarter of the table, you know, distance between these competing teams. Not too much to watch out for. And then you take a look at the names and you take a look at the positions on the board and you go, oh, okay, this isn't a walk in the park. This isn't a foregone conclusion. This is not going to be easy at all.
There are no walks in the park, as we learned yesterday in this Olympiad. No matter what the rating differential, no matter what country a player is from, these will be challenging matchups. And I'm already looking across these boards here. I see the game that's second from the right. We have a queenside castle from black, and white's king remains in the center. So perhaps that's the most fun place for us to start. Invantika Agrawal taking on Teresa Rodstein, because the engine, it seems like it really prefers white, but this position is super tricky, where the best move may be just getting greedy, and then you're like, no, I can't do that on a human level. My king is in the center.
Yeah, this is strange. I mean, if you need someone to demonstrate what happens when we get greedy in positions where you shouldn't, by all means, call on me anytime, Robert, and I'll be like, right, here are 3 moves I want to play. Tell me why they're all losing. Absolutely no problem. But this is interesting. The eval bar that we can see that the players can't, for example, shows an advantage to white. However, let's imagine the bishop on f1 for white has moved out of the way. White still has the option of castling either side. The problem is there's no B pawn and there's no G pawn. And staying in the middle behind that mass of pawns, that sounds great until you remember queens are still on the board. And this is... I don't even know how to begin to evaluate this position. Like, part of me wants to ask the question, why does the eval bar even think it is the way it is? Because this is chaos.
It is chaos, and white has a long-term strategic advantage. If you took the queens off the board right now, we'd be saying the bishop pair is overwhelming. I know white has these double pawns in the f-file, but there is a pawn in the adjacent file, in the e-file, so they're all connected. So queens off the board, definitely good for white. Now, what's not good for white is there's a king in the center. There are 3 different black pieces staring down into white's center in the middle of the board here. And you could already sense that there may be some positions where you sacrifice a knight to just rip open the files in front of this white king. So when I look at this position, John, I'm thinking, where will my king be safe? Is there anywhere it can be safe? And the second question, which is related to the first, because, you know, can I delay development for too long? That's a difficult one to answer, is, can I take this pawn on f7? Can I be greedy? And if I do take this pawn on f7, is black going to just sacrifice in the middle of the board because I do not have many defenders?
I feel like if the pawn on e5 wasn't there, I'd go for it in a heartbeat. But quite honestly, with the pressure against my center as white right now, I'd want my bishop on d3 and my king tucked under the covers with a cup of hot chocolate on e2 saying nothing is getting to me, don't you even worry about it. I'm not even afraid of e4 breaks because I have a doubled f-pawn where I can go ahead and take that off. But if I haven't had the time to play that yet, I'm not going to be running around with my queen trying to grab extra pawns while both of my rooks are on their starting squares and my light squared bishop hasn't moved, because all sorts of spider senses are tingling there that tells me that's going to end really badly.
Yeah, keeping the king in the center. You know, if this e5 pawn was gone, maybe, as you said, that would be the way to go. I guess if this king were all the way in the corner, but it takes a long time to get there. You have to castle. The rook will slide over the king to d1, and then once you castle, you still have to go b1 to a1. It takes a long time, and we've been talking about this pawn on f7. You could also threaten a checkmating attack in response with rook to b1, but you know that black is just going to push that pawn up to b6, and then it's going to stop all pressure down the semi-open b file. The black king will sit on a dark square on b8, trying to avoid some of the checks, and then this knight will come out. The rook will get to the center, and the question remains, where will this white king go? So I would say that white, objectively, we can see has the advantage. I do agree with that. Sometimes I fight the engine. I'm like, no, this is clearly a position where white's going to go wrong. But I will say that despite the advantage for white, and Vantika's done nothing wrong, so she should be confident in her position, it looks really scary, especially in a team event where you can't afford a loss, and then your teammates look like, how do I overcome that loss so we can win as a squad?
So I've got a good amateur chess player coaching opportunity to ask you here, Robert, that I think might actually help some people with practical play as well. If you're playing as black in this position where you have so much pressure against the center of the board, where white's king still is, but you're also looking at the position going, well, hang on, white has no b pawn, white has no g pawn. Technically, that's where some of the weaknesses are. How do you make the decision or not make the decision to continue attacking in the center or to try your best to shift to either flank? Like, what does that thought process look like when you're at the board? Because it feels like a bit of a mismatch, right? Where the weaknesses are versus where you're strong.
Yeah, no, you are raising a good point. You kind of look weak on both sides of the board. The good news about castling queenside, if white does choose to do that, is there's a queen on b3 that helps in the defensive task. And many of the key squares are under white's control. For example, knight a5 is one move, but you're not getting to c4, not with this bishop sitting on f1. So I do feel like castling to the queen side could even be white's choice now. I'm just going to put that move there and just see what happens. You see white retains the advantage. So this might be the best choice from a human perspective. Let's just deal with this weak loose f7 pawn later. I don't need to capture that now because, as I said, many of the strategic elements do favor white. The pair of bishops, an open board, control over the center. We see 3 white pawns. Actually, let's call it 4 white pawns, all controlling key central squares, and black is fighting with just a single pawn herself. So castling queenside might be the human reaction here, John. In a blitz game, perhaps you take on f7 and say, I hope to live to tell the tale.
To be fair, I would like a lot more of those games in the Olympiad today. I'm very curious to see how many of them we can get, especially after yesterday. I like the old we hope to live to tell the tale kind of game. So fingers crossed, we get to see some fireworks on the board a little bit later. So that's fantastic. That is India versus the Czech Republic. And that match will, of course, be going on for the next several hours, folks. This isn't speed chess like you saw last weekend. There are games going on 6, maybe 7 hours after the start of the round time here. So these can go on for a very, very long time. We have managed to corner down Mike Klein, who has gotten ourselves an interview with Pauline Woodward, the oldest participant in the Olympiad, earlier on today. Let's go ahead and see what she had to say.
Thanks, guys, and it is my distinct pleasure to talk to Pauline Woodward of Guernsey, who is the oldest player at the Olympiad. She's got other great qualities. She is quick to remind me she's 83 years young, and it's her first Olympiad. Was it a tough decision to decide to come? This is a long way from Guernsey.
No, I was lucky to be included, I think, yes.
Have you tried to qualify before for an Olympiad?
We thought about it, but we did not have enough people, and then COVID came in and everything stopped.
So am I to understand this is the first time that the ladies have come?
Yes.
Okay.
It is the first ladies team in Guernsey.
And you're an island federation. I understand that you practice on chess.com. What do you do on chess.com?
I use your puzzles, and I have 2 people I play with on 5-day games.
And what about this? Is, I'm sure, the biggest chess event you've ever been a part of.
Yes.
Who are you hoping to meet while you're here?
Ooh, a lot of them. I hope. I hope some nice, not too strong ones.
And finally, I'm sure you've got some friends back home who have no idea about your talent in chess. Like, what are you telling your friends back home about your experiences here?
I have told them where I'm playing, but my computer has gone, so I can't actually tell them too much. But they said they can follow it. They understand they can follow it, so they will be watching to see if I can do anything for them.
Indeed. Well, it's a pleasure to talk with you, and I know you're preparing for your game, but just goes to show you're never too young to take up something new, and good luck to Guernsey in their first ladies event.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauline Woodward representing Guernsey at the Olympiad, and we found her game as well. She is playing black and is currently in a position where she is expected to win if the eval bar is anything to go by. This looks pretty complicated though, and even though black is looking strong, this game feels far from over, I think it's fair to say.
And if you're from the islands like Guernsey, you've weathered a storm, and in her case, many a storm. My apologies, first and foremost. 83, not 84 years old, so a good reminder that her birthday is in the end of the year. But as we actually look at the chess right now, she's up a piece for a couple pawns, and I just want to backtrack to see how we got here, because her opponent, who is rated above 1600, sacrificed a piece. You see that in this position, Pauline pushed her pawn up to f5. Now, g5 instead would have forked these 2 pieces, so that would have been an opportunity, but it is a weakening move, and it's not easy to make moves like that, so instead f5 played just to control more squares, and after the knight took on g6, Pauline says, don't mind if I take it. The rook slid up to f6, kicking that knight back, and then the queen slid to c8, and when the white queen slid back, the bishop came to e6. So everything is guarded in black's position for now. John, I will note that it can be a bit scary when an opponent's queen comes into your territory. There's also a knight there. You do have to watch out. A rook will try to lift up the board and go for an even more vicious attack. But for now, Pauline has all her bases covered.
The thing that scares me the most if I'm playing black in this position is that the natural thing to want to do is to move your king off the back rank so that your queen on c8 can slide over, so that that rook on a8 can get involved. And you can't do that because the knight is watching at the moment from its beautiful outpost on e5. So if you ask me for 3 candidate moves right now, I would give you knight to f7, knight to f7, and knight to f7, because every alarm bell in my brain is ringing to say, please get that knight off of that outpost. And after that, maybe I can rest a bit easier.
Yeah, knight to f7, getting rid of one of white's best pieces. You made a really good point that pawn on c6 needs the queen's eye. And rook h6, speaking of getting rid of an attacking piece, get out of my house, says Pauline. Get your queen out of here. You can slide over to g5 with the queen, which pokes at this e7 pawn. So white still is, attacking here and there. You have to be careful not to drop, say, the e7 pawn, because then the rest of your pieces do feel loose. So I will say that Pauline's task ahead isn't that simple. She has plenty of time on the clock to deal with these immediate threats, but we can see that her opponent, Rachel, is fighting tooth and nail, trying to get an attack going.
By the way, I realize it's not to do with the chess, but I also think that that is one of the prettiest flags in the world, the flag of the Seychelles, who Guernsey are playing at the moment. Rochelle Poirot, currently doing a fine job as the opponent of Pauline Woodward and posing all sorts of problems for black, even though black is currently winning this game. So there's going to be a lot of fighting chess on the board. Absolutely love to see it. And the situation at the moment is that 2 games in this matchup are already finished. Would you look at that?
Well, it looks like, if this is correct, we never know with some of these boards deep down the list of pairings, that sometimes you're not even getting the moves in. So we will confirm with everybody.
Oh, yeah.
But it seems like we did have maybe a forfeit win on one of these boards at least. So Pauline and her team from Guernsey, they're doing very well in this round. So that means there's more Pauline Woodward, the 83-year-old debutante in the Olympiad to come.
And it's lovely to hear that story about Pauline being a debutante as well. We have got people who have been in the Olympiad for decades, literally 20 or 30 years. I believe Eugenio Torre, Grandmaster Eugenio Torre of the Philippines, holds the record. He's played, I think this is either his 23rd or 24th Olympiad. So if you consider that they're held every 2 years, that's an incredible amount of time to stay at the top of your game. Really, really good stuff. He started playing in 1970. Absolutely mad.
Torre, Korchnoi, these are players who had the longest time between their first and final Olympiads, and it just goes to show that they're two of the greatest legends of the game. So Guernsey, they may not end up at the top of the leaderboard in terms of the overall standings, but we have Pauline Woodward making her first Olympiad voyage at the young age of 83 and playing very well in this game. So why don't we head, John, over to maybe one of the other matchups. You lead the way. I'll follow your direction.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other games in the playing hall. Let's maybe pick some federations that we haven't yet covered. Give some love to the smaller nations as well. Let's go with, we've got Team Lebanon, who are playing against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That should be a fun match to catch up with. Let's take a look at what's going on over there. I apologize if I'm giving a lot of work for whoever's quickly rushing ahead to go ahead and select all of these games. Absolutely love checking out as many of our competing nations as possible. And Lebanon, of course, has got Sky playing for them. We covered Sky's game a little bit yesterday. One of the youngest competitors in this tournament. She's currently taking on Melissa Franchita. A very, very dynamic position here with a couple of holes on the king side for white. This is... I'm looking for the compensation here. I'm looking for the counterattack, but right now it just looks like Sky is doing very, very well with the black pieces.
She is indeed. I'm just trying to count the pieces, and it seems like both sides do have 3 minor pieces, 2 bishops and a knight. But if I'm not mistaken, there is a pawn missing, and black has a knight in enemy territory protected by queen and bishop. So it looks like Sky is well on her way to her first, and I say first because it's probably the initial win of many in her, I was going to say Olympiad, but in Olympiads. I mean, come on, let's be real. This is a young talent who is going to continue to represent her nation on this big stage for so many years to come. So Sky Atia, she looks like she's in charge with the black pieces, stealing material. And you know what's interesting, John? I received word that she's not even the youngest player in this match, despite just being 9 years old.
Not at all. I believe a 9-year-old and an 8-year-old are on opposing teams in this matchup. We have, Lebanon, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines here. 2 games already complete, but 9 and 8. Absolutely astounding. Unfortunately, I think one of them has already lost their game. So we're not able to check out that live game over the board. As it currently stands, it looks like there is a 2-0 lead early on. So a little bit of pressure on the other teammates to try and salvage a match draw out of this situation for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lebanon, though, looking like they are firmly in control of this match.
Yeah, Lebanon is up 2-0. We saw Sky's position. She's also doing well. The board 4. This could be a clean sweep in favor of the Lebanese squad. So that's good news for all of the new Sky Atia fans out there. Already many existing, but of course more to come. So John, it's nice to see the youth play against one another. Maybe not head to head, but their teams were combating in this round.
Yes, they definitely are. And this is one of my most feared chess matchups, right? When you're facing off against someone who's really young and you're worried that they're criminally underrated. But frankly, this room is full of them. You've got so much young talent in this one room. Let's now go ahead and swap back and take a look at some of the other games. Maybe back in the open section, we saw some early fireworks from Richard Report's game. It looks like they have castled same sides of the board. I'm looking for the opposite sides castling that we might have seen earlier on, and that is going to be Dingley Wren. How about we do a quick catch up on Ding's game and then move to some of the others, because they've properly gone opposite sides of the board now, and there's still quite a lot of pent-up tension in the position, given that all the minor pieces are still there too. So let's take a look at that.
Tons of tension in this one because only a single pawn has been traded, c5 for d4, as happens in the Sicilian. And in this current setup, you saw Black's last move, bishop to e7. The big question remains, where does this Black king go? It can castle kingside next. The bishop just moved out the way. Is there a universe where you castle queenside? It may walk right in pawns forward. Do you try to push your f-pawn, but that gives Black the e5 square? e5, on the other hand, is completely under Black's control. Look at all these pieces staring there. So the breaks are not easy to come by for Dingley Wren. I like the setup. I like the intensity. I like that he's going for these kind of ambitious, combative lines. But at the moment, he does probably need to settle down a little bit and then come up with a concrete plan.
Part of me, I initially looked at this position when you were talking about Black castling queenside, thinking to myself, that feels really weird because there's no c-pawn for Black, right? So if you castle queenside, your king is behind the queen on the c-file. In the long term, you want to get the heck out of dodge and move the king to b8, and you probably want to get your rook that's now on d8 back onto c8 as well. And instead of just castling and having your rook where you want it, it feels like it takes 3 moves to complete that objective, and to me, that just feels really slow. But like you say, you have tension, not fireworks, on the board as it currently stands. Maybe Black just has that kind of time, and it's fine.
Well, if you go to the king side, you might be worried. It's white on the clock right now. So let's say, bishop e2 seems like a very natural developing move, and you castle king side. Suddenly, the avalanche comes. G4 and H4 and all the pawns are storming forward. This is standard fare in the Sicilian. You know that when you play the Sicilian and your opponent castles queenside and you go to the kingside, you're in for a true fight. But it's up to the players to figure out who is to task, who can handle that kind of pressure. Black's attack, I'm going to put that in air quotes, feels like it gets off the ground a little bit more slowly, so White will be throwing those pawns forward. And it's one of these things, John, where once you have the position in front of you 5 moves from now, you may feel a bit more comfortable than when you look at it in advance, because when you try to see this in your mind's eye and you're like, okay, that looks really scary. This pawns going forward, there could be sacrifices. All of the white pieces are staring in that direction, versus 100%. When you're in the position, you're like, okay, I'm going to do some concrete calculation at this exact moment and see none of these pushes scare me.
Oh, man, I would find it so difficult to come to that conclusion, honestly. Then again, you castle the opposite sides of the board. What are you going to expect? We just saw a contribution from chat. Look, Cristobal is no pushover. Not only can he handle this, he's capable of bringing the fight to Ding as well. And I feel like one thing's for sure in this position, regardless of what the result of this game is, everyone's bringing the fight to everyone else. This is definitely not the kind of position where you're like, I'm happy to settle for a quiet positional draw. That's just not going to happen here. So we're looking forward to seeing the fireworks erupt a little bit later on. That's going to be a fantastic battle. We've got another battle that I want to bring your attention to that could be quite fun. Arjun, whose game we did cover a bit yesterday and was a little bit wobbly for a time, is now playing, shall I say, a similarly exciting game, if I can put it that way, on day number 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at his board.
This is fun, and I was telling you it felt like Arjun's style, playing this London system and then getting to the position we have now. You see a white queen on g4, which, yes, is attacking the black king, but also could try to pick off this vulnerable pawn on e4. At some point, black can consider this move f5. The downside of pushing a pawn 2 squares like this is then the knight on e5. It has a stronghold in the center, an outpost protected by a bishop. So f5 is one of these moves where you wish you could stop on f6 and just deal with the knight that way, but then you drop e6. In fact, that's a forced checkmate. So I'm going to show that because you think that maybe I can get some tactics in here, but this would just end the game on the spot, because after f6, queen takes pawn, king goes to the corner, knight g6 check. You give up the knight, the pawn has to take, and once this pawn recaptures the rook on h1, it's developed on its starting square. It delivers a checkmate with the queen, making sure the king cannot leave that last file. So as we look at the game position, John, f5 is much more logical. You're hitting the queen, sending it back, but then is what I was saying, dark square domination from the white side. h6 coming soon, and this king on g8, it's in the line of fire. The white king, despite being in the center, it is perfectly safe and sound.
I feel like the position after f6 is one that I've either already seen or I'm about to see on the daily puzzle coming to my inbox every morning. But yeah, that's certainly a beautiful way to get checkmate on the board. Not one that we're likely to see at this level at the Olympiad, of course, but a very dynamic position for white. In fact, the only piece that's not currently in the attack is the rook on a1, but I'm going to go ahead and say, for the moment, that's not white's biggest concern.
Well, the rook on a1 can join the rest of the troops later on, and I think the biggest concern, as we again are talking about the game second from the left on our screen, is that black knight. It's on the rim, it's not participating where all of the action is taking place. So as we look across the four boards, John, the evaluation bar, it's in the center for most of these games, with the exception of being Arjun Erigaisi's position.
Yes, and you can sort of see why the eval bar is skewing in his favor in that game. Very, very perilously poised in front of black's king. But Iceland continuing to hold strong there. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out a little bit later on. Let's go ahead and continue our tour of some of the top players in the playing hall, including someone we might not have spoken about too much yesterday, but we'll get to see a little bit more of today. I'm talking about the United States and Fabiano Caruana, who is currently facing off against Singapore's Jingyao Tin. And they are playing, of course, on board number 1. You can never take this for granted in the Olympiad, so I had to do a quick double check there. But Fabi is on board 1. And we have a position where the swapping of queens is at least being offered at the moment in a very interesting mid-game where black appears to have a rook sort of randomly stuck up onto the 6th rank. So let's go ahead and take a look at that for a moment and see what this position holds for us.
And I think we just saw, as Fabiano sits down, a move from the black side, bringing a rook to an open file. So when we talk about the X's and O's in this position, it's even material. Both sides have, for now, a queen. That queen trade is offered. 2 knights, a bishop, 2 rooks, and 6 pawns. So exactly even material. Pawns are on the same file, so we don't have to cut the board in any direction. And Fabi just made a very quick move. He sat down,
that was super
wrote his
fast.
opponent's move down, and I'm wondering, what preparation he's done for this game. Knight to b3. He gets out of line of this rook, John, and now this knight, it may land on a5, especially without queens on the board. A move like knight a5 can be super annoying, staring into black's camp at a loose pawn back there, but of course the knight needs to stay put, at least in some of these positions, covering the d2 square, because you do not want to see an enemy rook land on d2.
Exactly right. And, there's a fairly natural looking, if the knight comes to a5 and it's really dangerous and it's staring down at the b7 pawn, great, I'll solve both of those problems by pushing b6. And I'll kick the knight back. The problem is, white can literally just put the knight back on b3 and say, fine, I'll come back here. By the way, that bishop on a7 now, that's literally a paperweight. What on earth are you doing with your pieces, right? So even though the knight can be kicked from that square, it's not that straightforward what you do in response. And that's why white is giving black all sorts of questions to think about in this position.
And this knight on b3 will be very handy, not just because of the hop to a5, but if in fact these queens are traded, that allows white to control this d4 square, which is more important than it initially seemed. We typically think of attacking pieces, attacking enemy kings, going for checkmate, but controlling squares, that's the heart of the game of chess. It's not just about winning material, especially at this high level. And I do want to just take a step back for a second, because the young Singaporean grandmaster who's squaring off against the number 3 rated player on the planet in Fabiano Caruana, if he's not already a household name, he is certain to be one when the World Championship comes to Singapore. I hope that he gets many interviews. I hope that people are looking in his direction to discuss chess in Singapore and around the globe. So for this youngster who is 2580, nearing that 2600 caliber, he's a very strong grandmaster in his own right. I think he'll become more and more of a household name in his native Singapore.
It's going to be great to have the World Championship head to Singapore. I absolutely love Singapore. It's a place I've been to many times in my life. I would probably live there in a heartbeat, depending on what year you ask me. So it'll be cool to see them come out with some great results from this Olympiad. Maybe a question I have in this position that is worth asking is White probably doesn't want to move the c-pawn right now, because being able to take the d5 square away from both knights is just kind of handy, right? Having that pawn there not really being challenged and taking that critical square away. But one thing I have noticed is that if White were to play c5, you begin to make the threat, or you make a very direct threat, of a knight coming into d4. And Black is going to struggle, because Black actually doesn't have any escape squares for the rook on e6 if White gets a move like that in. To what extent do we think that that threat is likely to continue? Like, is that viable at any point in any continuation, or is that really just a bit of a red herring in this position?
I like where your head's at. The rook on e6, it looks very active. It's putting pressure on this knight in the center, but it's also trapped. So c5 would not just shut in this bishop, it would take away this important d6 square from the rook. Rooks like to double up on open lines. So as I look at this position, we see the queens staring at one another. It's Black on the clock. Queen takes f3. Of course, is a natural looking move. The white knight will take back. Now we have a stare down of rooks, and I will just very quickly put this position on the board, because I think most people would wonder, why not just trade queens? Shouldn't it just be this simple? And then we have a stare down of rooks. I don't want white to take the rook here and weaken my pawn structure, so why don't I take on e1? And this is actually exactly what Fabiano Caruana wants. We have an endgame where white is having all the fun. The reason why? Initially, we have an attack on a loose knight on e7. The bishop can take a knight on f6 to double isolate these f-pawns and also isolate the h-pawn as well. And even if I weren't taking your knight on f6, we were talking about a rook landing on d2. It's an open file. You're not getting there, not with both of these knights. And this knight can successfully leap forward to a5. We can play moves like c5. We can bring a knight to d4 at any moment. So white is in control. White gets active first, and Black is the side that has to watch out for some loose pawns. Just to further emphasize it, knight to a5 immediately. You're not playing b6 in any universe. Even if the knight didn't hop into c6 with devastating effect, the bishop would hardly be able to be called one. So, John, I think that Fabi, he understands that as the game continues here, he's the one who's going to be creating threats, and his opponent, every single turn, needs to find a way to combat them.
Yeah, and there's even stuff like, if you just want to liquidate into something slightly better, you can double the f-pawns at will, right? There are more advantages to be had here for Fabi, of course, but you're right. Like, on the surface, you go, well, hang on a second. Not only is material equal, well, with the bishop for a knight being the exception, the pawns are also kind of on the same files to each other. Is there really that big an advantage? But you've just highlighted about 6 different holes that Fabi can poke into the position at will if we were to liquidate from here. And I guess that's why keeping some of the tension on the board is definitely in Tin's best interest right now, at least until he can solve some of the other more complex middle game problems that Fabi's currently posing him.
That's exactly right. You don't want to trade if it's on your opponent's terms, and it does look like a relatively simplified position, but trust me, these players, they know how deep they have to calculate, and it's not calculating a checkmate. This isn't Puzzle Rush. It's about coming up with plans that don't worsen your position, and in fact, pose problems to your opponent. I think it's easier for white to pose the problems. White's pawns look very safe. The knight on b3 is a frustrating pony heading out to a5 in many of these lines, and I just think that it's easier to play for Fabi, who is now ahead by almost 15 minutes, is the higher rated player, and has more experience in these lines.
Excellent. I'm really glad we managed to get so many of our top players in that segment, especially some of the players who weren't even on camera or playing yesterday. So lovely to be able to catch up with all of their games. We're live from the Box Sports and Conference Center. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a quick break now from the 45th World Chess Olympiad. And when we come back, we've already got a spicy game or two lined up for you. So grab yourself a drink, but be back here in a few minutes.
And do you solve puzzle in hand?
I can think about the moves in my head, but sometimes I do get it wrong.
Are you afraid of being wrong?
No.
That's very important not to be afraid, because that's the way of growth, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to challenge one? I tell you a position, okay? And then you tell me if you can follow it.
Yeah.
Okay? White king is on b6. White queen is on c4. White pawns are on a5, d5, and h2. Got it?
Yeah.
So now black. Black has opposite to the white king on b8. Black has a bishop on d4 and has the following pawns: a6, b7, c5, d6. Can you say to me what is the position?
White king on b6, white queen on c4, white pawns on a5, d5, h2.
Super.
Black pawns on a6, b7, c5, and d6. Black bishop on d4 and black king on b8.
Correct. Tell me what is the evaluation of this. You have an extra queen, right?
Yeah. But
it's white to move.
We can't move the queen.
Because?
They're threatening bishop f6 to d8.
Excellent. Can you stop it?
I think you play queen takes d4.
Then I take queen takes d4. And now the pawn race is won by...
Yeah.
It's okay, you know that queen d4 is not working. What is working?
h3.
Bishop f6.
Queen h4.
Bishop h4.
So that's stalemate.
Stalemate, yeah.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
Great time here, really. Yeah.
You enjoy the commentary? We pulled you on the couch today. You finally got on the couch.
Last cookie.
No, it's my cookie.
Anish, this is my cookie. I worked all week for it.
It's my cookie. I told you, right?
You did say you wanted it right before you got here.
I didn't hear about that, Danny.
You both want the cookie then?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how are we gonna send
it? Who's higher rated?
I didn't know you guys act so bad. It's such terrible
things you do for money, I mean.
Right, FIDE rating.
Who cares about the FIDE rating?
No one cares anymore, man.
Okay, let's settle this on the chessboard.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I just no. Okay, so that period, I needed money, guys. That period, I was desperate.
You're clearly not born to.
I lost the semi-final of GCC, so I really need money at the time. I just heard the news. I have another child incoming, and then Daddy, he offered me to make this video, and I was like, how bad it's gonna be.
But that doesn't justify the bad.
Yeah, I know, it was terrible.
Like,
terrible.
My cookie? Cookie?
No, okay. The script was amazing, but the acting just ruined everything.
Yeah, script also, right?
Yeah, set the clock.
Let's settle it on the clock, yeah, for a cookie.
Oh, you guys are gotta be kidding me. Switch colors, play again.
Yeah. Again, a draw, I guess.
Yeah, that was a joke. How did you like the scripted doc? We scripted the final combination. How did you like it? Cool, huh? Some nice touch, classy.
All right.
Just like the script, I think the combination.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, but the final scene is really bad.
Let's go.
The happy ending, so-called.
Oh my God. You guys are hopeless. Okay, we're arm wrestling. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, Fabi, we just did a bunch of push-ups. Yeah, you guys, this is insane now. It's a cookie. We're taking it to Twitter. Twitter battle?
Most likes wins. It was rehearsed. It was rehearsed, okay? It was rehearsed.
So cringe.
I think it was the highlight of the video.
So cringe. It's extremely cringe.
Look at that chicken.
Look at that.
Can I please have a cookie?
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you. Oh,
You want it?
It's awful. In my head, it was better, you know? Awful. No, I told you.
Has Supiko seen this? It's so cringe.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not doing.
No,
I'm not stooping this.
this is bad.
Or cookie.
This is bad.
I think we should watch this again, the video.
No, enough. No. Oh, can I please leave? So bad. That's why I have a chess.com contract and you don't with it.
At what cost?
Welcome back to round 2 of the 45th Chess Olympiad live from Budapest in Hungary. We are doing hopefully a good job so far of covering so many of the top games in one playing hall. Folks, there were 374 teams of 4 players each duking it out right now, and we're going to try and cover as many of them as possible. On the line are medals and glory for your country. Gold, silver, and bronze on offer in the open and women's sections. And the action has started pretty thick and fast on day number 2, and it's only about to get faster. I'm John Sargent. Joining me is Grandmaster Robert Hess. We've had some pretty exciting games so far. Perhaps not the same number of sacks as we saw on day 1, but that hasn't diminished the amount of fighting chess we've seen.
Not at all. And we saw an early draw in the game, board 1 between Azerbaijan and Finland. But we see in this matchup, in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux from Canada against Johann Sebastian Christensen from Norway. That could have been a draw by 3-time repetition, the same position occurring on 3 separate occasions. But no, not today, John. That became a fighting affair, and unfortunately for the Norwegian fans, it seems like playing on might have been the start of some trouble for JSC on the top board for Norway.
It definitely does. If you cast your mind back to where we were before, there was a 3-fold repetition where we were wondering if Christensen was going to play Queen A6 super early on in the game and take the 3-fold repetition. It is now clear, they're still playing, that he did not. And maybe he's walked into a little bit of preparation, perhaps, from the side of Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux. I don't 100% know how much of it was prep. What I do know is that it's 100% uncomfortable. And right now, Christensen is struggling with the black pieces here. The bishop, the knight, the rook on the top right of your board. That board has fully loaded in, folks. And 3 of those pieces are on their starting squares for black, while white has got everything barreling down towards the king side, towards the black king that is castled on the opposite side of the board. Everything appears to be going white's way right now.
There's one thing that's going black's way. Well, I would say 2 things. 2 pawns to the good is Johann Sebastian Christensen, and also up nearly 20 minutes. So that's the good news for him. The bad news is probably everything else on this chessboard. There's a rook on a semi-open file right near the black king. There's a bishop, long-range piece, staring across the diagonal towards the black king. The queen on c3 can be kicked about in the very near future. The knight just hopped to g5, which means that this bishop needs to stay connected with this pawn on f7. Otherwise, the knight will not just take a pawn, but fork some rooks. So this position is looking really bad for black, but there is still a lot of technique required from the white side. It's not overwhelming. The game is not lost just yet, and there could be a future where if black does successfully get that knight out, get the bishop out somewhere, I'm just drawing arrows to a random dark square, the rooks get connected, the black king may start to feel a tiny bit safer, and that's the dream for Johann Sebastian Christensen from Norway. But for the moment, and I just want to go back to the moment where he decided not to repeat moves the final time. Here after bishop g2, he did in fact play that move e5. So you can see the evaluation bar right next to the board says that it's about even. You know, this is a position with a dynamic balance, but as the game continued, look what white did. Come on, you took one pawn, take a second, and black did. And he moved the queen another time.
Whoa.
This queen, I'm going to count, John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the first 15 moves were by the black queen.
I feel like you've survived taking the extra pawn to begin with. You're then offered another one, and you go. This is YOLO chess right here. Queen taking on c3. I would be so wary of doing something like that. Like you say, 7 moves in the first 15. I mean, the pawn can't be worth it at that point, right?
No, I think that if we go back a half step here, probably developing the knight, it still looks very tricky. The rook is still coming to b1, causing all sorts of problems. But he decides to take the pawn, and I believe that Sean Rodrigue Lemieux, he goaded his opponent. He said, come on, take that draw. And he's like, well, no, I'm going to flinch first. I'm avoiding this repetition. And now that we're here, this position does look mighty difficult for black. He has developed his knight. Knight takes e6. That's not my arrow, John. It's the only move that keeps white ahead in this position, but it's also like the most natural move that you could ask for because you double isolate black's pawns. You give yourself the pair of bishops. You give yourself control of the b3 square to put a rook there to kick that queen out of its annoying spot on c3. So knight takes e6. That feels actually quite automatic, and then it's all about the follow-up.
Yeah, and in the long run as well, if you think about it from the really sort of top-line point of view, where you say, okay, if black manages to weather this storm, well, guess what? I'm 2 pawns ahead. So if you're white and you're thinking, okay, let's imagine a scenario where at the end of the middle game, black is 2 pawns ahead and he's played some fantastic moves. We want those 2 pawns to be as weak as possible. And if they're double isolated pawns that your rooks can attack, I mean, that's about as good as it can get, right? So that's about minimizing the potential advantage. Obviously, we don't want to have to rely on that. But I do find it interesting that taking the bishop and forcing those double isolated pawns here early is the approach. I was almost thinking, cool, how do we continue mounting the attack? Are we going to play the queen up to e2 and try and get the rooks connected? Where's the dark square bishop going to live? And it's like, no, actually, just chop off the light square bishop now. That's fine. So to me, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's just trying to control more of the board, double and hurt your opponent's pawn structure, and then say, even though I'm down 2 pawns from the white side, I'm the one having the fun here. So it does look like a nice position, but like I said, and I will continue to say that a lot left to prove. This isn't just winning because the evaluation bar is favoring white. You could easily go wrong from the white side, and this game could even turn around in black's favor because of that extra material.
So this is us checking in on the game between Norway and Canada, Christensen versus Rodrigue Lemieux. That game continues to rage on. We didn't get the threefold repetition in the beginning. Fireworks are now starting to sprout across the board here, and we're now going to be moving on to a different match. One of the top players in the hall, actually. We're going to be checking out Abasov's game. And as it currently stands, it looks like there are a couple of interesting questions being posed to each other as well. This is board 2 of Azerbaijan versus Finland. And at the moment, just taking a look at the position, forget the eval bar or anything. We've got a queen out on d5. An exclam appears to have been awarded to the rook, being moved onto the same file as the queen. All is not fine for the white king, though. I mean, boxed in by pawns, including a pawn on b3, eliminating some pretty critical escape squares, although luckily the king does not currently have to escape, so that's not a consideration right now. But this is intense, specifically for black, who somehow has to get out of the way of all of these skewers.
interesting position because black's actually a pawn ahead right now. And as we look through the diagonal to the queen, we look at the file towards the black queen. Queen takes e4, John. I feel like that's the first move that will come to anyone's mind because
use the pins to your advantage. I like it.
Exactly, and well, I mean, what else can you do? You can't take this bishop. That's not how the game of chess works because the king is on b1, so you simply have to take the queen. And after the black bishop takes the white queen, the bishop takes the rook, we see this trade, and black still is a pawn ahead, but is much worse. And the reason why, look at where black's extra pawn is. In fact, you could call it 2 extra pawns here in the center, but white has the most dangerous pawn, this outside passer. Difficult to track down. There's a light square bishop that can always come back to a square like d5 and go after the b3 pawn. So this would be a forced series of moves that would clearly be in white's favor.
Right, and if you're able to pick up the pawn on b3, for example, and you just have 2 connected passers on the complete opposite side of the board to the black king, I mean, I don't want to say that's curtains from the get-go, but you're going to have to spend so much time to get to any decent position to defend that against a player so good as Abasov, that's basically a lost point.
You can't really afford that. And even if we get bishops of opposite color, we often hear, oh, it's just a draw. Endgames with that setup, there's no problem. With this bishop and this pawn here, this A pawn is going to be very dangerous, and it's going to be on the path to becoming a new queen. So white would be clearly better. In the game position, you can see that black is looking for something else because queen takes e4. That's a move that you want to play, but perhaps it's better just to sort of retreat or something of that sort, because bishop takes bishop is now a threat with the black queen in line with the rook. So retreating rather than the 4 sequence, I do think that gives black better chances to hold the game, but white is with the advantage despite being a pawn down.
There's a little bit of pressure on the Azerbaijani team here as well, because their board 1, Kainanen against Suleimani, ended very, very early on, or relatively early on in the grand scheme of things, in a draw. So it's already half-half the match score here, and Azerbaijan, as one of the absolute top nations in this playing hall, are going to want to be grabbing every single game point they can get. Does an early draw, especially on your top board, affect the way the rest of the team plays, or does that not really matter until you're getting into sort of endgame and decisive kind of positions?
We have to remember that their board 1, Aiden Suleimanli, drew with the black pieces. So it's not always your choice. If your opponent wants to force the issue, it can be difficult to avoid. And we see the other matchups right now. We have Rauf Mamedov there on board 3, second from the right. And then we have Mohamed Muradli for Azerbaijan all the way on the right-hand side. No Shakhriyar Mamedyarov today after he was lucky to escape with the draw a day ago. He was taken out of the lineup by his longtime teammate and friend and, well, also competitor in some major events in Timur Rajabov. So Mamedyarov out. We will see more of him in the rounds to come. But Azerbaijan doesn't want to be out of contention in the early going. They need to score some wins in this matchup. It does look good for them, though. I have to say, John, the remaining 3 boards, I would take Azerbaijan's side in all 3.
All 3. Okay, that's strong. And we do have maybe quite a fun position to have a quick look at if we can, even though we're staying with the same match. Board number 3, we have castling on opposite sides of the board. And I do spot what I think is an A-pawn being shoved down the board from the black side as well. So this does look like quite a fun position to have a peek at. I imagine there's not... Well, actually, there might be quite a lot to discuss. I'm not going to second guess Robert here, but that does look like an interesting place to be.
Well, it's an interesting place to be and a familiar place to be if you are Rauf Mamedov. He is one of the leading experts in these sharp lines of the open Sicilian, and his latest move was pawn to a5. He is not hiding his intentions, John. Give him one more turn. He is playing a4 and trapping this bishop in its place. And if you are left with the decision, how do I save my bishop, because a4 is so obvious, you can make space for your bishop with either a3 or a4. So I'm going to pass the baton back to you just to ask you what seems like a simple question, but with a difficult answer. Would you push that a pawn 1 or 2 squares if you were white?
I personally think I'd want to push it 2 squares because I like the idea a little bit later on of using b5 as an outpost for my knight that's currently on c3. And when black doesn't have a c-pawn available and my bishop on b3 is preventing queens and rooks coming in against c2, I feel like a4 just saves me a bit of time going into the endgame where that b5 square just looks pretty juicy for white.
It's a very valid point, and I'm looking at the evaluation bar. I do not think telling the full story. Here's where I'll argue with it. I think it's much easier to play this position for black. The reason why. The black king is safe and sound for now. Black is striking first, and a4 was played, and I think it didn't matter. a3 or a4 here, and that's not my arrow, but it's the move I was just bringing to the board. b5. You want to control that b5 square? Have a pawn on it. Take it, why don't you? If you take with the knight, I'll give up my bishop. You'll take back. I'll play pawn up to a4 here. I want to play a3, rip open all those dark squares. This b5 pawn is going to be in the line of sight by a black rook sooner rather than later, and this looks really, really dangerous from the white side. Let's say I retreat my bishop. Here comes a3. I say this all the time, John. When you give up pawns, you open files, and black is just trying to barrel through on whether it's the A, B, or C file, or this opening diagonal. Black is having all the fun.
Yeah, and you don't want to move your b pawn up either. You move it to b3, and you end up with a wonderful glorified paperweight on a2. That light squared bishop is doing nothing, and you've got mating threats later down the line on b2 that you constantly just have to be watching out for. I doubt b4 is any better. You're already in a position where you're struggling a bit. You don't want to be giving up everything in front of your king. You're right, it does feel like one-way traffic.
And as we look at the game, guess what was just played very quickly? The move b7 to b5. This is not just me boosting his laurels. Rauf Mamedov is an absolute beast in these lines. He's played some of the best games. If you look in the database, the black side of these open Sicilians, he knows what needs to be done. And you're just looking at a position where white, every single turn, is afraid of his own king safety. And at this moment, we were just talking about knight takes b5 and how quickly a4 comes in. Let's take with the pawn on b5, right? Let's take with the pawn because a4 is covered. We have both of our minor pieces defending that square, right? Everything's under control.
Makes sense.
No! Take my pawns. This is how you can launch a vicious attack. You give away those pawns. Your rooks now have breathing room, some freedom, some lines to go attack from. And in this position, you see that the white king is in danger. If you take with the knight on a4, the game is going to be over in just a few turns.
You can't do
bishop
that.
takes b5. There's a check down on a1. Your king has no escape route, so you take with the bishop instead. And John, here's where the tactics continue after bishop takes e4. Black actually has a choice. Knight takes e4 is one idea, to then take this knight on c3 and go for this bishop. Oh, yes, that's one idea. And the other, which I think, might be a little bit more harmful, is a move like queen a5 or rook to b8 and just say, you're frozen. You're going to have to defend each and every turn. You've stolen 2 pawns. Good for you. It's much more difficult to save your king.
So I guess that means that logically, at the point where a4 comes in, if white has already taken and has got a pawn on b5, the correct thing to do to prolong this and prevent those tactics that lead to a mating attack is instead to move the bishop back to a2 and say, yes, you've got a pawn barreling down the a file, but I'm going to try and make life difficult for you because it's your own pawn blocking your progress. But I'm guessing even that is prolonging the inevitable at that point.
Same idea, right? We looked at this before, just trying to pry open the squares. Like, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you take the pawn, open files for the rooks. If you don't take it, I'm going to continue pushing it forward towards your king, opening up all these dark squares, loosening your control of the c3 square in particular, so there could be tactics there as well. So, again, the evaluation bar, it's this objective metric that says if you have a computer playing another computer or they find every single best move, okay, sure, white's all right. But in human play at the Grandmaster level, you survey all the Grandmasters out there, there is nobody taking the white side in this position because it's just so much easier to play from black. You know what you're doing. You're sacrificing a pawn, sacrificing another, going after the white king. And from the white side, you may lose this game at any moment if you make a single inaccuracy.
This could be very, very troublesome indeed for Finland. We will keep an eye on this game and take a look at what is going on a little bit later on. I want to maybe switch focus now to a team that we name dropped during the pairings who I believe had a second mention in the top 10. And this is the match of Poland versus Hungary C. So first of all, I'd like to address the obvious question. Hungary C. I thought this is like the World Cup of chess. Hungary get 3 teams? That seems a little unfair. I guess it's a home court advantage sort of thing?
Well, I think it's to honor all of the organizational effort that the home country puts in. So you're given multiple teams, but sometimes there might be an odd number, so you may even give an extra team to even it out. So the teams from Hungary, all 3 of them are here to fight. But if you look at this matchup, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda playing on the left board on our screen here. He is the white pieces. He's got more space. He's got way more time than his opponent. So the Polish faithful, I think we could talk about them as a team for a second. In this round, Radoslav Wojtaszek is not playing, but he will fill in for board 2, a former 2700 plus, a player who's worked with Vishwanathan Anand in preparation for world championships, somebody who really needs little introduction, at least on the biggest tournament circuit on the planet, but he's not playing in this round. So instead we have Kasper Piorun in the second from the left for Poland. He's a puzzle-solving champion. He is one of the greater tacticians on the planet. And then you're rounding it out with some other grandmasters like Mateusz Bartel on the third board. And Bartel's had actually invitations, John, to many of the biggest events. Like he has played in some of these Masters tournaments. So even though his rating may not be quite as high as the world's elite, he has been able to obtain that experience playing in all the highest level events.
Right. And this is, I mean, being able to hold your own, of course, in a field like the field in this playing hall is obviously immense for them as well. Out of these 4 games, it looks like the positions are looking relatively equal on all boards, with maybe a little bit of an advantage for Poland on board 4, where I can't help but notice there's a black pawn and then a white pawn and then a black bishop on the H file before we get to another white pawn. This looks like a very strange position where the rooks just come out to f8 as well. So clearly there's going to be no ambitions for castling kingside. We have maybe an unorthodox position would be my guess here. Hopefully this isn't some super crazy advanced prep, or maybe it is. You can tell me. But this looks...
Polish grandmaster who was born in 2001. We see this position, and I'm just going to be honest with you, it looks really bad for white to my eyes. I see that black's king is not actually in harm's way, and white's is. There's these doubled H-pawns. White isn't actually up any material. Normally you might be up a pawn for your troubles. The queen side is lacking in development, and he castled king side, John, right into where we thought the action was taking place.
Okay, so this is how my head is rationalizing this, and I'd like you to tell me to what extent this seems odd. Maybe white's plan is to double park the bishop on g4 and say, look, the only way you're getting this piece out of the way is by allowing me to undouble my pawns, take with the pawn on h3, and therefore I'll have 3 pawns in front of my king again, and that justifies me castling kingside. Is there any more depth to it than that? Because I can't see anything else behind that idea.
Yeah, even that won't solve all of white's problems, because there will be weak light squares on the king side. Right? This knight would jump in and try to land on f3, and it just doesn't look appealing from the white side. But then I look over at the evaluation bar, and I have to admit that it looks bad for white, but I don't see the obvious plan forward for black. I would try to castle my king to the queen side. That seems like a pretty obvious plan. Move my queen out the way. But then I try to think, what's white's actual plan? I would like to connect my rooks, knight c3 in the near future, but I just feel like it's much better coordination from the black side. And I don't think I've seen a bishop on h4 with a pawn on g5 like this pretty much ever. But I do like it. I like this bishop staring towards the white king side while protecting and protected by that pawn.
There is there was almost part of me that said, I don't want to bring my knight out to c3. I can see how much of a monster the d4 square could be for black. So my immediate reaction was, can I get away with playing c3 myself as white? Not because, well, arguably that doesn't show very much ambition, but I'm also thinking along the lines of, I want to get my knight out via a3 to c2 so that white can push d4. But with the bishop and the rook looking at the f2 square, with the knight potentially coming in, the knight can't come in anyway via e5 because the bishop at h2 is protecting, which is nice. But because black's attack feels a little bit more dangerous than white's at the moment, I'm really scared that my c3, knight to a3 to c2, d4, let's get things nice and chilled out and, get the development complete. Maybe that's just too slow for white, and white has to do something else here.
It does feel slow, and black will move the queen. I actually am not sure what the best square is. Castle to the queen side, and at some point even try to strike with g4. We just saw that Mamedov game where you give up pawns to open files. This could be a similar scenario where black is ready to push forward, open up more lines in front of the white king, and then the black king, I admit, on c8 isn't the safest because there is that lovely bishop that you mentioned. If the queen and
Always
bishop
looming.
could line up for white, there could be a checkmating threat, but I don't really see that happening. Black will have it covered.
It's really scary to have that to have that bishop on that diagonal basically for the rest of the game. The good news is you're asking yourself, well, where's the second piece coming from in coordination with the bishop to make it a genuine problem? And I'm looking at white's position going, well, it's not the light squared bishop. The queen has no way to get on really good dark squares at the moment. The knight on c6 is doing a phenomenal job of covering all of those squares. And you got the bishop on the other side of the board. There are no dark squares for white to control. So the bishop on h2 is... I don't know. Does that mean that the piece that I thought was in a fantastic place is actually in a rubbish place? Like, I don't know how to feel about this piece anymore. You know what I mean?
Still good. It's still good looking across the board. So that is the bit of good news. And maybe your plan at some point, knight a3, even up to b5, trying to go after some exposed squares. That's the downside of pushing your pawns very far. And these pawns look great on c5 and d5. I won't deny it, but it leaves a square like d6 behind. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one continues, because black, down to 39 minutes, John, they've only played 15 moves for white, so 25 moves left. 39 minutes with the 30 seconds of bonus time with each and every move. We could see time trouble ensue, and then proving an advantage from this kind of tactical position in the future, I don't think it's going to be so straightforward.
Exactly. Because the position is so tactical, you need to spend so much time considering and calculating and selecting your moves so that you don't accidentally make a mistake. The problem is with 25 moves left to play, you're going to end up in a scenario where you might end up with 5 minutes to play 10 moves. Grandmasters get into that sort of position all the time. And it's not necessarily the first 20 moves. It's going to be the last 10 that you have to make in 5 minutes where that mistake is going to creep in. So towards the end of the first time control, if this game is still like undecided and very sharp, we should be coming back to this one and saying, actually, we need to check out what's going on here and maybe follow it while the... And we have Ivanchuk on board 2 against Andres Villa. Very exciting, precisely because of time trouble. We were just talking about it. An hour and 12 plays 21 minutes.
Yeah, I just changed the game there quickly, John, because Vasily Ivanchuk is on the Ukrainian team, but I recognize Georg Meyer. I'd recognize him from anywhere. I played enough blitz against him to know how punishing he can be in his boa constrictor style. And as we look across the 4 boards, we see that in the left board, it's Andrei Volokhin, one of the best theoreticians on the planet, taking on Georg Meyer, also one of the best theoreticians on the planet. It's going to be a knight and bishop battle in a 2-rook endgame. And then next to that, we see Ivanchuk with the black pieces. That one looks tough for black. I think Ukraine could be in some trouble on that board.
So on that board in particular, oh god, this piece is being thrown all over the place. The black king is still stuck in the middle of the board. This is looking... The black attack looks interesting, though. You've got the queen and the rook facing off towards the king. At least for now, that bishop is on a diagonal that makes me think the file next to the king is a serious threat, and white has to consider that. But everything else in the position looking like white just about has it under control.
Okay, so let's dive in to maybe look a little bit more at the details here. We see that Ivanchuk just brought his bishop to e4, and why did he do that? He grabbed a pawn on that square. So I think the first thing we should do, John, and knight a5 was a mistake, apparently, from the white side. That knight was under attack in some positions because the bishop pinned the c-pawn, but now black can just take this b4 pawn, and I wanted to count the material, and the moves are coming in quickly. This move given double question mark because black's response is quite straightforward.
Yeah, like, you just take the pawn and ask what's going on there. Bear in mind as well, though, this is an hour and 13 minutes, plays 20. So there's already quite a bit of time pressure here because even though you've still got 20 minutes on the clock, you know you need to get to move 40. So you're always going to have pressure to be able to make these decisions fairly swiftly. But yeah, I don't really understand that. I'm trying to figure out, well, where were things going to go from there to allow white to capitalize? And you're right, I just feel like maybe it was just a mistake.
Though I do get the intention here from the white side. He probably will take the bishop on e4. That's the engine suggesting it's the only move that keeps this dynamically balanced. Otherwise, black... Oh, no! I think I just saw queen e2 played, which means that black is going to be heavily favored. So they often say, John, mistakes come in pairs. He is going right after this bishop, but this bishop can save itself by taking on h5. I know the black rook's under attack. This was a double attack, so it seems like it wins a piece. But really, after bishop takes f5, the white rook is also under attack. This game turned in a hurry. We can't dive into the mistakes that were just made, but I think it's clear. Bishop takes f5 from Vasil Ivanchuk. We call many people legends, but he is maybe the greatest genius chess has seen. And you can ask Garry Kasparov, Magnus Carlsen, whoever you want. They often say that this is the maestro, this is the player who had so many unique ideas. And if he maybe were a little bit more consistent, he would have been world champion and had even higher heights than already being number 2 in the world at his peak. But right now, he can just grab a pawn on f5 and live to tell the tale.
It looks like a series of 2 maybe hurried moves from the white player here. I think the reason mistakes come in pairs, right, is because when you make one or you don't realize it's a mistake early enough, you can continue down the same line of thought and you've made 2 mistakes before you realize the first one was actually quite a big one. And this is looking... problematic would be very polite. When you're against a player like Chucky, this is you're gonna have to pull some serious magic tricks to rescue the position if, and this is still an if, bishop takes pawn is played out on the board.
I think I understand what white's going for. So instead of backing up and seeing what white could have done differently, because actually I will do that. I say instead of, and then I want to go do that. Here, white was better if he just took the bishop on e4. We have a position where it's material equality, but pawns are scattered across the board. But as we go forward here, instead of taking and then bringing the rook in the knight's place to go after the loose back rank, this idea makes sense. I believe that he wants, if this rook is captured on h3, he wants to play knight d5, and you actually see the bar go right down the middle. And this is what I was just calculating. The knight is loose, but knight takes f6 check, and if this king goes to d8, black's in big trouble. The queen gets in there. The bishop is loose. The queen is trying to go to e8 with check. And if the king goes to e7, we just go back and forth. Your king, does it want to go to e6? Not really, because of another beautiful tactic. This pawn cannot capture the knight because of the pin along the 5th rank. The bishop is loose. The black king is out in the open. So what white was relying on, John, is a repetition of moves. Knight back and forth, king back and forth. We shake hands, we make a draw. And
Makes
now
sense.
that I'm looking a little bit deeper, after the queen takes the loose rook here, instead of taking the rook on h3, oh, what a heartbreaking move to see up here. Hitting this queen on h5, keeping this rook in the line of sight, keeping this other rook under attack. And this is what happens. You are distracting the white queen from the optimal square, John. So if we continue down the same path, let's say we go here and knight d5 and all of this fun stuff. After knight f6 check, king goes up, the knight goes back to d5. Once this king goes to e6, no longer is there knight f4. I just take that piece off the board because the black queen is safe. There is no pin along the 5th rank. This is actually some really, really hard stuff to pinpoint, and it's an understandable mistake from the player with the white pieces.
So this is way deeper than we originally realized. That's amazing stuff there. Thank you so much, Robert. Just that tiny, like, assuming that the black bishop would capture the rook on h3, it's almost an injustice to say that's a natural assumption. Like, that is just the move, and you just keep calculating down that line, and then once you keep going, you go, well, yes, this obviously all works out. And the problem here is that one of the assumptions you originally made when you're doing your calculations, that's actually where you've gone wrong, and that's actually the assumption that was wrong to begin with. And I suspect Andres sees that now and goes, that's the intermezzo move I missed. That's absolutely beautiful. And of course, Ivanchuk will have seen that a couple of moves prior and gone, this is the plan. But really, it's the bishop g4 move here that is the brilliance that underlines all of it.
And what a sick move that is, because, you know, if you're playing a blitz or bullet game, you just take the rook on h3, it will end in a draw. But to stop one square short of expectation, what's often called a collinear move, just to displace the white queen, hit this rook still, and this is what black needs. So I want to just be completely transparent that I see in the evaluation bar, it often makes you jump like, what could this player be doing? But this is why Vasil Ivanchuk is still at the board calculating, because if he just played with his hand rather than with his brain, then he just quickly lets bishop takes pawn, take the rook, make a draw, that's it. But he's playing for Ukraine. He's playing for his nation, which he's proudly represented in so many Olympiads on this high stage, and he can find this move. I mean, if there's anybody on the planet who can find crazy tactical sequences, Vasily Ivanchuk is one of the players I trust most.
That is absolutely incredible. We should stress as well that that's not the position on the board. This is the position on the board, and Ivanchuk had worked this out, including the bishop g4 move at the end there prior to playing this sequence of moves. And that is earning him an increasingly good position at the moment against his opponent. We'll see if he's able to convert the point, and we'll be keeping an eye on this game as we move further into, well, I guess we're not really in time trouble territory yet, but over an hour plays 20 minutes says that we could be very, very soon. Let's see if we can take a look at some of the other games that might be going on in the playing hall. A lot of top tier players, of course, all over the shop today. And we've got, let's take a look at the match between France and Paraguay. Not only because I can see a familiar name on board number one, but also because it's another bishops and major pieces position, I think. But oh no, that was a different board. Hang on a second. We've got a lot more pieces on the board here than I originally expected. This is, I probably can't make heads nor tails of this. It looks rather complicated. We'll figure out which board we're going to be following in a second. Let's go ahead and take a look at all four at once, and maybe we can pick a game to follow.
Yeah, it looks like this is the game between Etienne Bacro and Nuris Delgado. And we see the players on camera. Second from the left there on the bottom row. The game between Axel Bachmann and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave on the left side of our screen. John, that's an equal position. It's pretty much as equal positions get. There's minimal material remaining, and that's what happens when a strong grandmaster like Axel Bachmann gets the white pieces and wants to make a draw. He says, let's just trade everything off the board. I'm going to take no risks. If you want to beat me, you have to do something a bit wild like Johann Sebastian Christensen did against his opponent. So we are seeing a position in that game that I don't think we need to look at in any detail, because I do believe Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, he understands that his game will be split. A draw should be the result. And I just saw an evaluation bar dip on board 3 there, John. As soon as I was talking, that started happening. It looks like Moritzi is in good shape on board 3 against Cubas.
All right. Do we want to take a look at either board 2 or board 3 in any more detail? The eval bar on board 2 looks fairly even Stevens, although that game feels like it's going to be a slow cooker to me, where we should be seeing some fireworks maybe 20 moves down the line in a closed position. Board 3 looks a lot more unequal, and we have got castling on the opposite sides of the board as well, which is... it's almost today's theme so far. If I think about yesterday being sacrifices, I feel like castling on the opposite sides of the board is what we're going after today.
And yes, I think it's a good game to go into because when you look at Jose Cubas's position with the white pieces against Marc-Andrea Maurizi, the move that's suggested isn't an arrow that I drew. I think this is the only move that leaves black with a sizable advantage. And it's a pretty natural move. You're protecting your knight that's under attack. You don't really want to retreat your knight. You can play rook to b8, but a5 is a multi-purpose move. You are defending your knight, and this pawn may continue going forward to a4, going after this knight. If this looks familiar, or it feels familiar, we are watching Rauf Mamedov do something quite similar.
Exactly right. And once you get that pawn to like a3, for example, it becomes significantly more problematic. Now, the eval bar is not quite as one-sided as we saw in that game, and maybe that's got something to do with the light-squared bishop and a knight still being on the back rank for black, so unable to connect those rooks and really get that attack flowing just in as few moves as they would like. But nonetheless, thematically, it's almost like we were talking about a variation of the same game. You're absolutely right. That A-pawn isn't a monster yet, but there's not much white can do to stop it from becoming a monster later on in the game.
And it feels like white is down 3 tempi. There should be an attack going against the black king because we've already seen one file open up, the b file, so rook b8 does make logical sense. It's a perfectly good move, but a5 just happens to be better. And on the other side of the board, you have a pawn on h5. There's a pawn on h6. You typically use that as a hook. You need g4, g5 with a rook on g1. You need to get all those moves in at this very moment, and black may still not be worse. So that is the problem in white's position. It's just that your attack never got off the ground. Black is first to the punch on the queen side. You can't move your knight from c3 because you'll get checkmated on c2 after that. And then black can also play e5, bishop e6, all sorts of improving moves while white is kind of stuck.
So maybe a practical question for you, Robert, from white's perspective here. If it feels like we've maybe made an error in the middle game here and we've lost a little bit of time compared to where we want to be, are we at that point now where if you're playing with the white pieces, you just have to accept that instead of going for an attack, I just need to play good defensive chess and accept that where I went wrong was earlier in the game? Or are there still opportunities here to potentially counterpunch and say, there are still ways I can get you to overlook something or get you to mess up?
Well, to the best of my abilities, I do attempt to avoid making these grand proclamations. The game is over, one side's going to win, because in chess we see comebacks all the time. But
absolutely.
I don't just look at the board, I look at the clock, where black is up 30 plus minutes. Black is the higher rated player between these two. We're talking about, one of the best juniors on the planet in Marc-Andrea Maurizi. So this is already an accomplished player at such a young age. He's way ahead of the clock. His king is safe, under no threat whatsoever. His moves are easier to play. Yeah, I just think that France must be jubilant about what they're seeing from their third board in this matchup.
All right, so that is Maurizi versus Cubas. Very, very exciting game. It looks like it's becoming a little bit more one-sided. We will find out a little later on if that means the full point is indeed going to go to France on that board. We're going to go for a quick break now before we come back with more coverage of the 45th Chess Olympiad. While we're away, grab yourself a drink, and don't forget you can be playing chess yourself, including, we don't cover that very much on the stream, but you can, variants as well. So specifically at the moment, even though you can play 960 and all sorts of variants on the chess.com site, that's just one of the variants we have on offer. Another one is Duck Chess, where chess.com is actually offering up a competition at the moment, and we're looking for the community's best player. Could it be you? From the September the 19th to the 20th, you've got $2,000 up for grabs. Anybody can go ahead and play, so get quacking on your Duck Chess practice and use !Duck Chess in the chat for more information. Get yourself a drink now. This is the Playing Hall from the 45th Chess Olympiad. We'll be back after this break.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
I think it's good, no?
Okay. Thank you.
I think top 20.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think you'll be top 20. Don't underestimate yourself.
No, I think it's pretty fine.
I would put top 20.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
dark horse is
what
fine.
was the last rank you got in Olympiad?
We're very dark horse.
What did you get?
No,
What was the rank?
Very
Last
very,
Olympiad,
very
what was the rank?
The horse is not visible at all.
What was the rank you got last time?
No, but really like
in India.
Relative to the, you know.
What was the rank?
No, we were actually fine. We were playing against Uzbekistan, who won eventually.
No.
So, actually, rank is decent.
Everybody has. What was your rank?
Top 20.
Top 20. Yeah?
No, but it's dark horse. Okay, it's fine.
No,
let's move on.
it's...
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. China is
surely a medal.
Yeah, you have to put it in that category.
Surely a medal.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
The Ding, Weiji.
You realize that you can only have 3 in the top 2 tiers. Yeah. So you don't have a problem.
Is Peter Lik also
Yeah, he's playing. Yeah.
Okay, then dark horse. Yeah.
Dark horse?
Because they can do really
top 20, I think. But okay, you can put them dark horse. Yeah. Because they all playing at home also.
This is no question.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Obviously.
Okay. Gold favorites. Okay. Magnus is there, so you know.
But it's only Magnus.
It's only Magnus. But to put them in no chances, okay, let's put them top 20 now.
Yeah, top 20.
England is very strong, do you know that?
Really?
Yeah. Vitsugov is there. Adams Howell. Going.
Dark horse.
Let's put them the dark horse. Yeah, USA surely a medal. Even though I think Hikaru is not playing, right? Right? Hikaru not playing, right? Is Hikaru not playing?
Still, I think
Hikaru's not playing. No,
I think
Hikaru's not playing. No, he's not playing. I think Hikaru's not playing.
Still.
No, I think Hikaru's not playing. No.
Surely medal? No.
Yes, let's read it. He has 1 gold favorite and 3 surely medal. That's what I told you. You have to remove one of them if you want to put Uzbekistan.
No, but gold favorites you can put like favorites, but they don't surely get a medal also. It's possible. They're favorites to win the gold.
But first or fourth, then they are.
Yeah, kind of.
No, that's weird. No, but I mean, okay, I honestly...
but it feels strange to put Uzbek in this group, no?
Yeah, I think the group is messed up. I think we should drop more from the group down, maybe.
So I think Netherlands we should put no chance. Then it becomes easier, no?
Yeah, I think it's a good one. Decent.
I think we are not cancelled.
What is your chess personality? All right, let's see. How do you react when opponents talk trash? I started it. What's up, bro? Which is one puzzle rush mode you play for the rest of your life? 3 minutes all day. We do it already. 51 is a high. Right. What would you play in this position? Take on h7 or calm move? Oh, that's a great gift. Bishop takes h7, knight g5, queen h5. In this position, which would you play first? Knight f3 or f4? Or f4 all day. That's, you know what that is. Which time control do you do more? Bullet, absolutely.
A little bit rapid these days.
It's Friday night, you lost on time. What do you do? No, we till 4 a.m., baby. I am a artist. Nice.
I'm a romantic.
Welcome back to the 45th Chess Olympiad. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live watching the games in Budapest in Hungary. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Robert Hess. We've had a different theme on day number 2. Day number 1 was all about sacrificing material. Day number 2 appears to be about castling on the opposite sides of the board. And we're shortly going to be moving into the women's section to take a look at some of the exciting games that are going on there. Robert, what's impressed you the most today so far? Do you have like a favorite game or a favorite move that we've covered to date? Is it that Bishop G4 that we looked at earlier from Chucky?
If that is indeed played by Vasil, then yeah, that might take the cake, at least thus far. But as we look here in the women's section at the matchup with the Hungarians, the hometown heroes are playing. It's an interesting matchup against Ecuador because Ecuador does have many seasoned veterans. But as I look across the games, John, the boards on the left-hand side of our screen, they just look completely lopsided, particularly the game second from the left. I mean, that might be the one that we should dive into. But it does seem like the Hungarians, I mean, they're not just holding on well and on home turf, but it seems like they're ambitious not just to do well, but to get into that medal hunt as early as possible.
It certainly looks like attacking chess. And for those of you who are saying, well, hang on a second, how have you evaluated that? I can say, well, the queen on G7 tends to be a little bit of a clue. So there's definitely a lot of fighting chess over the board here. Hungary versus Ecuador. We mentioned earlier on, if you weren't here to hear us explain it earlier, this is team chess. Individual boards obviously still matter quite a lot, but it's the match result over 4 boards that matters. And it's not just about winning the match where 2.5, 1.5 technically gets you the same number of match results as if it was 4-0. If the teams are tied a little bit later on, those tie breaks and the game points come in mighty handy. So if you're going to be winning a matchup, you want to be winning them 4-0 as frequently as possible. So that might be some of the very, very aggressive chess that's being played here. That could explain some of it. Let's go ahead and hop into board number 2 then, here between Ecuador and Hungary. I've spotted the obvious queen on G7, Robert, but that could also be a double-edged sword. Like, black's in trouble here, but if white doesn't finish black off relatively quickly, that is a half-open G-file against the king.
Yeah, if you can castle queenside, get your rooks connected, then you are able to counter. But this is bad news for black. We see that the rook, the bishop, they haven't been touched. The queen is at home. You would love to bring your queen out to f6 to trade, but unfortunately, white has a knight stopping that. Now, I will point out that if black could get bishop f8 in, you would trap this queen over here on g7. So it's not like there's 0 to worry about. The good news is it's white to move right now. And so that allows her to come up with some sort of tactic that not just saves her queen, but keeps the attack going.
And I'm looking for what that might be, actually. This is one of those cases where it's really unhelpful, almost, to look at the eval bar. Because you look at the eval bar and you go, something must be here. And like you just, how do I put it? It's almost like I'm torturing myself trying to find out what that is. So this isn't as easy to play for white as it might have originally seemed when we came to the board.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the knockout blow is going to come from. And one idea that comes to mind is removing the guard of this rook on h8, because if that knight were not on the board, then I get to win this rook. So knight to g5 actually comes to my mind, threatening checkmate in 1 on f7, but also directly threatening that knight on g6. So I give away my knight to win your knight, and then the attack will continue from there, and the white queen will be able to escape.
Right, so we can go, this isn't castling opposite sides, this is once again sacrificing material, so we're back to the theme that we had yesterday. But yeah, knight g5 certainly looks like a really powerful candidate move. You can't just recapture that with the queen, of course, because the bishop on c1 is comfortably covering that, and that would be game over instantly. You then have f7 to worry about, and if you play bishop takes knight on g6, suddenly that rook on h8 is looking very lonely. So black's position is looking more and more overloaded the more we look at this.
And the attack just is really straightforward. Rook f8, bishop takes g5. You can take this bishop. It looks like it's free, but when you have two pieces in line with one another and a piece in between, look to see if there are any checks, and that bishop will get out the way. Bishop takes f7 check. Next move, of course, will be queen takes queen. White is ahead material. White's king is safe. Black's king is not, so that would be game over. So I think that there are many moves here that will keep white with the edge. I'm sure a check didn't hurt anybody. Actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, there are even cooler tactics here, and I just want to show that very quickly. If the bishop comes to d7, knight takes e6. The bishop cannot legally capture because it's pinned. The queen is under attack, so you're not taking what seems like a free bishop. And if you take that knight with the pawn, then the queen takes this knight, so the f7 pawn is overloaded.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is... Yeah, that's actually prettier. And the fact that you've got those two options on completely opposite sides of the board as well, how does black deal with both of them at once? I'm not sure it's possible.
No, this position is just overwhelming. I mean, you can't really afford to have your king stuck in the center, lacking in development, and you're not even up any material. If black were up 2 pawns or something like that, we would perhaps be singing a different tune, but it's actually even material, which could mean that even simple moves, like just some kind of knight moving out the way so the queen gets back, maybe even that's acceptable and leaves white with the upper hand. But this is what should be a win for white in the very near future. Now that I mention it, I do really like bishop to b5 with check.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of fun and a nice forcing way to start off any calculation required to figure out if that variation is going to be good, right? I guess one question maybe to ask from my point of view for any people who might be rooting for black in this position to find a way to save it, the question probably would be, is this one of those things where white has to be super precise, and if white even misses the winning tactic by even one move, suddenly the entire game is open to interpretation again and all 3 results are possible? Or are we reaching the point where we're sort of passing the point of no return now? What do you feel on that?
I do feel like we've passed that point. Unless white gets her queen trapped, which is not going to happen, then it is past that point where white has a handful of options, all leaving her with a much better position, a safer king on g1, even if this queen had to retreat, say, instead of the knight on d4. I just don't see a way for black to have any real attacking chances or anything of that sort. So it does feel like white can choose between great options, and I think the attacking options, whether it's knight g5 or bishop b5 check, they all should play to white's favor.
Now, we mentioned earlier on, I think when we had the bird's eye view of this matchup, Robert, that I think there were 2 of the boards that looked kind of interesting at the moment. Do we want to go and take a look at one of the other boards in this matchup before we move elsewhere? Or do we want to take a look at some of the other teams? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great. Thank you for asking. I hope you also are doing well. But why don't we dive right into that top board, because we may not have another chance. As this is actually a matchup, John, where the teams, they have quite a gap between them on average rating. But on this one board here, we see that the player with the white pieces, Anahi, she's rated 22-29. So that's quite a strong player. Her opponent's 23-51 with the white pieces that should offset some of that rating advantage for black, but there's nothing stopping black's attack right now. The last move played, look at this, was knight up to d3. Can I not just take your knight here on f3? At minimum, I win a pawn, and black has all of these active pieces, and with the exception of pawns, all of white's pieces are on their own 3rd rank here, so bishop takes f3, John, that looks like it's just devastating.
That's the checks and captures, right? That's one of the first moves you consider. I'm trying to figure out what the idea behind knight d3 is. Maybe it's once you recapture and the queen comes in to capture on f3. The idea is that the knight you just moved to d3 can come out to f4 and assist in the defense somehow, but that feels... I don't know. I think from a layman's point of view, here's what I would say. White's got her rooks on e2 and b3. White's own pawns are blocking her major pieces coming to the defense of the king, whereas black's pieces are way, way closer to being able to attack, and for that alone, I'm busy sweating buckets.
I think black would give up 2 pawns to get this position, and the fact that you can win a pawn on the spot with bishop takes f3. And what you said really dictates the action on this board, is that white's doesn't have any open lines to work with, has no active pieces. The semi-open file, because we don't have a symmetrical pawn structure, would be the c file, but it's black's knight sitting on c4. There's a black knight on e4. These are very active rooks that could be sacrifices even if you weren't just winning a pawn. So we see bishop takes f3 played, and yeah, this is just going to be an absolute I don't even have the word for it, but a demolition of sorts against white. A great win for Team Hungary. I think that this is exactly the type of game and the type of match you need from Hungary to believe in your chances more so than just being fan favorites on local ground. Now you're like, wait a second, we might sweep this quite decent team with some highly rated players. Let's go.
Just to highlight, I guess, how tricky this position is for white as well. Once black takes back with the queen on f3, it would be very sensible for white to say, okay, I acknowledge I've lost a pawn here. I've still got that pawn base starting on f2. I want to get my major pieces back in. I'm going to play queen f1 to try and trade off my queens and just bring my rooks across one by one. Am I going to look a bit sheepish while doing this? Yes, of course, but I clearly have to do that to save the position. Here's the problem. The rook on e2 is loose. You can't just bring the queen across. You literally can't do that without dropping the rook. And there are actually more problems the more you look at it. It is nowhere close to as simple as sucking it up and saying you're going to lose a bit of time, but you can bring pieces in to defend. There's problems just rallying the troops here. And I think it's maybe a bit too much for white to overcome.
It's just everything you could dream of from a player. I mean, even knight g5 here, trying to take this pawn with the knight, going for forks. Actually, that might even be the best decision now, because you'll take on f3, and even if she played it, as I was just talking about it, it's not a fork if the king moves out the way, but you take this. Then you could take on d4 because the pin down the e file. Now, everything is falling. It's just a clearly one-sided affair, and that means that there is some good news for the Hungary women's team.
So this is looking extremely strong for Hungary. It looks like we are very close to being able to put the game away there. There's going to be a little bit of pressure too, because it's move 26, so we are quite far from the time control. Not able to sort of sit back and have those deep things. Less than 20 minutes on the clock here as well for Anai, so extremely challenging position. Let's go ahead now and maybe take a look at some of the teams that we haven't covered so far today. Where should we go to next? I'm thinking back to the flags that we had on the pairing screen when we began the broadcast, and I'm thinking maybe one of the memorable flags I remember taking a look at was Brazil. They are playing Poland, I believe, today, so we are hopefully going to head over to that match shortly and see how that is going on. 4 boards, remember, for those of you who are just tuning in, even though it's an individual sport, we are playing 4 versus 4 at the Olympiad, with the goal, obviously, to score more than 2 points. If you manage to score 2.5 or 1.5 or anything up to 4-0, your country will get 2 match points, but a 2-all draw is still possible, so it's not a forced decisive result. So let's go ahead now and take a look at Brazil versus Poland. From a quick look at the eval bars, it looks like there are advantages for black on board 2 and white on board 3. And maybe a little bit of a sway on board 1 as well, with board 4 looking quite drawish. But again, I'm seeing some themes here, Robert. I'm seeing the queen, the black queen on the right-hand side. Goodness knows what it's doing over there, deep in the enemy position. I'm seeing board 1, where we have some really huge pawn pushes on the queen side, asking questions of black. I'm seeing board 3, where white has just pushed b6. There is a lot of fire on the chessboard in this matchup.
And that makes our life both very enjoyable and extremely difficult. Even choosing a game in this match is not easy, because there is fire on pretty much each and every board. I'm enjoying the sights. I will say board 2, which is second from the left on our screen, that's quite clearly in Maltsevskaya's favor. She's the higher rated player. She has complete control with the black pieces. All the light squares are hers. But on the board next to her left, we see Alina Kashlinskaya, one of the strongest players on the planet. She just made her second Grandmaster norm. She is in some of the best chess shape of her life. Maybe we should dive in there, because if Brazil is going to have a chance in this matchup, they're going to need some score somewhere. And, well, I think Alina Kashlinskaya, that could be an upset in the making.
And speaking of scores somewhere, we just have hot off the press that 83-year-old Pauline Woodward has converted and has won her first Olympiad game. Mike was interviewing her earlier on, an absolutely wonderful character, and we saw her game when she was very much better and on course to win. She has now successfully converted the point. Awesome stuff.
And Guernsey, that means, will win their match. That's huge for both Pauline and her team. You know she's a team player. She's not just looking at her own individual results, but that, of course, is awesome to see. So congratulations to Pauline Woodward and the Guernsey team. We'll see more from them in this event. And John, we were looking at this matchup between Poland and Brazil. I do think that first board matchup, we see Kathy Liberato for Brazil. She is doing quite well with the black pieces. We actually have even material on that one, but black just feels a little bit more active. It's black on the turn, and I think we understand what Kashlinskaya wants. She's like, please come take my pawn on g2, because then knight g3 will trap that rook in there, and then you're going to try to win it. So, John, it's some cheeky chess from the white side, but black has pretty much done everything right so far to get all of her pieces on good squares. Her pawn structure may be doubled, but it's still pretty healthy. And this king, at the right moment, where is it going to go? Does it need to go anywhere? Because this d-file, well, you can't cross it with a rook on d1.
Exactly. So without the queens on the board, it's perhaps less necessary than normal to make sure your king is castled on one side of the board, although white has got castling king side as an option. And as you just mentioned, bishop to h3 after white castles, attacking that g2 square can be countered with the knight coming up to g3 as well to sort of break the connection from the rook, bearing down that g-file. White's pieces aren't in terrible positions, though. The light squared bishop pinning black's knight to the king. The bishop pair there being fairly active. Maybe the dark squared bishop's not exactly staring at anything that's that useful, but I'm not really looking at white's pieces and going, oh my goodness, they're in terrible positions or anything like that. In fact, after castling and connecting the rooks, I feel like white's pieces are, they're fairly active. There's nothing about the position that's making me groan or going, and this is clearly where it's about to fall apart. Yet the eval bar tells a different story. It's saying that with a bishop and a rook on its starting square, remember black can't castle queenside right now, and doubled pawns on the f-file, it's actually black that's better here. So when I add up those fundamentals, I don't necessarily see the picture that the eval bar is painting, and maybe it's a lot more subtle than that.
My first thought, my instinct was to play this move a5, because when I see a pawn chain, I want to break a pawn chain. The bishop would love to scoop up this pawn on c5, but then I start to realize that perhaps this is actually a little dangerous for black. I'm going to show this on the analysis board because I do believe it's instructive. After a5, I do think white can take on a5. You may think this is awful. Didn't you just say that the c5 pawn drops, black is getting active? But then there's this move a6, undermining the defense of this knight on c6. We're just removing the guard. Simple tactical play here. You take a pawn, you lose not just a knight, but also a rook in the corner. And so this is what white may have up her sleeve. So, John, things may be more challenging than they appear. a5 still, to my eyes, looks like a right decision, but I do not want to see this b-pawn become an a6 pawn, and that would unravel everything black has worked for.
It's also quite challenging to play a move like a5 when you've been looking at the pawn on g2 and you're saying, wait, you're going to let me take it? Maybe I should just grab it then, right? It's difficult to change your focus to the opposite side of the board when that's just available.
Now that we have the position on the board and the evaluation bar is only taking a little bit of a dip, knight g3 is the move. You don't give up this g2 pawn unless you're trying to trap this rook. This is thematic in many different positions. Your next move could be bishop f1, give me that rook. Now maybe a5, it holds a little bit more strength, because if you go right after this rook, you're about to see the evaluation go all the way in black's favor. I'll give you my rook. I'll give you my rook, John. I know you want the rook. I'll give it for the knight, so at least I get something. You take back, and then I take this pawn on b4. c5 drops, a2 drops, and this little pawn on b4 may become a big queen on b1 in the not-too-distant future, right? So you want to sort of count the material overall. Black at the moment would have 2 pawns and a minor piece for a rook. That's already good compensation. You're going to take a2 and c5, so it's going to be too many pawns. So I think the idea here is that a5 with the rook on g2, it still allows pawn takes a5, but now perhaps there's bishop takes c5, where the rook on g2 isn't so trapped anymore. This pawn on f2 is targeted, and if you think you're going full steam ahead with this one plan, not caring about your position of your king and what's happening down on f2, I think you can give up an exchange in a different manner, John. We saw a lot of exchange sacrifices.
Oh, wow.
In some recent events, named the Speed Chess Championship. I'll give it to you because f2 now is in trouble. If you protect it this way, you drop h2, and you're not trapping this rook anymore. The rook's actually quite an active piece, a thorn in white's side.
That is, wow, that's actually quite complex, because depending on which side of the board you're going, you're looking at giving up pieces, like different pieces depending on which strategy you're choosing to employ, but both of them just work. That's pretty deep. I don't really know what they're going to pick, actually, to be honest. So maybe that is what's underpinning this position, where black has all those options available to her, and even though that's not played out on the board yet, white is sat there trying to compute which of these options are you most likely to go for? Where do I have to spend my resources, my time, my energy, my brain power? Where am I spending that right now, calculating and analyzing? And what we've just gone through with the help of an eval bar, that's quite a lot to think through when you're on the clock as well.
No, this position that we just saw, it was quite challenging. But it looks like Fabiano Caruana, he's on camera, a place where he likes to be, because his position is not just good, it is great and winning. So Fabiano Caruana putting the finishing touches on this game, and this is a big win for Team USA.
Hang on a second. I remember when we last looked at Team USA, we had a conversation along the lines of Fabi's game was about as drawn as a draw could be, and there was some super exciting stuff going on elsewhere. But Caruana, well, his opponent's job was to secure the draw. This is a very, very different evaluation and outcome from what we originally saw. That is some impressive maneuvering from Fabi. Maybe we can take a look at how this came about.
Well, look at that final move, and we see the arbiter getting those signed score sheets right in front of the camera. Unfortunately, this often happens at chess events, but the last move played was knight g5 check, given double exclamation point. If black had a free turn, that's checkmate, or a knight coming in with check. The white king isn't perfectly safe either, so if we just go back a turn here, knight g5, the only legal move is pawn takes knight. The queen would take the knight now with check. The black king has only one legal square, and rook e8, a familiar construction. Queen and rook do the damage. You can't cross to f7 because the queen has it covered. The only legal move is queen back to f8, but if you're giving up your queen for a rook, you know that you are lost. So, John, way back when, you asked about a certain move, and I'm going to give you a shout here, because in the game, c5 was in fact played by Fabiano Caruana. He did in fact bring his knight, trying to bring that to d4. It happened just a few moves here. Take, queen takes b7. This bishop is cut off from f2. That's why the queen was free to go. And then here, the knight came to d4, hitting the queen, hitting the rook. Bishop is loose, knight is loose, everything is loose, and Fabiano won shortly after this.
That is ridiculous on both sides. This is the on-pre attack. I've got no idea what's going on. There's a choice of pieces to take here. The white bishop is loose on b2. I get that a lot of pieces are about to come off the board, but is this something where Fabi was just going to win no matter what order pieces were being taken off in? Is this already the end of the critical part of this line?
Yes, I think that black is just losing material, and it's good to see these players communicate after the game, analyze, and I want to give a shout out to Fabiano, because with this win, he has crossed 2,800 in the live chess ratings. I believe that's the case, at least. So he's back up in the 2,800 club. the rest of them, and then by the rest I mean just Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, they didn't miss him for long. He's back up there. A huge difference from the Olympiad 2 years ago where he floundered. He was not in good shape. I believe he dropped nearly 20 rating points. I was the coach of Team USA 2 years ago, and so it is good to see, if you're an American fan, Fabiano Caruana swinging in his first game. He wins against Singapore. And as we look at the other games here, I mean, this is a real match right now, John. Board 3, Levon Aronian may have survived yesterday, but it looks like once again his position isn't enviable.
And now for my next trick, I can hear Levon saying right now, because this is a challenging position to be in. What I would say, though, is I've noticed the times on the clock. I need to see how close to the time control they are, but Levon Aronian with over 45 minutes on the clock, playing under 5 minutes now of Jaden Wong. So maybe let's take a quick look at that position and see what sort of magic tricks we may or may not get to see today. That'll be very interesting indeed. Is this the kind of thing that Levon can once again Houdini his way out of? What do we think?
Well, let's quickly pull up the board, and we have to be quick because Black has under 5 minutes remaining, and a quick material count shows us that Black is up in exchange. I see 2 rooks over here for Black. I only see 1 for White. I also see a back rank checkmate threatened. So where's the attack, right? There is a discovered check. Look at this. Knight can deliver a check. That king is in check, the queen's in check, but with back rank problems, not to mention a pawn c5 push available in many of these positions to shut down the check while attacking your queen. I'm counter-attacking in a way. It looks like Levon, despite his massive lead on the clock, he could be in some trouble over the board. What he really needs, John, is to get this queen, say, to h6. Pieces don't move it that way, and Black is threatening first.
It does feel like the one thing Levon could use at the moment is a tempo, because moving the knight to discovered check, whether it's on b5 or c8, at least allows you to attack the queen on a7. That's all great, but unfortunately, rook takes rook on d1 is checkmate. You wanted, I don't know, maybe if your pawn on a2 was on a3 instead, this could be wildly different, or if there was a way to swing your rook across so that the discovered check, the king moves to the g file. You can just play rook takes rook with a lovely follow-up check. That doesn't work. The queen on a7 swoops in and recaptures. It feels like no matter what way you slice it, Levon is one tempo, one move away from being able to execute what he wants. And currently, at least, that's making all the difference.
And it's a clear extra exchange. We just saw his opponent get up from the board, perhaps look at the teammates' positions, because when you're under 5 minutes on the clock, you will not have much more time until you hit move 40. We're only 26 moves into the game. That's the bad news for Wong in this position, because he's in immense time trouble. His king is also open. So if you're Levon, you're already thinking, can I bring my bishop back, right? Can I play a move like bishop to f1 to close off this rook? We're not exchanging pieces, and there will be a discovered attack. This queen can slide on over to the king side. But I do think that Black will have moves, and this queen also at some point would like to join, go all the way up to f2. Things are getting very spicy here.
And then if the queen comes back to defend, Black has moves like rook b8, just trying to get the rest of his pieces involved in the attack as well. And it's looking like a net is slowly closing in around White's strategic position at the moment. So Jaden Wong under a lot of pressure right now. I mean, you are playing someone who was regarded, who was, I believe, second in the world at one point, regarded as the greatest of his generation. Oh, and by the way, he's got 42 minutes to your 4 minutes. Like, even though you're in a better position, this is so far from one because of all of those considerations. So best of luck to both of these players, but Aronian is going to once again have to pull a rabbit out of a hat, it looks like.
Although this one looks more manageable than the previous game where he simply blundered a piece in the opening stage. Here it is really challenging for Black to continue putting pressure. I do think, though, that this rook can swap if you make a move like bishop to e2. I'll just show that very quickly. I can trade and then bring the Black queen all the way down to g1, renewing a back rank checkmate threat. Also getting out of reach from the White knight. There is a discovered check. all over the place, but you're not winning the black queen in the process. And this does look scary because how do you actually defend this piece? Queen back to d2, you're heading in the wrong direction. You already see the advantage growing for black, who may not have to worry about his queen his king as much as he did in some other lines. So I would say that Levon, you can see him on camera there, he knows that so far in 2 games in the Olympiad, he's been on shaky ground.
And I'm looking for like other things you might want to do to try and increase the pressure a little bit. White would love to consider a move maybe even like f6 that just cuts off the escape squares for the king so that you can come in with the queen post-discovered it. There isn't time to play that right now, unfortunately, and moving the queen away means the discovered check isn't at your disposal anymore. So there's so many things here that white wants to do, but is just one move away, one tempo away from being able to do all of it. And even though black's pieces are really far from each other, they're actually surprisingly well coordinated. Maybe the rook on a8 is a square or 2 away from where it wants to be, but the bishop's doing a very admirable job. The rook on g1 and the queen on a7 are perfectly in sync with each other. And all the pieces are pointing to the pointy bits. This is, again, looking really dangerous. The good news is, maybe we can turn our attention to one last thing, which is, even though this is horrible to play for white, and he's walking on a tightrope right now, is there and this is the way to liquidate if we want to be super precise, is there a path out that you can see?
Not easily, because black is in exchange ahead. So if the queens come off the board, then black gets to play for a win with a free hand. So I am nervous for Levon Aronian and his chances here. He's taking a think, and Fabiano got the job done on the top board. That's good for Team USA because that gives them some breathing room. However, Levon in trouble a second game in a row, and you have to ask the question is, what kind of form is he in? Is he just playing overly ambitious chess because his opponents are lower rated, or what the deal is there?
Well, once is a coincidence, twice is potentially a pattern, right? So you can't fault anyone for looking at rounds 1 and 2 and thinking about, well, actually, is this even a coincidence? Is there another problem? Is there another challenge at play that maybe we're not seeing? Bishop e2 has been played on the board, by the way, but we'll find out whether Levon Aronian can turn this game around. I'd like to draw your attention, Robert, to a match rather than an individual game. I believe we briefly took a look at it earlier, and it looks like, despite so much time passing, we've got a couple of fairly wild games still going on between Team Canada and Team Norway in the playing hall. So we'll get those games up on the bird's eye view in just a bit. But it looks like we've got some more really fun attacking chess going on all across the board here. And all of the players, I should say both of the players on boards 1 and 2 have used a fair bit of their time. But on boards 3 and 4, we've got time trouble coming into play as well.
And time trouble, that just throws more gasoline on the fire. And in this game between Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux and Johann Sebastian Christensen, we see that blue arrow that's in the left-hand side of our screen here, the left-hand board. The knight for white should hop forward once more. But as we look across the boards, John, we see that Canada is in trouble, perhaps already beyond hope on boards 2 and board 4. So Norway is trying to strike with the white pieces, but Canada doing well on board 1 with the white pieces, that's very clear. And then on board 3, maybe a slight pull for Razvan Priotu, a grandmaster from Canada. He's especially good in the quicker time controls. And can he rise to the occasion to salvage perhaps a 2-2 tie for the Canadians?
A 2-2 tie for the Canadians against Norway would be an absolutely huge result for them. And it's something that you never really want to sit there as a commentator and say this result looks likely, because you just cast a curse yourself, right? As soon as you say it, there'll be some turn of events that means it actually isn't going to happen anymore. But right now, based on the positions we are seeing on the board, look how much pressure Christensen is in. I don't know what we do to try and break out of it. What I am trying to understand, though, and what I'm finding a little difficult, so maybe you can help me, is why this move, rook d3 in particular, is seen as such a big mistake, and maybe what black's idea was when moving this.
Well, that rook was under attack, so actually quite a natural decision to play rook to d3. If we stop and count the material for a second, black is up 2 pawns. So I believe that rook to d3, while well-intentioned, trying to maybe go after this knight, keep your rook on a safe square, perhaps queen takes a5, giving some material back. If the queens are traded, the knight takes this rook on d4, pawn takes. Now black has 3 pawns and a minor piece for a rook. In fact, that would sound like black has more material, and that is technically true, but the pawns are quite loose. The rooks will get active, one on e1, the bishop can attack this pawn. This bishop, of course, is very strong and can always switch diagonals to go after this e6 pawn. So the point is that black has enough material to compensate for the extra rook for white for just a minor piece. So that's what the position called for. That's what was really wanted, but here rook d3, keeping that rook on the board allows that knight to hop forward, go after this e6 pawn, and it's the light squares that continue to be a nuisance, John. Only white has a light square bishop, so if e6 drops, that king on c8 could fall victim to a bishop landing on h3 or just pressure down on b7.
So when we get to this sort of position, like the rook has moved out of the way on d3, what's the plan from black's point of view? How does black reignite and maybe use a bit of initiative to try and find a way to put a bit more pressure onto the white pieces? Is there a reliable way to do that here? It feels like with so many pieces in enemy territory, we shouldn't really be in, oh my goodness, we need to save something, we're being super defensive kind of mindset just yet, or am I reading that completely wrong?
It would seem like that. Like, I'm with you that at first glance, black does have so many pieces in white's side of the board. But if the e6 pawn falls, that one in particular, that d5 knight loses its control, right? That pawn protects it. With it gone, the bishop slicing across the diagonal, the queen slicing across the other diagonal are causing black some serious problems. And yeah, you could put a piece on b4, a knight perhaps, but that's just continuing to put pieces on loose squares. This bishop at some moment can come to b2 to add some threats against the queen, of course, but also the e5 pawn behind it. So I do think that white has all the activity. White has extra time. That's going to play a huge role in this position. We're only 22 moves in, John. 18 moves until time control. Black down under 13 minutes.
Right. So a lot of pressure being applied there. I've got another game for you, Robert, where it looks like an awful lot of pressure is also being applied. We are going to be moving to Sindarov's board, where a potential upset is about to happen. It is not confirmed just yet, to my knowledge, and a little bit of time pressure is also involved. But unfortunately, the player who's doing the upsetting, it looks like time is also on his side. So let's go ahead and swap over and see if we can, because we had how many games yesterday where we were looking at potential upsets, and it felt like every single game we followed that could have been an upset ended up being rescued as being a draw, or the player about to get upset pulled out the win. It almost felt like we were the upset guardian angels. Today, I don't know if we're gonna reach that point, because that pawn on g7 is looking mighty right now.
And we know what point that pawn wants to meet. The g8 square, get a promotion going. John, the Uzbek squad, the reigning Olympiad champions, they don't look like invincible, not at all. In fact, yesterday they had multiple boards in trouble. Yakubayev managed to make a draw in his game, and here's Sindarov. He is facing Hamed Wafa from Egypt, and if you don't know who this youngster is, born in 2008, plays on Chess.com all the time, really dangerous, has a high rating online, and he has pawn on g7 in this position. So when I look at this, I would think that white should probably be down a pawn, maybe two. If I'm counting correctly, white's actually up a pawn. That g7 pawn is extra material. Yeah, it's a spare, and a rook can always defend it if it gets under attack. Oh no, that's just tying black down. And is the finishing touch easy? I don't see it just yet, but it's clear that white is in charge right now, and I don't know how black is supposed to defend this.
The doubled pawns on the e-file are really playing to white's advantage too, because black's pair of bishops okay, you can send one bishop across to try and take out the pawn by moving the dark squared bishop to f6 perhaps. But really, if white plays a rook into h7, you would love for the light squared bishop from black to be able to hit it. It can't. Those doubled pawns means there's no future for that light squared bishop to help out on the other side of the board. And when a pawn's already that far advanced, I genuinely think that might just be make or break.
And it's move 21, and black now with 4 minutes, 26 seconds after that move, bishop to c6. So, if I try to think about what to do in this position, I'm ahead material. Let's trade. I would love to get my rook to h8 over here. And after rook takes d8, because rook h8 is a game-ending threat, I do think the queen has to take. And if the queen takes, e5 will be loose. I don't think white should get greedy and take it just yet, but it's something that you can snag. I see bishop f6 to go after this pawn at some point. But John, it's clear that at the very worst, white can grab that e5 pawn, and you're still in business. But I think that Hamed Wafa, he's looking for more, and this may not just be a single board upset. Perhaps if some of his teammates can get together and showcase their best chess, perhaps we'll see an upset in the match overall.
That is really, really rough, but it's not over just yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I don't know if you folks managed to catch glimpses, but we do have Vladimir Kramnik pacing behind his players in the playing hall and looking increasingly nervous. That actually brings me to a fun question that I can not uniquely ask you, Robert, but I feel like you'd be in a great place to answer because you've been in the Olympiad as a player. You've been in the Olympiad as a coach. You're not getting directly involved at this stage, but if you're standing near your players, because who would be sitting at this point, right? Like, it must be, there's almost like a feeling of helplessness, I would imagine. What could you possibly be doing? What thoughts are going through your head right now?
This is a difficult question to answer. How to right the ship when things are going wrong, and for players who are doing particularly well, how to keep them level-headed so that they're only focusing on the next move. So, emotions are high. They always run high in the Olympiad, no matter if you're doing well or poorly. And, we see the youngster here on camera, John. He is a teenager from Egypt. This is a massive stage for him. He knows he's much better. But now the question is, how can you keep your composure and beat the reigning champion in Javakir Sindarov? It's not easy. He's a player who's reached 2,700, now at 2,677. Also very young himself, but this would be one of those lifetime achievements while you're still a teenager.
It absolutely would be, and a big scalp to maybe pile on the pressure, courtesy of people like us saying, and this is his path to 2,800. I'm sure the commentators can pile on the pressure in more ways than one, but the one that matters right now is purely on the board. So we will be keeping an eye on this. It looks like there's still at least a couple of minutes left. We're deep into thinking time to try and convert. Still over 20 minutes on the clock of the Egyptian youngster. We're now going to take a look at one of the other matches in the playing hall. I believe we have taken a look at this once already. They are one pair of nations who share a border, who are playing each other in this Olympiad, in this round. This is the Netherlands versus Belgium. And it appears as though we are on track at the moment for at least 2 decisive results here, but time trouble could still turn this all around.
And as we look at these boards, Anish Giri, the left board, board number 1 for his team, I don't think you nor I are surprised to see the position that we have. Of course, we couldn't have predicted where every piece would land, but black is still just cursed with those doubled isolated C-pawns on our left-hand board. And then it looks like the rest of the Dutch squad doing very well. Benjamin Bach on the 4th board, well, he's slightly worse in a queenless middle game, but the other 2 boards, boards 2 and 3, you can see the evaluation bars. They are quite heavily in the Dutch team's favor.
So potentially on course for 3-0 on the first 3 decisive results. We'll have to wait and see whether that ends up happening. I have to call out though, board number 2. Van Foreest with 43.5 minutes playing onto increment 15 seconds and counting. This is a really rough position to be in when you're looking in desperation for the moves that keep your position alive, which is fine. Chess players are used to doing that. But doing that where your opponent can make careful, considered moves, and you are forced to be doing that repeatedly on basically no notice because the clock demands it of you, that's rough.
And for Jordan van Forest, he just made his 39th move, king to d6.
Saving grace.
Yeah, White needs to... Well, look at White's clock ticking down. This is move 40. He's already much worse, but he could find himself completely and hopelessly lost if he makes some move like f4 and a move that could just immediately end the game in Black's favor. So his time is really just down to its final seconds. And he does play f4, and you see the bar go down even more in Black's favor. John, it's what happens when you do not have time to calculate.
Exactly right. And for those of you who are going, well, hang on a second, what's going on with this move 40 stuff? If you're just joining us in this particular, not just in team chess, but this particular event, our time control is 90 minutes for your first 40 moves, and then you get an extra 30 minutes after your 40th move is completed. So there's a big bit of pressure on all players to get that 40th move on the board because that buys you thinking time. You get an extra half an hour. You can sit back and rest. But like Robert just mentioned, you're under so much pressure to make move 38, move 39, move 40, that if one of those moves, one of those critical moves that you're making with just seconds of your time left on the clock is a mistake, what you've just bought is half an hour to an hour of torture time. So with that in mind, do we want to take a look at f4 and why we feel like actually that wasn't a solution for White at all?
Yeah, we saw it on the board before we saw it on the cameras. Clearly some delay happening from the venue in Budapest, but no matter what, f4 has been played. And the reason why this is tilting the advantage even more in Jordan van Forest's favor is that I think you can play this move knight to d3. It looks like you're blundering a knight along the d-file, but your rook can always step in the way if there is a check. And knight and pawn endgames are most similar to king and pawn endgames. So you're up one pawn, you want to liquidate, you want to trade down, and then win the ensuing endgame. So knight d3 is attacking this f4 pawn. Either the rook trade happens or White defends a bit passively, but the Black king is well positioned to march forward, use the king as a weapon in the endgame.
Yep. The most powerful attacking piece on the board in the endgame, of course, is the king. So activity and being in the center of the board way faster than the White king. You don't need my analysis to tell anyone that. Just look at the position there. You're one move away from being in those middle four squares. Very clear that Black would have an advantage heading into the endgame there. So the 40th move has been played. Regardless of what's gone on, both players are now breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, or certainly White is. And now we sit back and try and work out, okay, what are the fruits of my labor? What have I been able to... Can I salvage this? And is Black going to find the correct next move? Van Forest wasn't in time trouble. Is knight d3 now the plan? Until it's played on the board, we're never 100% sure. But it looks pretty natural to play here, if I'm being honest.
And Black is up so much time, so he doesn't have to make any instant moves to hit move 40. So while Jordan, he is doing that professional thing where you make sure you're finding the optimal move each and every turn, I think we can steer away from this matchup and go wherever you'd like to, because this matchup between the Netherlands and Belgium, it's interesting. They border each other, these countries, but also we saw Lebanon. I mean, is he able to pull off that Houdini a second game in a row?
Ooh, we could be going back to that. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we could be looking at next. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and hop back to Team USA for a minute, because Levon Aronian has been entertaining us for 2 days in a row. Unusually, not in the fashion that Aronian himself would perhaps like. He's been trying to pull off a Houdini act 2 games in a row. And if we head into this game now, it looks a little different from when we last left it. Still quite complicated, but... Oh my goodness, there's pieces flying all over the place here. Hang on a second, what's happening?
Well, it looks like Black is up an entire rook. You see, the rook may not be active, but it's still on the board. And
it's
the
a
Black
paperweight
king...
for now.
It is a paperweight for now. The Black king, I don't see a checkmate because this queen needs to land on g7. There's this misfortune of a queen being on d1, so no g4 access for you. If this queen could get anywhere, John, anywhere on the G file. I'm just drawing all sorts of arrows. Ultimately, the queen wants to go to G7 with mate, but the one square it can access is unavailable. And if you play this slowly, black is up material. The king is not safe. Queen E7 played, less than a minute 30 for black. And as we're looking at this position, Queen G5 is a mating threat. If you play Queen G4, Knight H6, that's a fork. So Queen G1 is one idea to cover the G file, but I don't think that solves all the problems because there are all sorts of threats against this black king. And H6, I was about to say, it's a weird move. It covers G5, but I want to show that Queen G1 is actually a mistake here because of this force sequence. The king can't go to H8 because the queen slides into F8 and it's going to be mate. And after King G7, we get this position where white uses the final piece in the attack. It may seem like you only have queen and knight. You check back and forth, but E6 threatens E7 mate. And it's not just about the immediate checkmate, John. Rook A7 stops that checkmate, protects F7 as well. But after E7, you plug the square. So there is no escape for the black king after takes. Queen H8 now. There is no, can't take my own piece, which means I have to block with my queen, and queen takes queen would be checkmate. And wow, H6 found very quickly with minimal time on the clock. So Levon, he may be escaping, he may be finding all sorts of checkmating threats, but his opponent is no worse for the wear. He found H6 with less than a minute on his clock.
Does Levon win these? Are we really seeing Levon win? A rook down, knight takes H6 has been played. Not very much time used there for Aronian either. And King H7, the instantaneous response coming in. This is... How does Levon do this? I mean, he hasn't done it yet, but I can't believe how much pressure Wong is under. Remember, the bishop can't move. The bishop can only go to the D7 square, and the queen just gobbles it up. The rook can't move anywhere useful. It can't go to A to the king, and you can't move up to A7 because the queen takes it there as well. So, yes, Levon Aronian is a rook down, but there's an argument to say that Jaden Wong is playing 2 pieces down.
And with an unsafe king, if this bishop could go to G6 to your point, then the king is feeling safer, and also the white king is actually going to be in trouble. But for now, there's just this lone queen trying to defend this poor king, and how do you get that to work? I think that white should play the move queen to F6. There's also queen H4, which goes for discover checks. And maybe that's even better, in fact, because knight F5, the checkmating threats continue, and black, despite the evaluation bar saying zeros, may have only one way out. So in all practical play, white should be favored. The win rate should be high in a position like this.
I'm just still trying to process that after what we saw from Levon yesterday to now come back from a rook down and be favored to win in this sort of scenario. Bear in mind, over the board, if we gave both players infinite time, it's not a guarantee, but 29 minutes plays 1. That's got to count for something. King H7 was move 33. Jaden Wong doesn't just have to get his bishop and rook into the game. He has to stave off potential checkmate threats as well and make 7 moves by the time control. This is ridiculous. Thanks for the content, Levon, is absolutely how I'm feeling right now. That sums up my Olympiad so far. Incredible.
We're treated to some spectacular play. It's not always going to be brilliancies. There will be some glaring errors, some blunders, but Levon is keeping us entertained, Russell Crowe style. So I do think that Levon can retreat that queen, put the enemy king in the line of fire, and then try to proceed from there. And with 1 minute, 19 seconds remaining, good luck to you. Your king is wide open, as you correctly, astutely point out, John. The rook and bishop barely doing anything for black, sometimes even getting in the way. And Levon, he's a trickster. He knows what tactics to pull. I do think that he's got good chances all of a sudden, and this will be the second day in a row where he goes from worse or maybe even lost to now with good winning chances.
So I'm very willing to believe that seeing the positions of the light squared bishop and the rook with the pawn still on F7, that Levon probably calculated the last 3 or 4 moves he played quite some time ago, but he is settling in for a bit of a think now on move 34. What are white's candidate moves here to try and make sure we put this game beyond doubt? Because I'm guessing what's going through his head is, if I'm not precise here and black manages to get one move in that even activates the bishop or the rook, let alone both, white might have scuppered the winning chances. So what's the continuation? Is it queen f6 to keep a lid on everything?
At first, I preferred queen f6 because knight f5 is the threat. And there's a funny checkmating configuration that I'll try to show very quickly. That if this queen goes to f6, and say this queen goes to g1, this knight comes to f5, yes, I want to checkmate you here, but the queen covers that square. But I'll make an aimless move, like rook to b8. Here's a second checkmate. Knight e7. The queen cuts off the king on all of its escape squares. The knight lands the final touch. That would be check and mate. So it seems here that in this position, that queen f6, knight f5, queen h6 is one idea, one that I like, but it's also super tempting to line up a discover check. John, we know we like to give those little checks where suddenly a piece jumps out the way and your king is exposed. So I'm not sure what Levon will play. It's clear that the position remains balanced objectively, but the objective here for black is much more difficult to achieve when you're down to 1 minute 19 seconds.
It looks like Levon has just played a move. He's a slight transmission delay there, of course. He just hit his clock. We'll see momentarily what has materialized on the board. Jaden Wong will then have 1 minute and 19 seconds to formulate his response. And queen h4 was indeed played, so the discovered check just a little bit too tempting there, and Levon Aronian deciding that that was the strongest move on the board. We have to stay with this now. I feel like when it's getting down to 1 minute and we're seeing this disappearing act from Levon for the second day in a row, is he going to convert? Is he going to do 2 for 2? And are questions going to get asked about the nature of his victories here? I mean, we're asking them in the commentary booth, safe from the clutches of Levon Aronian, but honestly, this is not the way he wants to pick up points going further and further into this Olympiad.
I could see his opponent nervously looking at the clock. I think that Levon has this one, and there's too many threats against the black king. I see a variation if the queen goes to g1, where you're actually going to lose your queen, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's played, just because you want to bring the queen to the king's defense. And nervously looking at the clock, he does make a move. He brings his king out into the open. I think king g6 was just played here, and now the bar goes all the way up, John. It's because the king, it's going to have to run up after queen f6 check. The king has to run to h5 because otherwise the knight comes back to f5. It's going to come back to f5 anyway. And look at Levon. He knows he's winning at this stage.
Yes, indeed. Queen f6 is, I mean, so natural. I feel like pretty much anyone would play that straight away. So the king coming up to h5. Knight f5 anyway. What's black going to do there?
I think that in the best case scenario, black will have to sacrifice the queen for a knight. The king can only escape for so long. The bishop and the rook, they are not participating in the defensive task. So queen f6 check. I mean, for Levon Aronian, not only is he an amazing chess player in all time controls, he's also a phenomenal bug house player. And the key to bug house when you have a partner is that you need to make moves that often simultaneously attack and defend. And he's showing here that queen f6 played. There he's locked in. That king is not going to run away. It's too exposed. It has no defenders. John, knight f5 next, and the king is hunted down.
That looks like toast for black. What an incredible series of moves and an absolutely fantastic game from Levon Aronian. You can see Jaden Wong shaking his head. Kramnik in the background going, hang on a second, what just happened here? This was an incredible game. We're doing a quick bit of thinking, but I don't think black can escape from this now. And unfortunately for Jaden Wong, what a brilliant and valiant effort. There's just too many squares to cover.
And maybe the first position where he was up material, his king was not exactly safe, but his time, that was, unfortunately for him, his downfall. And we see him using his remaining seconds, trying to find an escape route for the king, but king g4 walks in a knight e3, a fork of the king and the queen. And so look at him, he's pointing to his head, he brings his queen up to g4, but now his king is out of escape square, so a single check would be mate, except, actually, if queen g4 was played, queen h6 is checkmate on the board.
Queen
queen f3,
H6,
my
right?
apologies.
Got it. And then instantaneous response. Cold. Absolutely knew that this was a possibility. Levon Aronian instantly playing, and the game will go on for a move or two longer. You can see the change in the body language as well, can't you? Like the moment where you go, yep, and this is it. The king has come down. But unfortunately, it looks like it's properly caught in the net now.
Knight e3 check is the dagger. The king is caught. The queen has to sacrifice. And once the queen goes, now it's white ahead. All the material, not just materially winning, but also with the better king. So what a turnaround for Levon and Team USA, because the other boards, John, they look quite even. So if Levon had gone down, resignation here, I mean, this is just, look at him breathe that sigh of relief.
Did you see that sigh? Oh my goodness, I don't blame him one bit. I think he knows what he got away with there. Don't you think so?
Yes, Levon, he is not in his first rodeo. He's won 3 gold medals at the Olympiad with Team Armenia, transferred federations to Team USA. I think that was John Donaldson, the longtime captain of USA, congratulating Levon here. His board 3 in this, board 2 in this matchup, if I'm looking at these things correctly, and that was a big win for USA. I actually was right the first time. Board 3 in this matchup, excuse me. He gets the job done with the white pieces, but whew, that was anything but a simple task. That was a topsy-turvy game.
Right, well that was an incredible game to follow. I'm really happy that we were able to follow that for a little bit longer. Let's take a look now before we go to a break. Let's check out some of the other games that are still going on. So Dingley Ren's game finished in a draw. We do have, a decisive victory there for Abdusattorov as well, but a couple of these top games are still going. Is there anyone that you're particularly looking forward to checking out after the break, Robert?
Well, I see that Richard Report, the evaluation bar is sky high. I mean, that looks clearly winning for him. And then it looks like Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux for Canada. He is making progress turn after turn against Johann Sebastian Christensen from Norway. So Canada, can they land that upset, not just on one board, but on multiple? That's the big question of the round thus far.
So it's 6:36 in the afternoon at the moment, Central European summertime. The Olympiad flame is still burning very bright here in round number 2 of the 45th Chess Olympiad. We're looking forward to bringing you more of these games and show you how some of these are going to be concluding after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Have you ever considered quitting chess and pursuing a completely different career?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
I feel like I sort of did it. I'm back now at Norway Chess as a commentator. I said I unretired to be at this event because even though chess has been my main career my whole life, I started as a chess player, then an Olympic player, then a commentator and content creator and streamer. During the pandemic, I also started going in the gaming direction, influenced by my boyfriend. And later, these last few years, I actually haven't been in front of the camera as much as I used to. I'm more behind the scenes working with him on his channel and on his content. So I think content creation will always be, or almost always will be, the main path, but I don't think chess is the only path. I love chess, but I think there's a lot more outside chess too.
What made you want to take that move from chess to gaming content creation? Was it just your boyfriend, or was that something that you wanted to do as well?
I think before meeting him, it probably would have been not gaming, but maybe art, IRL, traveling. I think I have a lot of interests, and then gaming became one of my interests because of him. But I always thought that I love chess, but I also like so many things outside chess, and I don't like to be put in a box where I can only do chess content. I feel like I love content creation in general, and I want to have the freedom to do what I'd like to do.
And you're really good at it as well. I feel like your personality is so sweet that doesn't matter what you do, you're like, yeah, really good at it no matter what. So
thank you, Anna. Likewise, you do so much variety content yourself.
Okay.
Were you afraid of the whole country watching the embarrass yourself? Wonderful.
It's edited. I think it's edited.
Yeah, it's clearly.
But it's close to how it was, but it's a little bit edited. Yeah.
Not a little bit. It's completely edited.
No, but it really was like that. Yeah. Like the Eval bar in Hikaru's videos. Yeah. Right. Edited. Edited afterwards by the editor. Not how it really happened. Afterwards, taken from somewhere else and placed in the middle. And then squeezed.
You know, before this, I thought I would be the one getting into trouble. Now I think it's you.
Lawyered. Okay.
As FIDE, I would play rook e8, bishop c3, queen h4, queen b2, queen h5, and then bishop e2, queen g5, bishop f1, bishop f7, h4.
Better than Hikaru's lines. Better than those lines that Hikaru rattles out.
Hikaru learned from somewhere.
Yeah, because Hikaru likes that thing.
Hikaru was in Norway. This was
yeah, but Hikaru's was like completely off. Like I checked it afterwards with the engine. The line makes no sense at all. Yeah, it makes no sense at all, that line.
I think only the head bob was missing here. Like Hikaru is doing this.
Ah, true. Wow.
That's a good one. We have to watch again.
No, this is a good one. Yeah.
It's a really good one.
Yeah. Some good editing there. Wow.
Nice.
Ooh, slick. Okay.
Nice.
Oof, awkward. Yeah, this whole thing is like.
But I think
it's embarrassing when you play candidates and you.
He does it on, like, you know, he knows the content game. So it's not like Hikaru doesn't know the spelling of Nepo.
Welcome back to round 2 of the World Chess Olympiad. Things have really been seeing fur fly yesterday and today. We just checked out a whole bunch of the open games, including, notably, Levon Aronian finding a way to magically win. Lost sounds harsh, but finding a way to win severely disadvantaged positions for the second game in a row. We're now going to be moving into the women's section where we take a look at some of the games going on over there. In particular, I'm really keen to check out Georgia, of course, one of the favorites to win the entire thing. We haven't necessarily seen them in action that much since the start of the broadcast. Not to worry, of course, you've got 11 rounds to do that, but today in particular, some of their games are still going on, and it might be worth checking out what's been happening over the chessboard. So here is Georgia versus Montenegro. All 4 games are still ongoing, Robert. We've got 2 games where a pretty decisive result is looking likely. What looks most interesting to you here?
Difficult question. You continue to ask me those. I'm looking at board 4, and if that's right, it looks like Montenegro is about to score a massive upset on that board, as Salome Melia, the international master from Team Georgia, has been a mainstay of that squad for quite a while. The good news is her teammates seem to be holding things together on the other boards, but why don't we just dive right into that game, because it looks like actually in the last couple turns there was the issues they piled up, John, and here White played bishop d5, and Black said, thank you very much for your knight on c3. That is a pin along the b file, so the attack was too strong, and now Black is up an entire rook, and it's not the position that we saw between Levon and Aronian. This is a clear rook, and Black's king is not exactly that unsafe.
Not at all. I mean, the bishop coming back to b3 at least stops the imminent checkmate threat, but Black, having taken the material very calmly, just steps back with the queen and says, yep, no worries at all. I'm just going to go ahead and move back to c5. What's your plan now? I'm not sure there is, and I think honestly that's just down to time trouble, because like Salome is such a strong player, but at the same time, when you're down to a minute, you're basically playing on increment. Any player in this playing hall can make those kind of mistakes, and White's looking to realign the major pieces onto the d-file to see if she can get another attack going. But even though the threat of that is potentially strong, it's very one-dimensional, and I don't mean that in like a, oh, it's terrible kind of way. It's more like it's really easy to see, and therefore it can be really easy to counter. So I don't think there's much left in the tank here, unfortunately.
No, there isn't. It's not a single check next for White that doesn't involve a queen trade or sacrifice. This rook is under attack. I don't think that Black is going to drop that. Queen d4. Okay, I can see the argument that queen takes a5 and you're grabbing some more pawns, maybe causing Black a few more problems. But this position, it should be winning for Black, especially with her lead on the clock. She's up a full rook. This e5 pawn is bound to drop. I would play rook f5 here and just go take that pawn next. The Black king is in no trouble whatsoever. I think this is actually quite a simple win for Black, and that's a 200 and nearly 70 point upset.
I'm going to be horribly cheeky here. Is rook f2 a thing? Because I'm looking at that and my blitz brain is going, yeah. Play rook takes bishop.
It was just played, so rook f2 definitely a thing.
Let's go!
Yeah, more ambitious play to take this bishop and then bring your queen down and deliver a checkmate. I was just trying to gain a simple pawn, but why not? Go for more, go for the swift checkmating attack, and yeah, there's really nothing to speak of for White's chances.
These pieces are so well coordinated right now. It's only really the knight that's not participating in the attack, but it doesn't feel like it's needed at this point. When you're just a piece up like this, we're looking for ways to complicate the position, remember, because Melia is in a position where if we just casually let the game peter out, yeah, okay, Black's going to win. We need to do something a bit more drastic. We need to keep the tension on the board. We need to make things complex. We need to give Black an opportunity to make a mistake. But those opportunities appear to be slowly slipping away now, unfortunately. They're still there. And now, putting your queen in a position where knight takes e5 can potentially do so with tempo, I mean, I think this is slipping further away.
Yeah, this is hopeless, and I don't think that White even believes in her own chances. She's just playing it out. It's a team event, and if we back up and look at the other boards, if this is the first decisive game of the match, and it's in Montenegro's favor, then these Georgian women, who were the second highest rated team going in, they're going to be sweating, because the saying goes, the hardest game to win is a one game, right? That's super difficult to put your opponent away, especially when they're fighting tooth and nail. So if we zoom out of this one, which is clearly winning for Black, this is not difficult in the slightest, and you look away, oh, it's not the first game done, because Nino Batsiashvili, the Grandmaster, won on board 2 for Georgia, and it looks like Nana Zagnidze, the number 9 rated player in the world, she's going to win as well, and then that leaves just the board 3 game after this, which, well, it's even according to the evaluation, but still some life left in that one. But Georgia is going to win, John, but not by the massive score they would have hoped for.
No, not at all. And by all accounts, some might even say this is a little bit of an escape as Montenegro look to try and complete a little bit of an upset on board number 4 here. But you can see the chess playing, the strength and the depth here across the teams is such that you can be beating players of this caliber. So the teams aren't worlds apart in terms of skill, in terms of strength. Absolutely anyone on their day can beat anybody else. And it's truly fantastic to see. It also makes for great watching for people like us, right? So that's really, really cool. Is there anything else that White can try? I honestly don't think it. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. She's going through the motions right now, but this game is going to be over in a matter of a minute or two.
Indeed. So Georgia still looking to take the match, but they will suffer at least that one defeat on the 4th board, which is good for Team Montenegro. They're going to start feeling some more confidence. If we can do this against the number 2 ranked team in the entire event, why don't we have a chance to pile up some victories later in the Olympiad?
So it looks like, based on the view of everything here, we've got Georgia is likely to be 2-1 up with 1 game to play. And that final game, as it currently stands, looks relatively drawish, could still go either way in time trouble. So we do need to keep half an eye on it, but it might mean that Georgia wins the match only just, though, by the skin of their teeth. We're going to take a look at some more of the games, but first, we're going to be throwing it over to Mike, who was able to conduct an interview with one of the young rising stars of the game, International Master Alice Lee, who plays for the United States. Before we go to their match, let's have a look at what Alice had to say to us in a bit.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with International Master Alice Lee. Alice and I have worked together a lot, but I've never actually interviewed you in person, I don't think. You're about to play your first ever Olympiad game. How do you feel?
Pretty good. I'm excited to get this opportunity, but I'm also kind of nervous because, of course, this is my first game and I'm hoping that I can win.
Yesterday you sat out because you had to do schoolwork, but did you have one eye or both eyes on your teammates as you tried to do that schoolwork?
Both eyes and the third eye on the U.S. men's team.
Is there any chance that your classroom teachers are watching this?
Probably not.
All right, well, that's their loss because they're probably going to see some great things from Alice Lee and the rest of her team here. So I know you want both eyes on your game. I'm going to let you go and prepare, and good luck with that schoolwork.
Thank you.
So that was Alice Lee from Team USA, who are currently still playing in their match against the Philippines. One game has concluded, of course, and that is the 1-0 victory that you see to Lee on board 3, with all of the other games still very much in progress. Oh, wow. There's some eval bars that look completely shaded in there. So board 4 is more one-sided than a Mobius strip. Board 2 as well, looking pretty strong, and board 1 currently drawish.
Those games with the black pieces for Team USA, Anna Zatansky and Carissa Yip, they're doing heavy damage on those boards. The white kings are wide open. It's kind of a similar tale in those two, and board 1 looks quite even. So it looks like for the Philippines, they have a good chance to survive on that board, but the knight is better than the bishop. The left-hand board on our screen here, the knight can jump from color to color to use those dark squares. There is an outside pawn advantage for white in that board, but Alice Lee, we saw the interview with her, and she cruised to victory in her game, and that's a great news for Team USA.
So looking pretty strong here, I have to say, so far. Are we going to see any movement maybe on the top board? Are there breakthroughs for white or black that you can see in this end game where it's a bishop versus a knight? Or are we potentially conjuring up hype from thin air?
Well, you're asking me to look at an end game while the end of the games look near in those tactical positions. So I think we should maybe first just take a peek at one of those other two games.
Tactics.
Yeah, I think Anna Zatonsky's attack looks a little bit, not a little bit, a lot of it straightforward, and she's also up a rook in the current position. So if we take a peek at the other game, as I try to pull this up, so many games here in the Olympiad, hard to track down a single one. Here we go. The game between Carissa Yip and her opponent, Janelle Freyna. In this position, look at this. A queen just came to h4. h2 is loose. There's a universe where knight g3, even sacking the piece, can lead to a checkmate. G takes f3 doesn't exactly hurt your attacking chances. So white is ahead material, John, but I think we know that's irrelevant because king safety is paramount.
Yeah, white's got some light squares, okay? It's just that those light squares really don't count for much at the moment. There's about 4 different ways of mating the king on f1 on dark squares right here, and it feels like every single time you defend against one of them, another 3 are going to pop up. So this is rough indeed. Rook to e1 is played with the idea that if necessary, let's say queen takes h2, the rook can sacrifice itself for the bishop to basically try and ease the pressure on the dark squares, but having to throw material at problems like this is not an ideal situation at all.
No, and white is up quite a bit of material. We see that there is a rook here compared to an enemy bishop or knight. It depends on how you look at it. But white also has 6 pawns to black's 5. So an extra pawn, an extra rook for minor piece. This just isn't going to help save the king. G takes f3 is direct. I think I'm just going to put it on the board here. GF, you can't take back because rook g1 is check, supported by the bishop. Your only legal move is king to e2, and queen takes e1 is check and mate. So after pawn takes f3, if you can't take back, you have to go for the sacrifice that you discussed. But after pawn takes e3, okay, you can't leave both of these pawns in your house, so you take one of them. I take on g2, and if this rook were to take back, your bishop is suddenly hanging along the 4th rank with check. If white had a free turn, John, that's actually checkmate to the black king.
Yeah, that's
but black
amazing.
Is making all these moves with check, so you say, I'm not going to give up my bishop with check, let me hide my king on g1. You can only hide for so long because in comes the next piece into the attack, knight h3. That's game over because the king has no squares to go to, the queen would have to sacrifice itself, and now the pawn is defended by all of black's pieces. This is completely one-sided at this stage.
I love how, as well, if you wanted to get another piece to defend the h3 square, guess what? The rook can't come to c3 because the pawn on b4, and the bishop has no way to cover the h3 square as well. White literally cannot get another piece to defend if she wanted to. That is that's a brutal way to end the game. Very, very decisive, and honestly, really very pretty. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Carissa here, and white is moments away from capitulating in this game.
And we do see a capture on h2, followed by a capture on e3. And now for black, this is a moment where you can't panic. It's the 40th move of the game, which means that Carissa's about to gain an extra 30 minutes, but she's down under a minute right now. And if you just take this rook on e3, which she has not done, she is playing precise chess here, John. And queen h1 gives her the extra 30 minutes. That's great. But I just want to show ever so quickly that if she had captured on e3, look at that bar going right back towards the center. Because after queen takes pawn, if you give this check, which you are relying on, you're just not having the same power. The white queen can, in fact, drop back here. And in some of these positions, maybe white gets a little bit worse, but we're heading towards an end game if the queens come off and white is surviving.
But it really does go to show how easily it is that mistakes can happen especially close to the time control. That was move number 40. That was the move that allowed Carissa the additional 30 minutes. And we've seen plenty of situations where drawn positions can become lost, or won positions can become drawn or even lost, because in the panic to make that final move or to make the final couple of moves, you make that critical mistake on move 39 or move 40. So what we're seeing here is very mature chess, very sensible chess, and very good discipline and time management coming out from Carissa. No matter how strong a player is, nerves affect everyone to some extent. So her management of those is really what shone through there. And now that the players have had the extra time and you're able to sort of slowly calculate and sit back and go, right, what do I need to do now? It should be relatively straightforward.
Yes, the white king, if it goes out to e2, well, I can even take this pawn with check because the rook is joining the party. And the white king, it's just going to be attacked and attacked and attacked until checkmate is on the board. So checks, captures, threats. That is the order of operations when we talk about the game of chess. And this is a check. The king, well, if it goes up to f2, I still take this pawn with my pawn, opening up my rook to join the checkmating attack. There really is little that white can do, And I want to point out, John, that Janelle here, she is 2216 FIDE rated. Carissa is up there at 2386, but this is a matchup with two relatively close players, and it's going to be a huge confidence boost for Carissa, who got off to a slow start back in 2022 before she found her form and then some down the final stretch of that Olympiad.
Looking very strong indeed. And I suppose when you get a win like this, especially when you know you started your career in the Olympiad a little bit slow, how much would you say that a single win actually boosts your confidence? Do you sort of sit back and go, well, it's nice that I got the win here, but the Olympiad is 11 rounds and I'm not going to consider it good until, I don't know, we get to the 6 or 7 point mark and I'm feeling like I'm beating the majority of my opponents and I'm having a great tournament? Or do you actually go, actually, that very first W on the board is the lever that I needed to catapult myself into contention for the rest of the tournament? How does that work?
Well, I'm not a psychologist, won't pretend to be, but I do think part of this is explained by avoiding a negative mindset. If you lose a game, you feel like you've let your team down, you've disappointed them, there's a sense of shame that sometimes happens in those kind of competitive arenas. And for Carissa Yip, she wants to get off to a hot start because then she feels like, all right, I'm reliable here, and I can be counted on. If my name is called, it's not because of anything other than my strong play. None of my previous accolades matter. What I am doing here in Budapest is all that we care about. So Carissa, right now, with the black pieces, she has some choices to make. She could take this rook on e3. She could take this pawn on f3 so that her rook comes in, checks, and that way the white king is not going to escape these checks. It's just a position that she thrives in. She has been the U.S. Women's Champion. She's played in the Olympiad before. Carissa knows how to put the finishing touches on a game like this.
And I'm guessing that if white had a free tempo right now, white would almost want to play king d2 so that you can at least interpose a rook in front of the king. If pawn takes place, for example, g takes f3. But even if you gave white that extra tempo right now and you survive the attack, it looks like black's still going to come out of it better. I'm just not seeing any saving grace here. I'm looking for one, but I'm really struggling.
Now, the attack is swift. The end is near. Just takes. Your rook's coming down. I know it's hard to make a move like g takes f3, so I will show our audience how this works so seamlessly. You just allow that rook to survive. But after rook takes pawn, bringing another piece to the attack, the rook comes back. Let's bring our third piece in there. If the king goes to d2, thank you so much for your rook. And then you have to block with your queen. You're losing all your pieces. And if your king goes up, this does not look very good, does it? Your king is in the line of fire, but I want to note that rook takes f2 doesn't actually lead to checkmate. You see the evaluation go right back to the middle, because after king takes f2, there is no queen f1 checkmate. This is covered, so yes, you have checks to survive, but you do not have more than that.
Right, yes, you have to be very careful. Even in that crushing position, a single mistake or a single misstep can just lead you to not winning at all. Obviously, that discovered attack looks really quite scary.
You know what's funny,
so
John?
you play something like Rook G1?
I was about to say it's not even Rook G1, which looks so good because then white can stick this rook as they're connected. And that's why tactics are both, they kind of make us feel more alive because they can be super tricky and you feel a great sense of accomplishment when you find the final move of a sequence. And here it's Queen H5 check because now the king can only go forward up to F4 or it can go backwards over here. But if it takes the rook, that's check.
Okay, that's
mate.
Disgusting.
Yes, it is.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, chess can be fun when there are these forcing sequences.
It's absolutely fantastic. So Carissa Yip there, reaching the time control. This game might go on for a little while longer, of course, with both players having an additional 30 minutes on the clock. Even if you're in a losing position, it's important to evaluate absolutely everything and make sure there isn't that one line that actually means you're not lost. Can you imagine if you resign a game and it's like, actually, there was a line that was really difficult to see, but you could have survived that. You do not want to be in that position after the game. You want to make sure you have dotted every I, crossed every T, and you can't possibly blame anyone for doing it, especially when your country is asking you to play for them and your pride is on the line there. So that is Carissa Yip's game against Janelle Freyna. That's the USA versus the Philippines. We're going to take a look now at some of the games back in the open section of the tournament. There are still a fair few that are ongoing. We actually have a delicious selection of games from some of the top players still not done yet. I really want to highlight here that eval bar on the Christensen-Rodrigue Lemieux game is looking awfully close to center compared to where it was before. So we might be seeing another Houdini act here.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the way some of these games have turned around, it kind of defies belief. And Johann Sebastian Christensen in the game that's second from the right. He with the black pieces seems like he's the one with the attack. He has 3 pawns and a knight for a rook, so he has enough material compensation. So that is quite the turnaround for Team Norway. And on the right-hand board, Aryan Tari getting the job done. He had a bad opening game. I think he'd be the first to admit that. But against a strong international master in Raja Panjwani, Aryan, he has recovered nicely, and he is going to lead Norway to victory.
That's an absolutely incredible turnaround there. And this sort of tenacity, I suppose, and being able to perform under pressure is one of the reasons that Norway is one of the top teams and an incredibly feared one at that, for very, very good reason indeed. It looks like we have... Oh, that's interesting. We've got Howell Hernandez. We haven't really checked in with the England team too much, although that position is looking relatively equal. We have said that more than once today, where on at least one occasion a decisive result has popped out. Is there any game that's catching your eye that we should maybe delve into at this point, Robert? What are you thinking?
I don't even know where to go because so many games look exciting. I see that David Howell game on the screen. It is an extra pawn for white in this case. David, that's really good news for Team England because Mickey Adams, he made a draw on board 3. They're going to need wins from somewhere. So we can always go to fan favorite, the lovely commentator, a good friend of mine, David Howell, who doesn't play as much as he commentates, but he is letting his pieces do the talking, or so it would seem, because he is a pawn ahead. And for David, he wants to get on a winning foot early because he won a gold medal last time around for his individual performance, John. This one, the evaluation bar is less impressed than the material would dictate.
Yeah, so it looks like there is an extra pawn here for white. And the eval bar is suggesting to us that, yes, there is an extra pawn, but black has play, and black should be able to comfortably withstand this. We'll maybe see what happens when the next move gets played, because obviously we've got a pawn attacking a queen at this point, so not at all straightforward. There are plenty of places for that queen to go. And one thing I hate about queen endgames in general, Robert, is that there there are always 1 or 2 right squares to put your queen on, and about 36,000 wrong ones. And it's so frustrating to have to be thinking about where you're placing your queen move after move after move in technical queen endgames, because the ability to make a mistake there is almost like amplified compared to if you were just dealing with rooks and bishops. I don't know why, but they just have that extra level of complexity that makes it so much more difficult to calculate.
It's never easy in these endgames, and for David, who is up a pawn, let's highlight that extra f-pawn over here, he can play without any risk. That's the good news. But with those pawns on the king side, they're all seemingly locked up for the time being. David will have to find a way forward, and the white king, it has this bishop in front of it, so there will be no perpetual checks, but it means it's harder to trade those bishops, or say to bring your bishop out to a square like c6, because then you're exposing your king to a number of checks. So the winning plan for white at some point might be to say trade the queens and try to get a pawn going, but with this pawn now cemented on a4 and black playing this pawn push to a5, it's white with the weakness. Black can attack that pawn. Sure, white may be able to defend it, but the a5 pawn cannot be targeted. It's on a dark square, so that bishop on g2 can never look at it.
Right. So to summarize, as long as the queens stay on the board, white's eventual plan of trying to get the pawns rolling is going to be quite difficult, because you move the G and F pawns, for example, to roll those pawns up the board, and suddenly you're exposing your king to checks on the dark squares from the B8 to the H2 diagonal. So it's not super straightforward. You trade the queens off. Sure, that's great. That eliminates that possibility. That eliminates that threat. But you're always going to have your light squared bishop needing to babysit your pawn on a4, or you're going to have to take a lot of time to march your king across to the other side of the board to free up your bishop, because it's on a light square. Black's bishop can always attack it, and your bishop can never attack a5. So even though it's an extra pawn, I guess positionally, that extra pawn, as it currently stands, almost doesn't matter, because it's such a big extra weakness for white as well.
And I just want to point out something very long-term, that this pawn, this square on a8, the bishop is on the right color. So sometimes, even if you have an extra bishop and an extra pawn, it's still a theoretical draw if you are unable to help your pawn promote. So I just want to just quickly show something since we're talking about it. Let's say the queens come off in this manner. You see that in this particular position, I know queen takes a5 was hanging. I'm doing this on purpose, everyone. Keep calm. This position remains balanced, and the reason why is this pawn is weak. Yes, the bishop can come around and defend it, but one of the big issues with bishop endings is that this black king can sit on a square like f6, and you can't kick it off that square. It's going to sit on the dark squares, and there's absolutely nothing white can do about it. So this game, you see the evaluation, it is still even, despite the fact that white is a pawn ahead, because the black king is perfectly located, and black at some point can even push this pawn to g5. So, you know, if we get a position like this, and you have a pass pawn that's protected, it looks oh so good, this bishop can always come around, and guess what? You have more light square pawns. It's a defended pass pawn. That sounds good, but in practice, all of these pawns can be attacked by the black bishop, and white's bishop can only do defending, no attacking.
It must be such a frustrating feeling as well to know that all black actually has to do is shuffle the bishop between e8 and d7 in this kind of position, and already you just frustrate white and say, look, there's nothing you can do here. You can't push h4 to try and dislodge these pawns, because black's response can very simply to be do nothing. Because if you take the pawn on g5, sure, take it. I'll take it back with the h-pawn. Guess what? You're blocked. Both of your pawns are on light squares. You're never kicking my king. That's it. End of game. Or if you don't and you push it, exactly the same story. Great, the base of my pawn chain is now h6 instead of g5. That changes absolutely nothing, because white has no way on this earth to attack the base of that pawn chain. So again, nothing else you can do in the game. So there needs to be... David's trying to find a way, an alternate way to make the extra pawn count. And I get the feeling that a lot of that is going to come down to keep the queens on the board as long as possible.
As we saw, the queen trade allows black to maintain equality in an easier way. So keeping the queens on the board, there could be some hope at going after the black king. So this game will be very long. David Howell, he's known to play the longest games in the arena. We'll see if that holds true today, but this is a game that if he wants to win it, he is going to have to dig very deep.
Well, let's go, let's combine a couple of themes here and go from the player who might be playing the longest game in the arena tonight to the player who played the longest game in the arena yesterday. And by that, I'm talking about Anish Giri. Speaking of Houdini and disappearing acts, it looks like another one is going to be happening here. But this time around, it's not the more famous player that is getting the benefit. He's playing Darda, a very, very talented youngster, of course, in Netherlands versus Belgium. And when we last checked in, the evaluation was creeping up slowly but surely in Giri's favor. It now looks to be dead drawn.
Opposite colored bishops in an endgame, they don't promise much in the way of winning chances. I'm going to take us back just before move 40, move 38 from Anish. If you look at this position, you look at the evaluation bar, it's through the roof, completely winning, you would say, for white. And the move he made, look at this, queen g5, of course this is the move you want to play. You're going after the black king, but black found the proper response with queen to e7, and now we see the issue is that white's pawns are extremely weak, so the queen trade, as it happened, allowed black to equalize. If we just go before queen g5, what the computer asked for, and I say computer because this isn't an easy position to figure out, they want this queen to come to d2, giving up this pawn on b3, and then to play knight d7 because there are forks on f6 with the king and the queen where they are, and the whole point is you're going after that black king. But come on, you're asking for so much to expect a player even of Anish's caliber to give up the b3 pawn, to play knight d7. It feels like white's pieces are spread out all over the place, but it's the black king that just doesn't have sufficient defense, it would appear.
Yeah, that feels supremely difficult to see. And I'd almost follow that up with, okay, that sounds like a great idea, but then what even happens after like the king just sidesteps that and we play king h8? That's almost certainly not the optimal response, but the fact of the matter is, if like, do you have a finish on the dark squares with the bishop on c3 there? This is after giving up a pawn, right? This is after saying, yep, if this doesn't work, I'm perfectly fine for my queen side to be wiped out. So to say this is tough to see is a huge understatement. I can see why the engine is needed to see this in anything less than, well, a very, very long time.
And we see that some people believe it was findable with the time that he had. It's not just knight f6 check, but knight takes bishop to get after the g7 pawn. So, you know, to each their own, their belief is their belief, but a queen g5 is so tempting in this position, and I'm looking forward here after the queen trade. Knight takes c6 with tempo. Currently, white is ahead by a pawn, and a5 is loose. But the bishop went to d6, so g7 is hanging, a5 is hanging. This does have the appearance of a position that should be excellent for white. And after the knight stole g7, we saw knights hopping around, but bishop takes a4 happened here. And at this moment, the bishop is under attack, but he counterattacks this knight on c6. So everything after reaching the time control went black's way. And John, as we catch up to the live board, white is a pawn ahead. And there's not just opposite colored bishops, there are knights on the board. The knight on a6 is clearly inferior to the knight on d6. So if this bishop can get rid of this knight, no longer are we talking about opposite colored bishops. So I would say that there are some chances for white to win this game, but we can see the objective evaluation is level.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to force a bishop trade for a knight would be perhaps difficult without someone making a mistake in this position, unfortunately, and therefore the most likely outcome is that the knights get traded off, and just having the one extra pawn is not enough to get you the win on the board in an opposite colored bishop's endgame, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. Really good stuff from chat. The resilience and the defense from Darda in the face of the position being so difficult is you can't really discount that. It has to be remarkable. You almost have to put on a poker face and say, right, the evaluation of this position is going to be absolutely terrible. I'm still going to give you every opportunity to mess up. And what looked like, frankly, the most natural move on the board, from my point of view anyway, Anish played something which, to me, didn't look like a mistake at all until we played this lineup.
You had to find this knight d7 maneuver, giving up b3, allowing your queenside pawns to fall just to go after the dark squares and go after the black king. So Anish, he'll try his best here. The good news for him is Netherlands is currently up 2-1, so a draw secures match victory. But for the team, you want to score as many points as possible for tie breaks, but also Anish, he wants to be feeling confident. He wants to get this win, and he did have a winning position, which I'm sure he felt. He just went wrong at a critical moment before the 40th turn.
In terms of critical moments and the moves to find in those critical moments, though, I'm tempted to say that's one of, if not the trickiest move I think we've looked at all day across both sections of the competition. That is very, very difficult to find. So fair play to him there. But yeah, that now looking like objectively completely drawn, well played and well held by Darda. Should we maybe take a look at some of the other games and maybe pick something else? Because we did have a delightful selection in the buffet view. In fact, I think that's going to stick. I think I'm going to call buffet view for the rest of the tournament. This sounds great. What's for dessert, Robert?
I'm getting hungry just looking at these positions and also thinking about my rumbling belly. And we already looked at the game second from the left, David Howell. He tries to win with a pawn up. Next to him, on the left-hand side of the bottom row, Anish Giri, also a pawn ahead, will try to play this one out. There is no risk there. And I don't know, John. I mean, the positions, I think maybe the top left, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. So Duda, sneeze on the truth. He looks like he's in a winning position. His rook is overwhelming those two bishops.
Which is interesting because in an open position, there's an argument to say, well, conventional wisdom dictates that when the position on the board is open, the bishop pair is worth so much more than the sum of its parts, right? So really, really good stuff. But in this particular situation, having the bishop pair, 2 pieces versus 1, appears to not be enough. So I'd be keen to maybe take a look at this game a little bit, maybe understand the components of this that mean that the bishop pair isn't actually going to save or win the game for the player with the black pieces.
Okay, so why don't we dive in? We see that White has his active rook, and, well, Black has 4 pawns, and White has 6 pawns. So that's actually the good news for Duda. And the good news for Black is this bishop protects this pawn, so White needs to be careful as well. There could be some positions where Black gets after this b2 pawn, and if you're not looking carefully, that is going to spell some trouble. On the other side of things, White would like to push these pawns forward. f4 at the moment, is there bishop d6? Rook c8 check is available, so it does seem like you could push those pawns forward. I would be very tempted to just run them forward and try to keep getting a passed pawn, but maybe there's no easy way to continue that progress, John. Even if you get the pawn up to f5 and the black king sits on g7, the argument can be made that there's nowhere to go from there.
Yeah, that's my first instinct as well. Can I move f4 and then also keep my king behind the pawn chain so that I can minimize the chances for the bishops to come in with just an endless series of checks? And so I'd probably go, king up to f3 here and go. And the first thing I'm always checking is, okay, f3 is a light square. Is there a light square check I have to, be mindful of? The bishop can't get to g4. I've got a pawn on e4 stopping the check there. Cool. Let's keep going. And that's going to be the theme of what I ask myself every single time the king moves up a square on the chessboard. But you're right. Maybe there reaches a point where, let's say, the light square bishop can park itself on g6, for example. The dark square bishop can be a bit more mobile. Black can just park there and say, nope, you're making absolutely no further progress. I'm going to do my Gandalf impression, and that is it.
Thou shalt not pass. And it's a big question is if black, essentially passes the turn and gives white these pawn pushes. And even if this pawn goes up to f6, you see immediately the game is equal because you can't make further progress from here. This coordination of bishop and king means that the rook can't get in any way. The king protects the bishop, so it's never going to be under attack. And all that black needs to do is move this bishop, and you can actually threaten the white pawns. So what we're learning here is that white does want the pawn on f5, but doesn't want to push that pawn all the way up to f6 until there is a right moment. I could see an argument for the white king coming back around towards the queen side, but there is no way to get to c4. The bishop has that covered, and if this bishop comes around this way or tries to come around this way, maybe the king can't actually approach anymore as these squares will all be under black's control. e5 is a tender point. Maybe white can try to target that. The advantage is clearly for white, but it's maybe not enough to win, and that is what is making this one so interesting. It's not just game over. Black is just trying to get this fortress going.
So I wonder how much of this is fake logic and how much of it has any real science behind it. So I'm going to run something by you here, Robert. I'm looking forward to being wrong, by the way, but here's the way I think about f5 as a move, pushing the pawn further forward. The rook wants to be able to attack e5 if you're playing with the white pieces. The problem with that is the dark squared bishop can always come out to d6 to defend the pawn on e5. Once the pawn is pushed from f4 to f5, the rook is the only piece that white has that can attack that pawn on e5. But there are only two squares on the entire chessboard where the rook can attack e5 and the dark squared bishop defending it at the same time. Those two squares are d5 and e6, and the light squared bishop covers them both. So for that reason, it's impossible for white to make progress after f5, let alone f6, unless there's something else in the back pocket.
Now, your point is well taken. The bishop will always come back to d6, and I just want to take a step back that pawn takes e5 is not what you want. I know it's a free pawn, but nobody wants triple isolated pawns because how do you get that pawn going? Black will just try to quickly bring the king on over and create another blockade. So there are fortresses all over the place. Some people do not believe in fortresses, but here it seems like these triple isolated pawns show why we don't like our pawns stacked. We would like to put one of them on f5 so that we can continue pushing them forward.
Okay, so that's Darda and Cantor fighting to see if we can get a victory here there on Duda's part. He does have 28 minutes on the clock compared to 12, so there is a little bit of time pressure going on as well. They have passed the time control, so maybe that will play into the rest of this game just a little bit. This is, well, we're getting to crunch time here, frankly, folks. The playing hall here is starting to get a little bit more sparse. You can see there are significantly fewer chess players at their boards. There's still a bit of activity going on here, but significantly less than we saw even half an hour ago. And for all of the players that are left seating, honestly, this is crunch time. The tension is racking up. Players are trying to defend their positions. Players are very, very careful to try and hold draws and not mess anything up. It is really getting more and more tense, even though the room is getting emptier. We'll be back with more coverage of the 45th Chess Olympiad after this short break.
So, I showed you the roulette table.
Yeah.
It's a gambling.
Like when I went to Monaco, it was like full of gambling buildings.
Yes.
And then I wasn't allowed in because I was under 18.
Oh, you know, I was several times playing chess in Monaco before I could go in.
Bodana is currently the highest rated player under 10 years old in the world. Perhaps you have already heard about her. She beat a former English chess champion in a generation match when she was only 8 years old. A chess princess, Fabiano dreams about reaching as far as Judith, and even beyond.
And if I asked you what is your dream in chess, what do you want to reach?
I want to become a world champion and one of the greatest players in the world.
So you want to be better than Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah.
So if you have to visualize your road, can you tell me, just shortly, how you will reach that?
I think I'll just keep on correcting my mistakes and just keep enjoying it instead of stressing myself.
And you go on and on and on.
Yeah.
So what age will you be, you think, when you reach your goal?
I want to be the youngest Grandmaster as well, so I want to become Grandmaster. That would be like around 12.
I was the youngest Grandmaster at the time. When I became a Grandmaster, I was 15 and 4 months. At that time it was very young, because I broke Bobby Fischer's record also. But by now, age 12 is just a good age to have that. Well, it's a great joy and music to my ear that you want to excel in the open section, because I think this is the road to get the best chess player you can be. Because you have to play with the players who gives you the best and biggest challenges. That's how you can improve your chess. And then you have a choice to make, to fight on in a game or agreeing to a draw. Which one you prefer?
I prefer fighting until the end.
Fighting until the end. So you're not afraid that you're going to make a mistake?
I haven't.
That's very important. And this was, I think, my strength also, that I won enough games that I had my self-confidence and I was going all the way out in the game.
Your challenge is to guess the accuracy level.
Okay.
Yep. So you won with the black pieces against Prague.
Yeah, let me first see the So I guess till till e6, it's everything is perfect, because I knew this theory, and f5 was already not great. 92, 93.
89.6.
So it's actually
but still a very good game. Game number 2.
This one must be quite high, because this was quite a good game. Thing was like Nijat was very solid with white, and I played a risky opening, and I was very deeply prepared, but yeah, I was pretty much playing all the perfect moves in the position, and even if the position was equal, I thought both of our accuracies was very high at some point, and then he played this rook d3, rook f3, which gave me good chances, and then also I think my technique was pretty much close to perfect. I would say like 95, 96.
Very good. Spot on. It's 95-2. Yes, very, very good. Impressive. And then the final game.
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus, when he became Grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open?
Correct, yeah.
Dubai Open. Trying to think who we fall in. Deepan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game.
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 98.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a perfect game.
Welcome back to the 45th Chess Olympiad. The tournament hall is beginning to thin out a little bit, but it's not the only event going on here in the Bok Conference Center. Judith Polgar's Global Chess Festival, as you can see there, is taking place in Budapest alongside the Olympiad. So on September the 17th, you can compete in the Chess Connects Us Arena on chess.com for your chance to win a private lesson with Judith Polgar. You can play a simul against Judith via Vote Chess, or you tune into the stream to watch Judith play 8 games of chess at once, or maybe even do all 3. Entirely up to you. Use !ChessFest in the chat to read up on the event and how you can get involved. In the meantime, we are covering both the open and women's sections of the 45th Olympiad. The games are now into their dying embers, but the flames are very much alight on the few remaining boards that are still going on at the venue. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Robert Hess. We have seen so much action on the boards today. Little bit of a different flavor compared to yesterday, which really was fireworks from the get-go, but some very common themes, some lucky escapes, some really surprising potential team results, and maybe some crucial half points here and there that are going to matter quite a lot for some of the top seeds getting into the latter stages of the tournament.
You always regret giving away a half point that you feel like you should have earned. And for Anish Giri on the bottom left board, it's looking like his opponent, Daniel Darda, the talented Belgian Grandmaster, is holding his own now. But earlier, it was one-sided traffic in Anish's favor. He will not be thrilled once he goes over this game. He reviews it and sees that he had some missed opportunities. But as we look at the other boards here, David Howell, second from the left on the bottom row, still trying to press away. And Sean Rodriguez Lemieux and Johann Sebastian Christensen, those two have provided some of the most entertaining chess of the round, and that position still has plenty of life left to it. So I'm happy to go to that game if you will join me there, John. But
Absolutely.
So many of these games are still full of life.
I mean, I've got several questions to ask. The first one, maybe heading back, would be, hang on a second, I thought Christensen was on the ropes the last time we were taking a look at the game, so I'm going to cast your mind back first to maybe look at how we led up into this position, but also because things still look so dynamic with queens and a rook still on the board, what the plans for both players are going to be as they reach their last 10 and last 20 minutes of time respectively. So plenty to talk about on this board.
Yeah, why don't we rewind? Because White did have the advantage. It seemed like he was playing very well. And back here, g6 was played, so just protecting this pawn on h7 that was loose. We do actually have equal material, but Black does have an extra pawn here. And in this moment where White seemingly is with the upper hand, it looks like a fantastic bishop over here. The best move was queen to e4, attacking this loose e6 pawn, also going for checkmate on the diagonal, but bishop b6 was played. So the black knight escaped, kept the queen out of e4, and as the game picked up, rook c8, queen b3, pins all over the place. The knight did retreat to d5. It was given a question mark, but it does allow Black to breathe a little bit more easily. Bishop a7 check, the only move it was found. It distracts the Black king away from the rook, the only defender of that piece, and once the dust has settled, the Black queen took on a5. The White bishop could have gone out to stop a back rank checkmate, so the pawn goes up, and this actually was another error because Black brought the bishop to c5, and suddenly, John, we see the direct threats against White's base, f2, g3, h4, all on dark squares. Black has dark square control.
Got it. So the move h4 in itself wasn't a positional mistake. It's just that White had to realize that there were other factors at play in this position that required more immediate attention. And by not recognizing that White needed to do something about that literally right this moment, that's really what caused the frustration there. So would the alternative be something like, I don't know, King G1 looking after F2? Does that feel like that wouldn't work because of Queen A1 check or something like that?
So exactly right idea. Just there's a way to do it better. Bishop F3 so the king can stay on these light squares. Right? You just want to keep your king nice and safe, and this doesn't give Black access to the f2 pawn. And let's say you play bishop c5 as in the game, the king comes to g2, and this queen can't go in because the bishop is not defended by another piece. So you can bring your queen to b6, offer a queen trade. Now we're going to be talking about a pawn race where black is down in exchange but has some dangerous outside pawns if the queens come off the board. But if we don't want to trade queens for white, we can just bring our queen to the second rank, defending and attacking. So this is what led white to a position where there was a clear advantage in the game as we return to it. H4 played, here comes the bishop, taking that pawn on f2 because queen e1 was also a threat. The queen comes in, and now white trying to hold on over here. Queen e5 found, and this is the type of position, John, where black could even win it. We have 3 pawns and a knight for that rook. We can't move the knight from d5 because there is a checkmate behind it on b7, but you can get the sense that black is suddenly gaining some ground here, and at the right moment, a queen trade with an outside pass pawn, and not just one, but 2 of them, can be super dangerous.
So psychologist Jaro coming in here, I'm going to put that cap on for a second and say, these guys have been at the chessboard for goodness knows how many hours. Like, I think this is going to be their 5th hour in this game, and sure, they are used to playing long games, but we have now seen on multiple occasions in the last 15 minutes that Johann Sebastian Christensen has been able to find those really excellent moves to continue putting more and more pressure on his opponent. And if you are sharp enough to be able to continue to deliver that sort of pressure this far into a game of chess, then it feels like the more and more sharp the position gets, the more opportunities to win there are. So I'm really excited to see if Christensen can turn this around now. He's doing all the right things that make me think, I don't care what the eval bar says at this point. It's looking more and more likely that he'll find that critical moment to play that one critical move that tips the scales in his favor.
And I can show some ways that white can easily go wrong. If this queen were to leave the king's defense, you could even fall victim to some kind of knight f4 check, further exposing the white king. So you have to be really careful in positions of this nature. You can't just say, I'm going to go attack. I also need to defend. And the match situation dictates a win is a must, not just on this board where Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux has been fighting really well against his higher-rated opponent, but on board 3 as well, we see that Razvan Priotu, the teammate with the white pieces there, has a 2-pawn advantage, and that's actually a much clearer position because the material is the same except for the fact that black is missing 2 of the little pieces.
Exactly right. So, because this is a match play situation, folks, Norway is currently up 2-0 against Canada. Now, the good news is that Priotu is on course, hopefully, to win his game against Amar. However, that does mean that Rodrigue Lemieux has to win his game for the match to be a 2-all draw. Drawing the game won't help because it would be 2.5, 1.5, and Norway would still win the match. So it is very much the pivotal game here for Canada to take something away from this on a match level. So very, very important. This isn't like a match where, I don't know, one team's won 3-0. And if we drop half a point on the bottom board, okay, it's frustrating for tie breaks, but you can afford to do that. This is way more critical than that.
It is, and we see that Elam Omar for Norway on board 3, he is in some critical condition, and I don't think he's getting out of that one. But in this game, which has had so many ups and downs, it's been a roller coaster of a chess game. It does appear that white's latest move, rook to f8, allowed that bar to slide in black's favor. It's surprising to say that black decided not to make a draw in the opening, then was in huge trouble, and now it's a position where perhaps black can defend the king, maybe bring this bishop back at some moment if needed, but also this a-pawn, even with the queens and the rooks on the board, it might be time to start allowing that pawn to inch closer to the other side.
So continuing to apply the pressure, we'll see if it can start to crack his opponent as we move into the latter stages of this particular round. We've got another game coming up for us with some really fun moves that have just been played on the board as we I would say cruise, but that's a lie, as we absolutely battle tooth and nail en route to what looks like a victory for Team USA, Robert. So we're going to head back to the United States in their match against Singapore here to take a look at the other games and how those have been going. I have a feeling you are going to enjoy this one. Let's go ahead and see if we can get that up. Additional moves, of course, will continue to be played here in the meantime. Norway versus Canada, so we'll get you back to that as we have more news. But it looks like there are still fireworks on the board here, even though some of the games have already finished. Let's take a look.
We have Lenier Dominguez, the ultimate professional, and he is playing Jagadish Siddharth, a grandmaster from Singapore. The game has been level for quite some time until a recent error has turned the balance into a winning position for Dominguez, and Team USA is up 2-0. Even a draw in one of these two games would lead to match victory. But Lenier Dominguez, he, as I said, the ultimate professional, extremely well prepared, also extraordinarily kind. He is such a nice person, a great teammate. Last Olympiad, when I was coaching the squad, everyone sort of rallied around him as just a kind-hearted, soft-spoken person who really is dedicated to his craft. And in the end game, the late stage of the game is something he definitely loves and plays with phenomenal success. And he is winning on board 2, second from the left. So it was a mistake recently by his opponent. I'm going to bring that up because it's instructive, so we can look at the details. But look at Dominguez staring at the board now, trying to lead USA to 3 points and maybe even 3.5. Let's talk about where his opponent went wrong, because it was just the balance. And unfortunately, his opponent right here made the move king to e3, which was the pivotal mistake.
Wow.
At this stage, king e2 or king d2 were necessary. King d4, that actually looks like the move to play. The problem is, sort of similar to the game, is black will take an outside pawn, and if you take back, king d6 forces the white king back. It's the only move here. And then the black king enters via e5. The white king doesn't want to step back because then the black king steps forward and wins the g4 pawn. So when it steps to the side, just like in the game, black gets this move d4 in, and it's the black king that is too active to contain.
Oh, wow, that's huge. Does white have options other than to take that pawn and allow the black king in?
It's what's happening in the game. Not capturing, but just to show what happens when you capture, is the black king comes in. It looks like the king is coming in. The white king stops it, but the black king can take a step back to b4 and win this other pawn. And it's going to be a healthy extra pawn and just a winning endgame for black. So, John, this is how brutal the game of chess can be. Like, if we just... King e3 was the game-ending mistake. The move was king d2 or king e2. And so that was the way to hold the balance. But that's kind of not the way we're taught to play chess in the endgame. We want to use our king ambitiously, actively, not retreat. But it's about certain squares and timing things right, where if the king does in fact go back, and we see what happened in the game where black tries to play king c5, white is out perfectly in time to meet it, so there is no d4. You just have to meet with an opposition along the diagonal.
Got it. And if I guess you still have to be a little bit careful here, because if black plays the king back to c6, for example, and you go, hey, you vacated the square, you played a d6, black then gets the opposition we had before, and we transpose back into the position with king d6, and suddenly you've lost all over again. So just because you made that correct initial move doesn't mean the same thing can't still happen down the line.
You have to meet your opponent's king on the 5th rank with king to e3. You can't already be there. It's such an instructive endgame. And as we see the live board, this capture on a4, it did in fact happen. We can note that here in this position, sorry, I just want to say that taking on b5 was completely unappealing. It still held the balance, but you're always worried, can black get that outside pawn going? It's a scary proposition. So that's why instead he left the pawn, but he left it a little bit too late. a4 is captured, king to c5. White would like to pass the turn back to black. This is what we call Zugzwang. White needs to move, and it actually hurts the position. And as we continue here, d4 is played. White is trying his best. Unfortunately for him, it's too slow at this stage. I think black can actually go king to b4 and even go king forward to a3 to b2 and taking the c2 pawn. This remaining c3 pawn will become a queen.
Yeah, it looks like black is winning the pawn race there, unfortunately. Really nice to see a good Zugzwang. I don't think we've seen one of those today before this point, which is almost surprising given the number of games that we've covered. But immediately pouncing on that one mistake, purely to do with tempo and recognizing that actually he gets in there first, and as a result, his opponent is forced to make a move he doesn't want to make. And it looks like now that Lenia Dominguez this is fairly routine at this point. There's no tricks left in the bag or anything like that. Both players are counting the number of moves to queening, and they're both very capable of calculating out the rest of this game. It looks like black's got this one in the bag.
And Leonard Dominguez, he does not need to be asked twice. He is bringing his king forward not to win the a4 pawn. I know often we're greedy, we just want to grab that pawn, and maybe king takes a4 is actually still good for black because your a pawn will promote along with the white g pawn promoting. So a good attempt from the white side here, but I would bring my king all the way down to take this pawn on c2 as we have two passers on the c file, and we're going to turn those green. From yellow, they can't make any progress, to green where we're going to see those through.
So it looks like Lenia Dominguez is en route to claiming that point for Team USA. In the coming, well, presumably coming couple of minutes. Still got a couple of things to do. First, maybe opponent just 100% calculating everything out to the end. Let's see if we can take a look at one more game and see if we can spot another one of the matches that are still ongoing. We have got at our disposal, let me see. We haven't checked in with Team Germany in a hot minute. They are currently playing the Philippines. And the Philippines here looking like it might be a very interesting result, specifically on board number 1. So let's go ahead and hop into what that looks like. Both players very much in a thinking sort of mood, but you can almost feel the tension over the chessboard here. Just the body language in the top left of your screen. Look at that. Head in your hand, laser focus onto the board, trying to work out what else am I missing here? What else can be done? This is potentially a bit of an upset here on board number 1.
So let's look at this position on the left-hand side of our screen. Black has this outside pass pawn that's one step away from queening, and this is Daniel Quizon from the Philippines. He does have the advantage on his board. Looks like we have the different camera angle of a different game. We'll bring it to the correct board in a second. But as we see Daniel Quizon, I want to talk about him for a second because he's well known to the chess.com, I would say, playing community, maybe not to the broader audience. He's very highly rated on the site, and he played in the Abu Dhabi Masters recently, and he finished at the top of the standings in a tie for first place as an international master. So he made waves. He well earned a Grandmaster norm. He outpaced it by quite a bit, and he is just a hair away from becoming a Grandmaster officially. You see his rank at 2490. You need to be 2500 at least once in your life, and then make the required 3 norms. Those are Grandmaster performances. And he says, I want to do it on the Olympiad stage in front of the world audience. And he was born, I believe, in 2004. So he's just 19, 20 years old, a youngster, amazing, and perhaps the future of Philippines chess.
Do we know that Daniel has got all 3 of his Grandmaster norms and he's just making the rating at the Olympiad, or is the intention that he's going to make a norm at the Olympiad and get above 2500? What's the requirement in his case? Do we know?
I am not 100% sure. I know he, of course, has that norm from the Abu Dhabi Masters. I remember looking at his page, and he's had some previous great successes in tournaments with high scores while playing the required number of Grandmasters. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does have all his norms. We'll try to fact check that. But I do think at this Olympiad, this is the perfect place for him to secure the title, because a win over someone like Dmitry Kolars, who's very well known to the chess.com audience and the Champions Chess Tour. He's making his presence felt in rapid chess. But here for Team Germany, it's going to be some disappointment because he is the high-rated player. He had first move advantage, and unfortunately for him and for the rest of the German squad, there is no advantage to be found here from the white side. Look at the black king go. It doesn't need to stay trying to stop the white f-pawn. It's going to join and try to get the h-pawn going, and the rook will take care of this f-pawn before it gets any further.
And not just beating a grandmaster like Carlars, but doing it with the black pieces as well is going to be feeling like a really nice stepping stone and a confidence booster going into the rest of the Olympiad, knowing that you are capable of doing stuff like this against opponents as formidable as Grandmaster Carlars here. The moves are being blitzed out now. I feel like it almost feels like Carlars is going through the motions a little bit. They both have 10 minutes plus on the clock, but they're making mere seconds for each move. The king comes back to h4, and now it looks like that pawn becoming a queen is completely inevitable.
And you can see the confidence. He's looking at his opponent, waiting for the resignation. The reason why is the white rook can be tricky, protect the pawn, and also try to skewer the black king and queen if the queen is promoted to on h1. But after rook g6, king h5, just taking the necessary precaution, kicking this rook away so that your rook can take a pawn and block any checks. And we see rook g6 is played. I'm not going to draw any more arrows or make any more moves because here comes king h5. And after the rook leaves to g8, rook takes pawn, and the rook can block any checks. There's a resignation. Huge win for the Philippines top board.
Very well done. That brings the match score to Germany 2, Philippines 1. So it all comes down to the final board. Let's see if we can get the 4-board view back up and we can take a look at what's happening in that last game. Team Germany are going to be really hopeful for another win there. Wow, that Ivar bar is about as equal as they come. We don't have any pesky bishops getting in the way of this rook and pawn ending. I'm not going to attempt any analysis here, Robert. I'm going to go ahead and assume that unless somebody has a complete meltdown at the board, that is a draw, and therefore we're expecting a 2.5, 1.5 result to Germany.
The good news for Germany is they have an extra pawn on that board, so there will be winning chances. I could see that going wrong for Garcia, but it's just one of those matchups where, you know, there's no hope to winning the game, right? The player with the white piece, sorry, I have the wrong game up. I will bring the correct game here, but the game needs to be won, and the best that white can do in a position like this is grovel for a draw.
Now, it is worth noting still that, you know, absent of any complications, it is absolutely right for black to be pushing for the win here. You've got an extra pawn in an ending where there aren't any pesky bishops or knights in the way. You want to start trading stuff off, get an extra pawn, hopefully get your king in front of that passer, and get that pawn queened. What is it about this position that makes it effectively a theoretical draw or an all but guaranteed draw? What tricks can black try to squeeze some sort of advantage out of white here before essentially offering the draw?
The pawns are going to get going for black. You're going to play e5, and you would like to bring your king to f3, but that's how you checkmate yourself. With the rook coming to e1, if the king ever steps forward, that's actually checkmate, a rook landing on e3. So don't go forward unless you feel like there are squares to hide out on. So e5, f4, black can play this on forever, John. It's equal because a single extra pawn in an endgame can often be blockaded, and these pawns are all on the same side of the board. If you put this pawn on b4, we would just be talking about how black is cruising. You know, you have an active king, there's an outside pawn that white has to stop, desperately try to stop, but won't be able to. But here with the pawn on e6, now it's easier to stop because your rook is exactly where it needs to be. The white king will step forward and just try to maintain that status quo.
Okay, yeah, that makes complete sense. So a couple more things to try. There is a little bit more for the kitchen sink that black can try and throw at this game. But otherwise, I have to be honest, the body language in both players are players that look fairly relaxed. They look like, yes, we know that if everything is right, you know, if everything's played well, this is going to be a draw. But I have to go through the motions and I have to make sure that I squeeze every possible advantage first. We're running out. In a good way. We're running out of games at the moment, but I would love to bring our attention, even for a moment, to a legend of the game and one of the strongest players in the world, Pantara Harikrishna. I don't think we've taken a look at their game so far, and it's India versus Iceland. on board 4, which feels like a weird thing to say, but of course the players can shuffle their board orders around however they want for the Olympiad. And we've got an interesting position here with still plenty of pieces left on the board. It's a bishop versus a knight. A quick count of the pawns shows, well, there are 6 for either side, but that pawn push to e3 looks, I mean, committal is being polite. That is a big, big move.
I'm worried about the white king. I don't think the white king can escape by running forward. And if that's the case, then perhaps you have to acquiesce to a split of the point. I just want to make a note that if a queen trade happens and the pawn gets even more advanced, you're not stopping it from getting to the other side. And white has a very impressive pass pawn of his own on b6. So you need a few things to go right for white. You know, get your rook out the way, push that pawn. There is a nasty looking pin along the 7th rank, but that pawn on e3 for the moment is the best pawn on the board, and with this push you've also opened up checks against the white king, so perhaps there is no escape route for the king here, but black needs to be very accurate. If you make one slow move, then I think white is able to coordinate and stop black from promoting that pawn, of course, but also stop black from maintaining the equality.
This feels super scary. This is one of those positions where the eval bar showing somewhere in the middle has me really scared, because this position looks so sharp where one misstep, one check but on the wrong square, and the game is completely thrown. So what, both sides have a pass pawn. Aside from both sides would like to queen, what's the plan? Oh my goodness, maybe the plan doesn't matter anymore because, whoa!
Wait.
We've got some explaining to do. That was a wild roller coaster ride on the eval bar. Now, we don't always trust the eval bar, but we just went from one extreme to the other in about 2.5 seconds.
But I need to see that on the camera because there is a slight delay, and sometimes moves are relayed incorrectly. After king h3, e2 is in fact winning for black, it seems, but I understand why that's not an easy move to play because the black king is open. Just as an example, queen h5, if you promote, you lose the game. Rook takes knight right in front of the black king. If you take back, queen takes with check, and no matter where your king goes, it's being mated. Here would be checkmate at 1, king h6, queen takes pawn, king up, and well, do you want to checkmate with a pawn or a bishop? That's up to you. But either way, the game ends in white's favor. So I can understand why you wouldn't necessarily want to push the pawn, fearing a move like queen to h5. But black actually distracts white just in time, throwing away a pawn. Not easy to jettison material like this. And if it's taken, the king goes to h8. This is really hard stuff. I can forgive the players. We do see that the camera is quite a bit behind, so it's really far behind. Hopefully that can catch up soon, but this is not an easy set of moves to find, John. I mean, you're expecting black to give a pawn with check, hide your king in the corner, and queen e1 is meant to stop all of that. If your queen leaves, there's queen f1 check, and then that white king clearly is in trouble.
There's so many subtleties and intricacies to winning this position. I'm not even sure where to begin, honestly. It's sufficiently complicated that one wrong square either way, you're in trouble. I love the idea that hiding the king in the corner suddenly becomes the way to win the game on the grounds that you haven't actually got that check available, that extra tempo. Yeah, exactly. Imagine promoting a pawn, finally getting to your destination, getting that extra queen on the board, and that's what loses you the game. That is wild.
Yeah, that is just one of those moments where if you had 2 hours instead of 2 minutes, then you may be able to find it. But even then, it's so tricky because you have to throw away some material while exposing your king, while being checked. And for India, if Hari wins this game, they are going to be ecstatic. They've already won on the other 3 boards. And if Hari's in good form and can perform well, it's not just about the teenagers. I guess Arjun's not a teenager anymore, but the youngsters, and Vidit, who made the candidates. Hari is somebody you cannot sleep on. You cannot forget about him. His opening preparation is some of the best in the world. His results in recent years, maybe they haven't been to the standard that people have become accustomed to when thinking about his play. He reached 2760. Those are some of the highest heights in the game of chess. He, in fact, briefly passed Vishwanathan Anand for the #1 player in India, I think, at least unofficially. So he was right there with the best players in the world, the top 10. But he has slipped, unfortunately for him. As he's gotten a bit older, his rating has taken a bit of a nosedive, but he can still rise to the challenge and would love to do so here for Team India.
Can you imagine being in a position where being 2686 can be described as a bit of a nosedive? God, life is good. If I could describe myself like that, life would be made. That's incredible, but it's kind of true here, right? That's the sort of standard that we're setting for players like Harikrishna. And in this particular circumstance, he does have one other thing on his side as well, because Gretarson's only got sub 3 minutes on the clock. So time trouble to calculate and see all of these intricacies in how the path to victory might be played out will be in Harikrishna's favor as well. So there is still time to engineer the positive result and try and stop his opponent from having enough time to think about what the correct path forward is.
And you see the correct path, the blue arrow for white. It's the only move that keeps white with the advantage, and it's all because of this pass pawn here on b6. Let's turn that a different color. Let's make that... No, I want to make it something else. I'm messing up over here, but I wanted to turn that green because there we go. I got it now.
Got him.
I hit my controls correctly. That one wants to go to the other side. You want to just play bishop takes knight. If we get a series of trades, the rook gets out the way, and that pawn is promoting. So for Gretarsson, he's played a nice game. He's fought well, but unfortunately, he's going to be kicking himself, missing an opportunity to push the e-pawn. Not an easy spot. I've already said that, but it's one that was within his capabilities, and it's going to be a bit of a painful defeat if he does, in fact, lose this game.
Let's ask an obvious question. If I'm thinking about taking the knight off because the trades enable me to promote my pawn, if I'm white in this position, then the very first move I'm going to ask you about is, I found a move that's more forcing Robert than bishop takes knight. It's rook takes knight, because that comes with check. Does that achieve the same result, or is there a subtlety here that actually means it doesn't work?
It's such a good question, because you would think that checking, right? Checks captures threats. I'm going to show that because rook takes f7 will backfire. After black takes back, white takes, and the king is not forced to take on f7 anymore. In fact, black will say it's about piece quality, not the quantity. e2, here we come. b7, yeah, I'm going to go get a queen. Not so fast. In fact, you're just slow. Queen f1 check. If you take, I get a new queen with check and I win. If you go up to g4, I can think about playing a move like h5. That looks really good to me, but the bishop covers the square. So this is where things get very deep. They get tricky. You have to calculate far in advance. After king takes f7, you don't promote, you don't trade queens. If the queen trade happens, the white king is still going to get mated. So I'm just going to show how this game would conclude. You're a bit slow for white. h5 takes, and queen to h3 is check. It's mate. It would be game over in black's favor.
Wow. So in this situation, the more forcing move actually leads to a loss, and you need, with capital letters, to take on f7 with the bishop, not the rook, for that reason.
Yes, amazing. Because the difference is white isn't afraid of e2, as you just move your bishop with check. So the firepower remains on the board for white to go after this black king, and I'm sure I could pretty much move the bishop anywhere. Bishop h5 is not such a bad move just to win the pawn, if that's what you want, but you could probably go deliver a checkmate and be more forceful.
That is incredible, and a very exciting way to end the game for sure. There's still in progress here. Bishop takes knight has not been played on the board, so there is still an opportunity for something to backfire. Queen e1 wasn't ideal. There's plenty of opportunity for white to play a move that's not ideal as well. And as we've just shown, this is getting quite tricky with both sides low on the clock. Harika now shortly going to be below 5 minutes. So spending their time here being very, very calm, having a very deep think to make sure that if there's a way for him to just casually put this away, let's make everything calculated. And Gretarsson is... The look on his face is one of such concentration. You want to use your opponent's time as much as your own to analyze the game. Like, this isn't one of those situations where you make your move and then just casually wander off. You're in time trouble. You need every second of thinking you can get. And bishop takes f7 has been found.
The best move is played by Hari, and that means that India is well on its way to a 4-0 sweep. So now it's the point of no return. It's winning for white. The black king is exposed. The b pawn is running to the other side, and the e pawn, it's a bit too slow. It's not getting there in time.
So this game is going to have a decisive result. It looks like they've done the analysis. They can see what's going on. We're going to check back in with a game that we have seen several times today already, but we think is shortly going to be delivering a result. Anish Giri and his game is looking like it is in the closing stages. Interesting looking pawn on the 6th rank there in his particular game, but I think this one is close to over now.
And for Anish, he tried to maximize after the mistake that gave away his huge advantage. It turned into a position that objectively was near the center. It was about equal. He does have these 2 pawns, right? That looks very promising, but black has the most impressive pawn at the moment. And if black gives up one of these minor pieces for these 2 pawns, that's also in theoretically drawn position. So it does seem like Anish isn't making any progress, and for Daniel Darda, he is held well after Anish's mistake.
Really, really strong stuff there. I couldn't help but notice as well that just when we were heading towards this game, I spotted, and I will admit I spotted the eval bar rather than the position, Robert. I wasn't quite good enough to see it from the position, but David Howell looks like he could be in a place where he's managed to bring something to fruition. I wouldn't say from nothing, but certainly from a position that looked very, very equal before. He is now pushing for that game victory, and I think he might be able to get it against Hernandez here. He is down to his last minute on the clock, though.
The gloves are off, the glasses are off for David Howell, and he is fully concentrated.
Don't do that, keep them on.
He can see without the board, without the glasses, but he is just trying to promote his pawns. And somehow he lost his A pawn, but won one of black's kingside pawns. And he can just capture it honestly with either pawn, but he is trying to get these 2 going. The one reason you would be hesitant to take with the F pawn is that if this bishop sacrifices itself for the G pawn, and only the G pawn, wrong corner with this bishop, they do not match. So that's what David is keeping an eye on. He did just capture on G5. We are seeing the H takes G5. It's getting closer to the black king, but with 2 pawns connected over here, he's not worried about the king chasing them down. It is same color bishops, so it's not like you can just hide on the light squares, which you could in opposite colored bishop territory. David knows what's up.
Look at the body language as well. Like, so it doesn't take a genius to work out that David's pretty nervous. He can be a bit of a twitchy player at times. Exactly, chat spotting the same thing. But here's the difference, right? He sat back in his chair. His back's a bit more straight. He's not massively hunched over the board like you see when someone's really trying to calculate and think every possible permutation of a position. He's nervous because he's wondering, have I missed something? He's not nervous because he's wondering, am I going to convert it? This is David going, this is my chance. I'm going to take it. Let's keep the nerves up. Let's keep the adrenaline pumping because I don't want to mess this up. So really well played there. And still only 36 seconds, so there is an opportunity to make a mistake. David keeping his foot on the gas there and making sure he's thought everything through. Love to see it. We might have not only an upset on a board, Robert, but there's a possibility that we have a match upset as early as round number 2, because I'm getting word that Canada-Norway is looking like there is an opportunity for the match to maybe end 2 apiece. We're going to have to go, and to be fair, there aren't that many tables left to choose from where people are sat right now, right? Look at how sparse that playing hall has become. But Canada-Norway appears to be a little bit of a flashpoint right now. So let's go ahead and dive into that. Will it actually happen, though? Like, we still need to finish the last games on the board. What is... Oh, no, not the queens again. I can't analyze this, Robert. I'm done.
Well, this position is trickier than the evaluation would make it seem. It's right in the middle, saying table-based draw. There's no number there anymore. With so few pieces remaining, you can use the table base, and it will tell you with what moves keep the draw, what moves lose. You don't want to trade queens if you're black. If you trade the queens, white will scoop up this pawn and promote his own, so that's what to avoid. But it's why puts the king in the corner, and so black is holding on. They're moving very quickly at this stage, and you just saw zigging and zagging. The h5 pawn can be captured, but we may get a windmill situation where this is some high-level stuff from Johann Sebastian Christensen just to stay in this game and survive. But if this pawn is in fact captured on h5, we'll see a queen check on h1. And on d1, once the king goes to g4, and then a check on d5. So you can keep giving these checks, and the black king is in the perfect spot. It's away from the action. You actually want your king away so there's no cross checks that lose you the game. We typically think we want our king in front of the pawn. That does work in some endgames, but in this one it's perfectly fine, staying very clear of the action.
This is really scary though, because everything comes down to this board, and that means that Sean knows if he finds a way to pull a win out of the hat here, they get the match draw. But it is so far from having that real... I actually don't know how you can play on with shredded nerves in this sort of position. It's easy to maybe like play the queen close to the king and just be really protective, but I guess white has to play as actively as possible and try and almost trick black into a mistake. And presumably if white's not careful, because at the end of the day these are queens on the board, the same thing can be said for black as well, right? Like, this game can still go all 3 ways.
Yeah, if somehow black wins the pawn, then yeah, we might be having a different conversation. But no, only white can win this game. Whether he can outlast his opponent is the key question for Team Canada. But you can see the nervousness on Sean Rodrigue Lemieux's face. But why don't we hop on over to a game in the match in Papua New Guinea and Honduras, because we have a unique position. I'm going to bring it up right now.
Let's do it.
Where it's often called the impossible ending to win. 2 knights and a king. If this pawn didn't exist, well, there could be a world where white survives, but this pawn will have to move, and the black knights are about to come on over and deliver a checkmate. This is some really cool stuff. It's forced checkmate in 6.
I don't think I have seen this position in an over-the-board game, even broadcast from afar, in my life.
Well, you clearly weren't watching the Speed Chess Championship, where Magnus Carlsen had a winning position
that was last
Ali Reza
weekend.
Firouzja. That was last weekend, but Ali Reza escaped.
Yeah. This is this is crazy. I mean, you think you get down to 2 knights and you go, don't worry, it's fine. It's a theoretical draw. Well, not when you've got these waiting moves from the pawn on the board.
No, and you have a lot of time if you are playing with the black pieces here. Joel Gavaret has over 20 minutes, and I'm just going to show the concluding sequence because it looks like, if this pawn is gathered, it's just a draw. This would be a match victory for Honduras. It's a very important game, but the white pawn is trying to sacrifice itself. Do you take it? Let's see what happens. You take the pawn right down the middle. It's a draw because 2 knights and a king versus a lone king, you will not deliver a checkmate. The sequence that wins often requires a temporary stalemate, and here the pawn goes. You give a check. The king goes up. Knight c1 check. The king cannot escape because of the knight c4. And when the king goes back in the corner, this is why these positions are drawn without the pawn. Knight to d2 is played. You have only one legal thing to do is push this pawn. What should we promote it to? Let's pick a knight, just because we can have some fun with it. Doesn't actually matter. Let's make it a queen, just so people see the emphasis here. Then you bring this knight over. The c1 knight takes away a2. The b3 knight hits a1, and the king takes away those escape squares. So this is a check and mate, which would not be possible without that white pawn. Having more material is a bad thing in this endgame.
That is incredible. How far out would black have needed to see this in order to set up in such a way to make this mate possible? Do the knights also have to be on particular squares in order for it to work, for the number of tempi to be absolutely precise? Like, how difficult was this to set up in the first place?
Well, we're going to go back just a bunch of moves here. It was a theoretical draw, but that's why we throw that out the window. Much more difficult to hold in practice, especially because you think, if you studied this before, it's just a draw. That's what it's supposed to be. And you see the losing move was king to b2. It's the start of the losing position. The knight came to c5. You see table base saying it's a win. The king went over to a3, and the black king, it squished it. It kept it in. And so knight to d3. The king tried desperately to escape. Not so fast. Here comes the knight taking away the a4 square, and then we see the knight come back, taking away a3. We're shrinking the box for the white king. King d2, you're not running away. Oh no, good try, not happening. King goes back, and look at this. We have completely taken away these squares. Only 2 are available for the white king, and now it is clear. And what happened in the game? Knight came in, knight jumped in some more, h7, is what's going to happen, and we're going to see the checkmate we just demonstrated.
Absolutely incredible. And all of that, I was looking at the possible squares for the king to move to. I feel like once you identify that the first move, suddenly you can calculate the rest on principle, because it's so easy to work out where the white king has to go to. Let's put it this way. This isn't necessarily bishop and knight. Once I saw the first couple of moves, it was like, oh, I get it now. Let's just check the escape squares and keep... That is crushing if you're the player for white right now. But at the same time as well, what an absolutely beautiful way to end a game.
It is. And for the team from Honduras, they'll be thrilled. I mean, you better celebrate your player for winning this game. And it goes to show that even in the most drawish of drawn end games, in fact, 2 knights versus a bare king, it's just a theoretical draw. There is no way to orchestrate the checkmate because it involves a temporary stalemate, and the pawn is what's keeping the game going. You have to keep pushing it. And so we're just seeing all of that. Lovely win from the black side, and it goes to show that the white king, it needs to find room to escape. Here it's in the corner. You need this king somewhere out in the open where the knights aren't going to hunt it down.
What an incredible end to that game, and of course giving Honduras the victory there over Papua New Guinea. A pivotal game, a critical game, and managing to find a point at the right time. We'll be coming back with the conclusion of the remaining games from the Olympiad in just a minute, folks. As you can tell, even in the end game, plenty of action, lots of fireworks across all of the boards here. So grab yourself a drink, and we will be right back after this.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
After general, like, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results. So.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play with?
Greece is one of my
You like Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM. Like I've got good result, and also love the place.
Good. And Prague, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like
country doesn't matter, just the playing menus matters.
Yeah,
with
the hotel and the venue.
Okay, with the correct room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Vacancy and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Vacancy 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
That's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Prague. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be like.
That was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting and he goes and then he turns around and comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about that.
You know, in this video, they will be doing.
What
this
was the game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts? You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah.
You start.
It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start.
I just got
2 minutes ago they were fighting. They made me draw locks and all, and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess under.
Okay, very
I
good.
could have done like this, but okay, so it's easier.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
We're back with the final games in round number 2 of the 45th Chess Olympiad. Welcome back to our coverage, everybody. This is John Sargent and Grandmaster Robert Hess bringing you the closing stages of this round, the remaining action from the Box Sports Hall, and this really is electric. Goodness knows how many twists and turns this game has been through, but we now, what looks like, have a decisive result in Christensen-Rodrigue-Lemieux.
And for those of you at home who see the evaluation bar to the left, it's actually table-based. I mentioned this earlier. When few pieces remain, it can tell you, spit out, with these moves, you're winning. With these moves, you've actually squandered the advantage and made a draw. And with these queen blunders, you'll lose. So go on chess.com/events. It's the third tab on over. There's moves, analysis, and then table base. Click on table base. That will help you see the moves for yourself. And after queen to e5, every single move in this position is winning for white. You actually cannot blunder a queen. You can't give away the advantage. The only way to move your queen, in fact, is to block this check. That's a perfectly good move. And every single other move, John, still wins for white.
That's the dream position I'd like to be in. Like, when you find the worst move on the board and it's still a winning move, that's a pretty tasty place to be. Oh, goodness. So black no longer has a pawn with ambitions to queen. Unfortunately, this is whites for the taking, and yeah, that is wild. The king can move on to the back rank, and of course, if you check the king on the back rank, the white queen can simply interpose, force the trade of queens, and that is the game.
And we see the king, it steps to the edge of the board with king over to h7. I'll put the king on the square. If black gives a check, I don't think that white will be blundering this pawn. You can block with your own queen on f5. And John, your point is very well taken. We are seeing this check on e4. Queen e4, white will play this queen up to f5, and then after a check here on e7, the white king can slide to the last rank. No checks available on the last rank. It would allow a draw in this manner, and if there's no check on e8 and d8, you have no more checks because the white queen is in a perfect location. The white pawn is ready to go forward.
This is brutal. I mean, we've said that about a number of endgames here, but playing a precise queen endgame correctly for, say, 40 or 50 moves and then having a single mistake that allows to a series of 5 or 6 checks that means, you know, your pawn gets taken. It's so challenging and so difficult. I don't want to say impossible, but it does feel like it's impossible to work out every single permutation every single time. Queen endgames really are some of the hardest in the entire world of chess.
They are. And in this game, Johann Sebastian Christensen outrated his opponent by 150 plus points. So Magnus Carlsen rested for Team Norway, entrusting the match score to his teammates. They outrated Canada on every single board, but Canada was up to the task. And we see here that only a few moves should remain in this game. There still is room to go wrong, John, but I think where Norway is going wrong is just without Magnus, perhaps they are not quite as ferocious as they would hope.
Yeah, it's got to be that, isn't it? You have to be asking yourself that question at this point in time. Having Magnus here, it almost feels absurd to ask the question, would Magnus have made a difference? And it's like, well, I mean, you're looking at the highest rated player in the world just casually bolstering your team. But even so, outrating your opponents on every board, they had good reason to believe that they could be the team to beat today, and they were the team to beat. But yeah, having Canada here as up to the task is also a really delightful story that we're going to be telling, I'm sure, for the rest of the Olympiad. This is a very pleasant and very happy place to be if you're Canadian right now, and this is a very hard-fought win. Like, let's give Sean the credit he deserves for staying in this and the tenacity to get into this position.
And things were turning away from him, right? We saw out of the opening, his opponent declined a 3-time repetition. There was not going to be an early draw. Now that we see the match score, Johann Sebastian Christensen likely regrets that, but it was a little psychological battle out of the gates. And Sean Rodrigue Lemieux, he did go wrong in some key moments. He squandered an advantage, then he regained the advantage, then it disappeared once more. But now in the queen and pawn endgame, which is always trickier, John, you were the one who called that out initially, that the table base says down the middle. It is tricky stuff. You give a check, and all of a sudden the game turns in your opponent's favor. But what did he wrong? That was the check that I was supposed to give, right? No, you were supposed to make a quiet move. These are complicated endings, and the stage of the game we're at is no longer all that complicated, because black may make a move like queen to g3, but then this queen can centralize, and then you can push the pawn. So it's all about getting that pawn forward if you're playing with the white pieces, and you can't push the pawn now. The queen stops that, but you have to just continue playing accurately. I do believe queen d5 followed by pawn to g5. That's the easiest step forward.
All right, so it looks like white is going to be on track to win this game. Congratulations there to Canada and Rodrigue Lemieux. We are going to be moving on now to another game that we were following earlier on, to be perfectly fair, and this is David Howell. I don't think I've seen anyone in the playing hall that's left be so nervous as David, but it does feel like some of that energy has started to dissipate now as he moves closer and closer to the finish line. 2 white pawns, I think I can see there on the 6th rank, and I think David is smelling victory.
You see correctly, and David, he has found victory. This bishop
without
probably
his glasses.
Without those glasses, he doesn't need them. You probably have to sacrifice your bishop for a pawn, and unfortunately for black, the remaining bishop for white will defend a pawn. The white king will gobble up this a pawn, and then come join the king side and help that pawn promote. So this is basic endgame technique now for David Howell, and it's the type of games that he's won throughout his entire career. The bar was in the middle. It was saying, oh, well, you're down a pawn as black, but no worries, you'll make this draw. And David says, no, you will not. I will put you to task each and every turn. We are going to play as many hours as I so choose. And then when all is said and done, who's up that pawn still? It's David. He is converting this quite nicely. And John, that's big news for Team England. They were winning this match. That wasn't really up for debate at this stage, but to gain that confidence of winning by the healthy 3-1 match victory, that's going to feel real good.
Exactly, and there were plenty of ways to go wrong prior to this point in the game, of course, and we don't like to be thinking about it, but it is true that it could have been a 2-all draw. This could have been a very different result. So having that first point on the board for Team Mexico makes that difference, right? It gives you that hope that you have to keep playing on to the end. If your opponents make a mistake, we do have the opportunity to turn that match result around. And David stayed calm under pressure, and he will shortly be converting this to a very, very big W for Team England. So really pleased for him here. It sucks being on the losing end of something like this when you're playing so long and you're just looking for a way out, but you don't see one. But that is part of chess. And unfortunately, the number of things that black can try here dwindling by the second.
And the win is actually quite simple. G7. The bishop has to come to stop that pawn from promoting, and after the bishop goes up to c4, the white bishop slides to g6, so you can push your next pawn to f7. What you don't want to do is after g7 bishop here, say, oh, give me that pawn, thank you very much, because then the black king starts taking the remaining pawns, and even if black loses the bishop, with no pawns remaining, white cannot win. It's a draw, king and bishop versus king, for those of you who are newer to chess. So just pushing the pawn wins. Not pushing the pawn also wins, John. So I would go g7 as David dips below 20 seconds.
Triple checking and triple checking. Look at the speed at which he hit the clock. It's like he was playing a 1-minute game. His brain is firing at 1,000,000 miles an hour right now. But the conversion is within sight. The king coming up to b4, almost a decoration at this point. We're looking for the pawn push. It's not happened yet. The king's gone back to a3, maybe just to buy himself a couple of seconds to think because he's down to increment.
That's what you do when you're a seasoned veteran. You just want more time. He knows the position is winning. He doesn't want to rush a pawn forward and then allow his opponent to start grabbing those pawns. So he says, let me gain a little bit more time. Now that we have the same exact scenario, G7 it is. No, bishop to B1 first. This is also very clean from David. He wants to bring his bishop to a new diagonal. After bishop to B1, the bishop can go to A2, and then G7, G8. You're not stopping that.
Okay, so another way to win. I mean, you did say push the pawn, you're going to win. Don't push the pawn, you're also going to win. This is almost a more concrete way of doing it, where you just cut the king off from the pawns as well. And of course, the king can't just come up, because then you actually do just start pushing straight away. And it looks like David will shortly convert. What does the time on the clock look like? Under 2 minutes, plays under 1 minute. And that's why these players, of course, are playing on. You won't believe in time trouble the kind of mistakes that players can make. It's just that at this super GM level, it tends to be those mistakes are so few and so far between, you almost never see them. And when a player does make one in a major tournament, everyone hears about it, right? It's all over the news. You know exactly who made the blunder in what kind of position against who, but it's so rare. And David looking confident now. I think he's staring at his opponent more than he's staring at the board.
The only byline that the news will be sharing is England wins 3-1 over Mexico because David Howell has converted. We see you in chat spamming the Howell emotes. We know you are in love, some of you, but most of you just appreciate David Howell, the commentator. Now you get to see him at the board representing Team England proudly, as he has done at numerous Olympiads throughout his career. And you see bishop a2, a classy finish, not even touching those pawns yet, John. He is just trying to trade the bishops because those two pawns are going to win him the game. And then the king, if the bishops are traded, will then go back and win the a4 pawn. This is just clinical stuff.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing left for black to try. Unfortunately, the bishops get traded off. And Hernandez knows that David Howell completes the victory there on his board, and it means that Team England win 3-1. Really, really nicely played and well held under pressure. I'm wondering how many spare shirts he has, because it feels like he should have been in buckets of sweat given how much he was moving during the second half of that game. David Howell converts.
He does. It was not an easy win for him, but he does sometimes make it look easy. He was able to grind like a grandmaster. I know he released that chessable course with Magnus Carlsen, and so the technique was phenomenal. And we do have another endgame where technique is required because Team Canada, Team Norway, still sweating.
Going.
Yeah, Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux still with this win. Objectively speaking, it's a theoretically won game. You could see him with his hands covering his face there, John. He's nervous. He knows how much this win would mean to Team Canada.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if we thought that last game with David was nerve-shredding, you could only begin to imagine what this game must be like. This is in a position where the eval bar has been painted white for goodness knows how long. It doesn't even matter. Every single move is a sweat fest. Moving the king in front of the pawn, actually blocking your own pawn from progressing. That sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it also means that the black queen only has the check. Oh no, doesn't actually have any checks available in this position, or at least none where the queen can't be captured. So very, very slowly, the pawn is making its way up the board. The black king is still trapped miles away from the passed pawn with no hope of entering the fight. It's a matter of time, but we fight to the bitter end.
And these endgames still have some tricks and traps, because you may think the game is just over, white isn't everything correctly, and that is true. You see the accurate play from the Canadian top board as the king. It just went to b8. I saw that king go back there. This is the live position. And for white, what do? Do you bring the king to f7, or does that welcome a bunch of checks?
Ooh.
There's a check here. There's a check over there. So, John, it's never simple until the clocks are stopped and the game is concluded.
I think here's what I would do instantly. I would play queen e8 check with one idea. I want the queen on f7. So regardless of where the king goes, I'm playing queen f7 check straight away. Why? So I can move my king onto g8, and I know there's no checks and I can push the pawn. But for all I know, there are tricks in that position as well. I'm not brave enough to call it in a queen endgame, but that's what came to mind first, because I just don't want to be hounded by checks by that black queen all day long.
Your suggestion is entirely logical, that with the queen on f7, the king can safely go up and the pawn goes up as well. But then how do you untangle from there? Your king is in front of the pawn's path. The black queen won't let you out so simply. And we see Sean Rodrigue Lemieux invest time. You can see it on his face. He probably, I think he definitely knows that he's winning. He's studied many an endgame in his career. This might be in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, and he brings his king out to f6, still winning for white. We have the table base. A reminder to everybody, you can check the table base yourself. Go watch this game on chess.com/events. Click on the third tab with the table base there. Still an objectively won game, John. But with the king out on f6, now you see there are a bunch of checks available to this black queen, whether it's on f1 or h4 or h8. There are going to be numerous checks. And here's a simple blunder. You want to see this? If I give you a check on h8, let's just walk the pawn up to g7, why don't we? Queen h6, land there with a skewer along the 6th rank, and you blunder your queen. You'll still draw the game, right? But that would be tragic.
The number of ways you can increase my anxiety about this endgame, Robert, has not ceased to amaze me for the last hour. This really is nail-biting stuff. And yeah, there's still plenty of opportunity to make a mistake. And Christensen's saying, look, it's fine. Even if this is a lost position for me, I need you to prove it. I need you to show me that you can avoid making a critical mistake. Goodness knows how many moves in a row. Rodrigue Lemieux is soaking up, though, so far, that tension. He's soaking up the pressure. And we know that because when we started taking a look at this endgame when there was only one pawn left on the board, that pawn wasn't on the 6th rank, right? So the pawn is continuing to move forward over time, and that is the big difference maker here. If we get it onto the 7th as well, then the clock is well and truly ticking. The fuse will have been lit, and it's only a matter of time before we see a second white queen on the board.
What white wants to do is centralize the existing queen. If you could play queen e5 check in one turn, that forces the black king to move, and then you push the pawn to g7, there will be no checks against the white king. But that takes time. After queen to d6 with check, the black king can escape to, say, a7, and we have seen queen d6, so that is step one. The black king will try to sidestep future checks. He goes into the exact corner with king to a8. That makes perfect sense to my eyes, and now I think you can give a check on d5, and then try to give that check on e5. That is the goal. You want to give check, 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 and then push your pawn.
Yes, and then if the queen is protecting that forward square and we move to g7 as well, the next time that happens, of course, you will get a promotion with check if the black king is still on the back rank. And then that truly is the end of the game. But still a couple of moves to go before that point is completely proven. So I imagine it's a formality at this point as we start to get towards the end of that line. But just think about how much brain power was required to get to that point in the first place. And actually, moving that queen onto the dark side no longer comes with check because black's queen from g1 is actually watching that diagonal. So again, not that straightforward.
Not at all. In this game, you see only 1 minute 25 seconds for black, 2.5 minutes for white. You may think that's all the time they have. They get 30 seconds added to their clock with each and every move. And for those of you who are not so familiar with the rule book of chess, if there are 50 moves made without a piece capture or a pawn push, the game concludes as a draw. We just saw a pawn push on move 78. We're now on move 89. So this game is likely to hit the century mark because the white king, it scrambles back to the pawn. The black queen will give it a check. Where are you going to go? You're going to step in front of your pawn, delay its progress. You can go away from the pawn and perhaps leave it a bit vulnerable. These are not simple decisions, John. This game, I think, may go the distance. It may be the longest game of the Olympiad, at least so far.
It's a good way to make sure that it's a good way to make sure your opponent knows what they're doing. That goes without saying. But to have to do that for 30, 40, 50 plus moves in a row, and of course that counter resets when you have a pawn push, white is now threatening to play g7. What's black doing here to try and prevent that from happening? I don't know. I don't see a viable check. I feel like g7 has to happen, and it's the checking that occurs afterwards. Maybe queen f6 or something like that? I'm not sure.
Think the even bigger threat, if there is one, g7 looks just so good, is queen f7 check. We trade the queens, we win the game. So this queen and this king, they can't be in a territory where a check also threatens the black queen. So we see hovering over the queen on f2. Will he bring it to a square like g3 just to go after the pawn? He could also bring it to a square like e3. That way avoids any checks. He does go to the first option, queen g3. And John, now white has more than 3 minutes. He's going to continue to invest that time. He's built it up. He should use it, and that way he can play this accurately.
Trying to work out what accurate is. I feel like accurate is another 25 moves at this point. Let's take a quick look at the position here. So g7 is obviously possible in this position, and the check that is available to black now that the queen has moved on to the g3 square is to go back to the back rank and give a check on b8. Once b8 happens, the king can of course move out of the way on h7. Black will then, I guess, check on h2 because we want to keep the king in front of the pawn as much as possible. This just becomes a check fest, to be perfectly honest, as long as black keeps checking so that white can't deliver some sort of blocking maneuver without also delivering check himself. This is still going to go on for a good 10-20 moves minimum, I think.
Oh, yes, it will. And pardon me, I sneezed, and I just appreciate all the good wishes from the chat. We see this game, 39 seconds left for black. The white king has escaped. And if I'm seeing this correctly, the evaluation bar, the table base, says checkmate in 17 moves. So it has seen the end of the game. And that means that white is winning the task. Allegedly, apparently, is becoming more approachable from Sean Rodrigue-Lemieux's perspective.
Imagine seeing this is classic mate in 17 right here. If you can spot that, that's absolutely phenomenal. Still continuing to fight. The queen check on the back rank has happened, by the way. And instead of moving to the far side of the pawn, we're actually going to the near side, but the queen is not in a position to safely interpose, which means that queen check on f7 is feasible. So still a lot of dancing to be done here, but with the white queen eyeing up the promotion square, it does feel like this is getting closer and closer to victory. It's so impressive how much more difficult and how much more drawn out this is than you think in these queen endings, but we are genuinely grinding towards a win for white at this point. Only a couple more games going. This definitely the most exciting one that we can see at the moment in the playing hall. But right now, I'm not sure there's much else left for black to try. We don't really see the mate in 15s or anything on the board yet, right? At what point... Is there a point, Robert, where you go, oh, I can actually see this is a mate in 8 now or a mate in 10, and it's easy to work that out on the board because even though it's 10 moves, it's all forcing. Where's the point where you draw the line?
Well, here the checkmate in however many moves just means that white gets a new queen, black has to take one of the queens, and then the white king scurries on over to deliver the checkmate. But if white is promoting, black will likely just throw in the towel. And here there's been a check against the white king. The king steps up to f6. If you give a check on b6 or f4, these are the two squares where you can give that check. I think it doesn't matter. The king goes to e7, and you are just trying to hide maybe on f8, but no matter what, your queen will always be able to step in front from the white side and give a counter check in some of these lines. So this is, you see Johann Sebastian Christensen, he knows that the end is near.
Yeah, he can sense it now. If the king comes across, of course, that would be great. That's why we've got the check on c3 instead. You can't go to e7 as a result, otherwise you do blunder the pawn. So not entirely straightforward, but white able to sidestep all of those intricacies. We've got king to f7 played now, and we're looking for an opportunity to block one of the checks and interpose with the queen. Keeping the queen at arm's length. If white had a free tempo, it would be great to have the queen on e6 instead, but black's just not giving him any time. So Christensen continuing to make life as difficult as possible. Sadly, though, the end is near.
There was a repetition of moves just briefly there. The king went to f6, back to f7, and now it goes to the final rank, king f8. So where are the checks? Queen f4, don't mind that. Queen f7, counter check against the black king. Queen d8, not very possible. That leaves two squares here. Queen to c or to b8. We see the queen go to b8. The reason why is if king f7, by the way, that's a third time repetition. Clearly white is avoiding that, playing for the win. We see the king on e7 now. And then if the queen comes back, the white queen gets in the way, and that pins the queen, forces a trade, ends the game. So queen b4 is forced, John. And after queen to b4, I think white can block with the queen on d6 over here, but maybe there is simpler. Perhaps there's just the king to e8, and black is running out of checks very quickly.
I think so, because after, like, king to e7 was sort of the moment we were waiting for, where if the king goes to e8 next, after this check, yes, you can check on the back rank, but now any check on the diagonal is met with the white queen interposing and skewering the queen to the king, and that immediately ends the game. The queens come off and you're able to promote. King to e8, you are absolutely on the money there, Robert. Gets played, and it feels like this really is the final act in this absolutely brilliant opera of a game where, don't forget, we nearly had a threefold repetition, like on something like move 12, I don't know. Then we had one player winning. Then we had the other player winning. Then a period where it was a draw. And now suddenly Canada are back out on top. This game has taken us through so many emotions today. And Canada are going to be so thrilled to be able to chalk this one up on the board.
And we see just the final checks being given. The white queen will block on that final rank, and that means there are no more checks available to the black queen. You mentioned the b5 check, counter check on d7. With the queen on d8, you can block a check on the e-file. With your queen...
Wait, what?
Checking here. He goes king to d7. That's actually maybe even better in a way because there are no checks, John, and the queen protects the g8 square.
Oh, wow, that is so much more direct. Yes, king to d7 is just better. I love this. The queen block for me was the obvious move, but frankly, this is the sexy way to finish the game. There are no checks available where the queen cannot be taken. There is no way to prevent queening on the next move because the queen on d5 is protecting the queening square. This is simple. This is elegant. This is lovely chess. And what a way to put the finishing touch on this game.
And that's why we centralize our queens. The king can't be checked. The g8 square is protected, and just good recognition because we were so focused on blocking a check with our queen.
Right.
Just run away from that check. There are no more at black's disposal. And you mentioned an opera game. This has kind of been an operatic match. Razvan Priotu also deserves a round of applause. He won for Team Canada. This whole match has been teams winning with the white pieces, and unfortunately for Norway, losing with black. So 2-2 against a feisty Canadian squad. They will not go down lightly no matter who the opponent is. And as we mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen, he probably could have made a difference in this match, but Norway did not expect to need him.
Not at all. The final moves being played now. Queen b4 gets played. Maybe even just to throw us off a little bit. None of the moves that get directly countered, of course, with a counter check or anything like that. But now it is impossible to prevent promotion. What we're checking right now is there any sort of trap? Is there a danger that if I promote, there's some sort of forcing check that forces white to capture a queen and maybe put ourselves in a stalemate position or something like that? There's a reason why the promotion wasn't instantly played on the chessboard, and it's because, much to my detriment in my personal rating anyway, tricks like this exist, and they frustrate the hell out of every chess player. I think we should be safe to see promotion on this move. I'm not seeing anything immediately that tells me that could be dangerous.
Well, he is going to promote, and then black is going to sacrifice the queen, hoping that white takes it, because the B queen, because there will be two of them, takes away these 3 squares, and then the queen on G8 will take away the remaining 2, and the black king will not be in check. So queen b5 is a clever try from Johann Sebastian Christensen, but the good news about having 2 queens, and those that protect each other, is that you can just move your king. Just do not take the queen when it lands on b5. Not all queens are as free as they would seem.
The promotion has happened. The trap was laid, and it looks like Rodrigue Lemieux has spotted that this might be what's about to happen here. So we've got 3 queens on the board, 30 seconds left to go. Last roll of the dice for Christensen here. Are we going to see Canada 2, Norway 2? Queen b5 check has been played, and like you say, Robert, that's the trap that's been set. Queen takes queen here would be stalemate, an absolute disaster for white. However, calmly moving the king away should end the game.
And now there will be a few checks, but you have 2 queens to block them with. And a queen trade leaves white with 1 queen remaining, and that's a basic endgame win.
It is indeed. So last throws. It should be pointed out as well, of course, that the queens are watching each other as well, but they will be interposing on behalf of the king. There's nothing more you can do other than get into a position where the queens are simply blocking everything, and that will end the game. What a roller coaster this game has been. It could have gone either way multiple times. This isn't just one mistake changing the outcome of the game, Robert. This has been multiple times where each player has been winning this game. It's been a wild ride.
And you see there, just do it. I guess somebody is rooting for the Canadian win and a tied match overall, but we had the graph of the game, the history of it, and it showed that it was topsy-turvy indeed. There was a draw on the table. White immediately seized control, and then I would say that's like 60% of the way through the game, it went back towards the middle, but black never quite got an advantage, even though things were turning around, and then it looks like a mistake from Johann Sebastian Christensen did him in. This endgame now, it's over. It's a win with 2 queens against 1, and you can see the look on his face. He is really disappointed, especially, John, his game yesterday was maybe the highlight game of the round.
It was absolutely impressive, right? It was there were so many things about the game from yesterday that would comfortably make it into a highlight reel at the end of the entire tournament, and that was just round number 1. Like, we know that he's capable of playing some absolutely brilliant chess, and in this game he has played some absolutely brilliant chess. It hasn't gone his way, but let's not take away from the fact that he's an amazing player. He's played some great chess, including in this game. Just unfortunately, the cards haven't come out stacked in his favor this time around.
And we see still locked in is Sean Rodrigue Lemieux, putting his king on the 7th rank. He's going to try to tuck his king in the corner, and the reason he's doing that is once the king lands on h8, you don't get a 3rd queen. That's not a promotion, but what you do get is the ability to block checks on the 7th rank. There will only be checks on the diagonal, in which case the queen will step forward and countercheck the king, and if there's a check on the h file somewhere, the queen goes to h7, once again checking the king and putting the queen under attack. So this is some nice technique from the Canadian. He is leading his team to a match tie. This in many ways has been the match of the round, and it's an unexpected result. I think Norway was seen as serious contenders, and I'm starting to wonder, depending on their pairing tomorrow, if that means we won't even see Magnus play, because if there is another matchup where they're heavily outrating the opponent, Magnus may sit out a bit longer.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, is this more likely to have Magnus play for them tomorrow, or is it more likely to actually see him sit on the sidelines? That's not something I'd actually considered before now. Hopefully we do get to see him at some point during the tournament. It would be nice for the storylines to see this barnstorming comeback. Half a point early on is going to hurt, but it is by no means the be-all and end-all. There are so many unbelievably strong teams in this tournament that you can't realistically expect anyone to march in and win every single match. So you have to fight tooth and nail for every point. Fingers crossed we do actually see that. And that not only we get to see Magnus, but I want to see more fighting chess from players who aren't Magnus. Christensen has just proven to us over the first 2 days that his board is going to be one we're going to want to watch all the way through to round 11, right? There are going to be plenty more like this. There's the handshake, the resignation. It is finally over, but what an incredible fight.
Oh, that was an absolutely brilliant game. Sure, there were question marks. You look at Chess.com game reviews, say brilliant. There were these mistakes here. Tensions were high. The position was complex. Both players did give it their all. And when all was said and done, we had what was a deeply entertaining matchup between Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, the Grandmaster from Canada, one of their great hopes, at least for the next big thing in Canada. We know the chess bras. Evgeny Boreev has played for Canada years ago. We had Kevin Spraggett and some other stars of Canadian chess. But now Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, he carries that torch. He leads that team, and he led them to a 2-2 tie against a team that was one of the top contenders and still remains one of the top contenders for medals.
So definitely the match upset of the round there, where we have the 2-2 tie between Canada and Norway. That is an exceptional result for the Canadian team, and they will be high hopes heading into tomorrow, that is for sure. Let's now go ahead and take a look at some of the results elsewhere. After a fight that definitely wasn't as one-sided as the scoreline suggests, because we covered several of those games, the United States were able to take home the victory 4-0 over Singapore. Some really excellent middle games there where it looked like that 4-0 might have been troubled, but in the end they take that home. Hungary manages to defeat Peru, although they do take half a point from that matchup, and India completes the 4-0 over Iceland. Meanwhile, China only drop half a point against Chile, and Uzbekistan similarly against Egypt. So both of those matches 3.5 to 1/2. Moving on to the right-hand side of your screen there, maybe a little bit of a lucky escape, or maybe everything was just comfortable. We don't know until we ask them tomorrow, perhaps. But the Netherlands squeezed a victory, 2.5, 1.5 over Belgium, so they will take home both match points. Canada and Norway then, the match we have been talking about for goodness knows how long, and for good reason. They get a match point out of this with the 2-2 draw. We then have 3 results that all go 3-1, with Germany defeating the Philippines. We saw England and David Howell defeating Mexico 3-1. And then finally, Iran beat Portugal 3-1. A lot of chess today, some very, very exciting games. Bit of a different flavor to game number 1, but it almost feels like the stakes were a little bit higher in round 2, where there's just a little bit more weight of expectation, and we saw some match upsets as well.
Well, the competition was tougher, right? We had more even, still heavily in one team's favor, but we had Grandmasters playing against Grandmasters. We had IMs ready to upset their GM opponents, and I'm shocked, if I'm honest, that USA won 4-0 over Singapore. That's a tough squad, and it's not just about the ratings on paper. We saw the games. Levon Aronian was in some trouble. Fabiano Caruana, he got the job done. But then Lenier Dominguez and Ray Robson, they were in what looked like even games for more or less ever, and yet they both won. That shows the technique, it shows the strength, it also shows that experience. Ray Robson has been on Team USA for a long time, not in the 2022 Olympiad, but he played previously, was on a team that won some medals, so he knows what it takes to help Team USA to the top of the podium 4-0 against Singapore. That's really going to help the tiebreaks when all is said and done.
Those 4-0s are going to start becoming a little bit of a rarer thing as we progress through the rounds now. The competition is going to get more difficult, which is why those initial rounds can be so important for these teams come the pointy end of the tournament. Let's take a look at the results in the women's section of the tournament as well. Do we have much to talk? We have quite a lot to talk about here. India do drop half a point against the Czech Republic. Ecuador also dropping half a point against Hungary before Georgia defeating Montenegro 3-1. We actually got to see the game that Montenegro won there live. That was very exciting. Poland beat Brazil 4-0 and China defeated Colombia by the same scoreline. Now, on the right-hand side, a very similar story to actually the open section where 2.5, 1.5 Ukraine managed to defeat Lithuania, but by the smallest possible margin there. Azerbaijan then take the victory against Australia, with the United States beating the Philippines 3.5, 2.5. Germany defeat Belgium 3-1, and then finally Spain defeats Hungary C by 4-0. A very, very eventful round on both sides of the draw. It's been a long day, but also a day of really exciting both starts, middle games, and end games. We had the potential draw repetitions and crazy fiery openings. We had the middle games that look really dynamic with queens and major pieces on opposite sides of the board super early on. And then we had the highly technical end games that could trip up at any moment. We basically haven't had a moment to rest, but for all the right reasons.
Oh, we've been thrilled. We've been treated to the spectacular chess thus far. We're only 2 of 11 rounds in. And in the open section, USA, India roaring. They both won 4-0, clean sweeps. Was it so easy? Absolutely not, but they got the job done. We saw an upset, Team Canada tying Team Norway 2-2. And in the women's, I find that the women's section is wide open because Ukraine was the winner in 2022. Unfortunately, they're missing the Muzichuk sisters, the top 2 players from the nation. We saw that they barely got by Team Lithuania 2.5, 1.5. Team India looks very strong. The Georgian squad also strong, but they're being chipped away at half a point from Team India in the first 2 rounds. Georgia even lost the game on board 4, and we saw all the way down to squads like Team USA, Team Germany. These are deep rosters that can take out the top squads. Team China isn't what it could be. They're missing many of their best players, including Ho Yifan and Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. So it's a wide open field. We're very early in this competition, but I think that we'll be able to determine a little bit more as we finish, not just today, tomorrow, even round 4. That will clarify things and who's really in tip-top shape.
Exactly. We start off with the expected 4-0s in round number 1. We then wait and see who is going to be slowly chipped away at as the rounds progress, as the competition gets tougher. And after the next couple of rounds, we will get a clearer picture of who the front runners really are going to be towards the pointy end of the competition. Thank you all so much for joining us for Day 2's coverage of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. It's been an absolutely wonderful day of games. Huge thank you to Grandmaster Robert Hess for guiding us through today's games. So much to talk about, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Thank you for the staff behind the scenes for making everything possible and switching between over 1,000 games basically on command to get you guys the best possible action we can bring you at home. And I look forward to welcoming you back to the show at 3 o'clock CEST tomorrow afternoon. Until then, stay safe, have a good evening, and we'll see you for more chess tomorrow.